Good morning. We will start in a few minutes, just inviting maybe some of the country representatives as well to take the first rows in front. Thank you. Let's start. This is very good for Asian people.
Oh, like we're small.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I was just laughing because there's like a small stage here, especially made for me, I think, so that you can see me. We will start soon. Actually, we will start. So please take your seats. My name is Denise San Valentin. I work for the Climate and Clean Air Coalition Secretariat, and I'm based in UNEP in Paris. And welcome to this meeting. Just to announce that this event is live streamed and it's also being recorded, so you can see it afterwards on YouTube. And we are expecting over 100 people today, but I know that also a lot of you are still jet lagged and probably, still in the process of waking up or sleeping at the same time. That's great. So just wait for Shaz to come in. Okay. So we will start with an opening remarks from the Deputy Director General for the Environment Management and Conservation Department of the Maldives Ministry of Environment and Tourism. She also represents the Maldives as one of the CCAC Cooling Hub co-chairs, together with Makoto from Japan. I'd like us to all welcome my good friend, Miruza Mohammed. Let's give her a round of applause.
Good morning, everyone, and it's lovely to see everyone again. And like Dennis said, I think this chair is also for me, so I will also use that. Welcome you all to the 2025 workshop on life cycle refrigerant management, progress on fluorocarbon banks inventories, and national plans. As we know, 89 Article 5 countries, supported by implementing agencies, are preparing national inventories of banks of controlled substances and national plans for management of these substances. Countries are in different stages of implementation of these projects, and as you may recall last year, the Climate and Clean Air Coalition, together with partners, also organized the first workshop on the fluorocarbon inventories banks before last year OEWG. And today's workshop glitches, I will also. And today's workshop, therefore, is a follow-up to that event to review progress and give us the opportunity to exchange learning experiences as well as to deepen understanding on the key elements of the national plans for management of these substances. Through our regional networks, we are also doing these exchanges, but through this global workshop, we hope to bring together countries from different continents too, as we, the Montreal Protocol community, step up this new era of concerted action to protect our ozone layer, as well as further enhance efforts to contribute to the fight against the climate change. This year's event is sponsored by the UNEP-convened Climate and Clean Air Coalition, the Ministry of Japan, Initiative on Fluorocarbons Life Cycle Management, IFL, and Natural Resources Defense Council, and organized in collaboration with Carbon Containment Lab, the Climate Ozone Protection Alliance, Council on Energy, Environment and Water, and UN Industrial Development Organization, UNIDO. We thank our partners who have helped prepare this workshop, but most importantly, we thank you for your enthusiasm for coming to Bangkok early and participating today on a Sunday. We also recognize those that are joining the workshop online from other parts of the world. We hope that we will all learn and participate actively, especially in the breakout sessions and interactive sessions. And I thank you all once again. Thank you.
Thank you, Miruza. So now I will proceed with just sharing with you some background on the LRM, or the LRM recap. Where have we come from and where are we going? So where have we come from? Life Cycle Refrigerant Management, or LRM, is a new jargon introduced by our friends from civil society, EIA, NRDC, and IGSD, in the landmark report of 2022 titled LRM, the 90 billion ton opportunity. But LRM is not really new in the Montreal Protocol, as we know. The Multilateral Fund for decades has been funding various aspects of LRM in Article 5 countries, including for capacity building for the servicing sector on preventing leaks, recovery and recycling, and safe handling of refrigerants. Under the different refrigerant management plans like RMPs, NCPPs, HPMPs, and KIPs, so if you don't know what these acronyms mean, just come to me later. Many training schools and technicians worldwide have received MLF support for the procurement of refrigerant identifiers, recovery and recycling machines, etc. The TEEP has also, over the years, often highlighted the benefits from recovery, recycling, and reclamation. Moreover, governments have been developing policies and regulations to avoid emissions, such as venting bans and mandatory recovery. The MLF has also funded a number of ODS destruction projects. But LRM, what is actually new about it? What is new in this community is the systems thinking or life cycle approach. Also new is the excitement of the possibility that we can actually implement LRM and not release these nasty, damaging chemicals to the atmosphere. So, back to the recent past, in 2021, Japan and the Climate and Clean Air Coalition launched the Initiative on Fluorocarbons Life Cycle Management, or IFL, and soon after organized a series of awareness-raising activities. The IFL Secretariat was established and organized several seminars and developed the resource book for life cycle management of fluorocarbons with the CCAC in early 2022, which was soon after followed by the Civil Society LRM report. Okay, on to 2022 and 2023, they are very important years for developments on LRM, thanks to you, the parties of the Montreal Protocol. In December 2022, the Multilateral Fund Executive Committee, through Decision 9186, established a funding window to support Article 5 countries in preparing national inventories of banks of controlled substances and national management plans for these banks. You're all looking at my face in the screen, but I'm also here, just in case you don't know. The next year, in 2023, the parties of the Montreal Protocol adopted Decision 3511 and requested the TEEP for an LRM report, the Ozone Secretariat for an LRM workshop, and, very, very importantly, requested the ExCom of the MLF to consider providing a window of funding for countries that have completed their national inventories and plans. So I wanted to underline that. And then barely 2 months after the MOP, in December 2023, through Decision 93105, the ExCom requested the MLF to prepare, by the 97th meeting, which is this coming December, a report consolidating, number 1, the results of the TEEP LRM report, number 2, the workshop of October 2024 organized by the Ozone Secretariat, and number 3, the status of implementation and preliminary outcomes of the ODS and HFC inventories of banks and plans, with a view to considering the establishment of a funding window in line with Decision 3511. So that's the past. So now what? Where are we going? First, the inventories. More than half of the Article 5 countries are undertaking the inventories of the ODS and HFC banks and developing national plans for action. The inventories are very important in understanding how each country can best avoid leaks and therefore damage to the environment. It will help countries in developing the most appropriate business model and financing options for addressing these banks. Having good inventories will give us a solid estimation of the emission reduction potential, which you can also include in your nationally determined contributions under the Paris Agreement, as well as for accessing finance, not just funding support from the MLF, but also climate finance. Number 7, I'm just testing you. Number 2, my second point, and probably my most favorite at the moment, is the possibility of the MLF funding window. So in the nearer future, as mentioned, the ExCom of the MLF will deliberate on the possible establishment of a funding window for LRM that focus on end-of-life management of refrigerants. Therefore, in addition to having good inventories, there is a need for fast action on these as the MLF prepares the preliminary results. So this is one of the reasons why we are focusing on the inventories and the national action plans in this workshop today. Later this year, the CCAC will also be releasing a practical guide on how to develop the national action plans for addressing the banks of controlled substances. But to be clear, there is no assurance that there will be an LRM funding window by December. So this is really up to you as parties to deliberate on, and I encourage the countries to contact the ExCom members for more information about this possible funding window. Third, and related to this actually, are other financing options. Beyond the MLF, the Montreal Protocol community and other relevant stakeholders, including climate and waste management communities have a need to understand other financing options because the MLF cannot pay for every single thing related to LRM. There are successful models, and there is a need to understand these better and see if and how they can be applied or modified to fit the different developing countries. Some of these include extended producer responsibility or EPR, public-private partnerships, tax schemes, voluntary and compliance carbon markets, including Article 6 of the Paris Agreement, etc. So far, what we are seeing is that there is no one solution, but the solution is to create a combination of different approaches. Fourth, I'm almost finished. The transboundary movement of unwanted refrigerants. So efforts to synergize Montreal Protocol and Basel Convention are ongoing, and it would be great if we can make an effort to be involved in this process. Challenges remain in moving unwanted refrigerants beyond territories for reclamation or destruction purposes, but we will hear about this topic later today after lunch. Number 5, and the last one, learning from our lessons and modifying our approach. The problems of developing countries in recovery, reuse, recycling, and reclamation have been reported by NOUs repeatedly in the past and are well documented. Training programs have been conducted for many years, and thousands of technicians have received training. But why are recovery rates still very low? What do countries really need, and how can that help be given? How can we make recovery and recycling profitable for the waste management and servicing sectors? Beyond the servicing sector, should we be ramping up our awareness-raising efforts to end users, who are the biggest consumers of refrigerants? So finding the end-of-life solutions for the management of refrigerants is also as important as finding solutions and supporting the operationalization of the full ecosystem of LRM. So as you can see, I'm not a very big person, but I have a big dream. It's a 90 billion ton dream. I know that each person in this room and online has all the best intentions for the environment, and in spite of probably being overstretched with too many responsibilities, we are busy because we care. Without the Montreal Protocol, the ozone layer would have been gone by now, and the climate catastrophe would have already happened, right? It's sad that last year, the Earth's average temperature climbed to more than 1.5 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial levels for the first time in 2024, and who knows if this year will be hotter. So we hear it often that the world is on a fast-moving train headed to a cliff of climate catastrophe, but we can still get back on the pathway to 1.5 degrees. Superpollutants, which include HFCs, are responsible for half of the warming that we are experiencing today, the other half being carbon dioxide. This community, the 40-year-old Montreal Protocol community, holds one of the emergency breaks called Fast Action on HFC Phase Down and LRM. So let us pull this emergency break together. Thank you very much. Before I call our presenter with the first slides, you might be wondering, when is her slides going to come up? I didn't have slides. Before that, maybe I'll also invite, there are still a lot of seats in front, so Dr. Ezat, if you would like to sit in front, there are many seats. You don't have to struggle at the back. You are very much welcome in the room, and I think we can accommodate up to 200 people in the room, so welcome to the front of the room. Now I will call our next speaker, whom you all know very well because she also gave the opening presentation in last year's LRM workshop. I'd like to call on to present to us the global banks of ODS and HFCs, 2025 country level estimates by COPA and HEAT, Ms. Irene Pabst, Senior Advisor at HEAT for the Climate and Ozone Protection Alliance. Irene?
Good morning, and thank you for the invitation. Great that you can be on one level, with or without stool. So it's my pleasure to open this again, almost, and to draw your attention to numbers. I hope that's not too early for numbers, but I think it's important. We developed this on behalf of COPA, the Climate and Ozone Protection Alliance, and I'm sure you all know about, and I don't have to go in detail. That's me on doing that, exactly, okay. So if you want to go to the report, you have the QR code here. I'm sure you will also share the presentation, or you can go on the website where you also find that under resources. So it's all written down, you don't have to take notes. Because there was a bit of confusion, what means a country level estimate actually? It's not that we went in every country and did inventories. This would have been way out of scope. And this is what is done under the funding window in many, many countries, which is great to see that there's really development of bottom-up data. What we actually did, and I will go into that also in a bit of detail in the methodology chapter, is that we got the data that is reported under the Article 7 of the Montreal Protocol. So all the data on import, export, production, and so on, and calculated from that the consumption. So we worked from consumption. Because this is the most developed data set that we have on ODS and also HFCs, and we thought we try to do something from there. With that, we did a sectoral distribution of ODS and HFCs. Most of them we know know quite well what they are used for. We made actually only 4 categories: manufacturing of refrigeration, air conditioning equipment, servicing of refrigeration, air conditioning equipment, foam, and all other uses, because the all other uses were understood to be released rather immediately, so there is no buildup of banks. We are aware that we maybe missed out the fire protection sector, but that was a really coarse top-down estimate. You know, we got a lot of data. We had to make our resources use them really well. So it's also a kind of broad estimate, but I think it's a useful estimate. What we then also tried, because we acknowledge that, of course, consumption is reported in countries where there is also manufacture. So some countries that produce a lot and then export the equipment containing the refrigerant might have a reported much higher bank if you don't correct for that than others. So we used the UN Comtrade database to, and I said attempt to correct for that. So to calculate from there how many refrigerators and ACs, which are the equipment that is mostly pre-charged, were moved across borders, and to account it in the right country. You will see how that worked in the end. Also to say, we didn't look at all refrigerants, since again we had to use resources wisely. We started with CFCs, trying to track the whole evolution of banks, but for CFCs we only looked at CFC 11 and CFC 12, which has a long time series, of course, from the 90s to 2009, when of course there is no reporting anymore since they are banned. Then for HCFCs, we looked at 5 different substances, 22, 1 for 1B, no, 3 substances, sorry, 1 for 1B and 1 for 2B. So refrigeration and also foam applications, where we have a full data series from the 90s until 2022. We had the last year of data, 2022. And for HFCs, this is where maybe not trouble begins, but the complication begins. You know, there's a lot of blends, a lot of different substances, and we also looked for a few ones. There are also in there in the most blends, so it's 125, 134A for sure, 143A, 152A, then 227EA, 254FA, R32, and also 365 MFC. So also tried foam and refrigeration. And you know, of course, for HFCs, the data set is not that great yet. I think there's a lot of development, and the data set is getting much better in recent years. But since we talk about banks, we actually would need a time series from at least 15 years back, which for HFCs is not there. So for non-Article 5 countries, we of course have the years of the baseline, 2011 to 13, and then only starting from 2019, more and more countries started to report on HFCs. So we actually use different sources to complement. So what we did for missing data, especially for large consumers, we really wanted to have an, well, as complete as possible data set, and we were really, really happy for your study actually from 2022, where you did a study on an impact on HFC consumption trends in Article 5 countries, where we draw sources where we didn't have Article 7 reported data. And I think I will not bore you with all of this. You can read all of that or ask questions later. So what we ended up is 3 categories of countries. Category 1, large countries that also have manufacture. Category 2, countries that have that are non-LVCs, but not have much manufacture, and then level 3 or category 3 for lower consuming countries. Of course, we also have non-Article 5 countries, but for them we used IPCC guidelines as much as possible. We had better data there. And where we spent quite a bit of time, and this is what should be there here, is how we actually, because when you talk about banks, you have to know what is going into first fill and what is going into servicing. So first fill is everything that's connected with manufacture or the first fill on site, which really is an addition to the bank. And the servicing is more or less an exchange in the bank. Of course, you emit. This is terrible for the environment, but there's no effect on the bank, so to say, because it's refilled by servicing. So, and this is where we used ideas that was also taken up in the IPCC guidelines, that you start with, when you start with a refrigerant in the first year, you start with 100% first fill. Of course, you don't have servicing needs in the beginning. And then use a trend that every year manufacturing goes down by 5% and servicing goes up by 5% until, and this is also an estimate that comes from IPCC, you have like a 1/3, 2/3 distribution, 1/3 first fill, 2/3 servicing. This is considered a stable market. So this is what we also used here in terms of assumptions. So using all of these 3 things, and as I said, also we used Comtrade to exchange for imports and exports. We then estimated from their global ODS and HFC refrigeration air conditioning banks, and also global foam banks. And what I will show you is only a few graphs. There are more in the report. But I also thought it's actually nice to look at non-Article 5 and Article 5 countries in separation, because you see that the earlier you start with a phase down or a phase out for ODS, the earlier the banks goes down. This is in metric tons, so that's why you also see a quite sharp decrease, since CFCs have a really high GW, well, it's metric tons, but still you have, because of the phase down, you have a decrease. But before you now get very excited, of course we still have refrigerants, but they are not the ones that we looked at. So that's why the decrease is here really sharp. I don't think in metric tons in general it's going down, but for these gases we look at, it went down in non-Article 5 countries already. But there is alternatives, and then it would look differently. But you still can see the effect that we had from the phase-out schedules and phase-down schedules of the Montreal Protocol, that there is indeed a decrease. And also look at the top corner, which you can't see because there's my face, okay, because there is another graph there that shows the overall, and the global is also a quite nicely shaped mounted actually that shows a decreasing trend. Maybe just one number, because I think in detail you can look it up. In 2022, which was really the last year when we had really reported number, so everything that comes after is modeled, it was 7,680 kilotons of substance contained in refrigeration, air conditioning, and foam worldwide. And comparing it to other numbers, that might be a conservative estimate. And then we look at the same for ODS for CO2 equivalents, where the graphs look a bit different. Of course, they start really high because the GWP of some substances, especially CFCs, distort the whole graph, and that's why the trend is even more downward looking. Also in global, it's a downward trend. And also in 22, we estimated 14.3 gigatons of CO2 equivalents, which is equivalent to that 7,000 something kilotons of substance that is contained in the bank. And I don't want to stop without calling for actions because of that numbers. We saw in the graphs before that banks are as high as they were never before, with an all-time high of potential emissions. The banks will decline, either due to emissions or as a result of life cycle refrigerant management policies. Along that hierarchy you can see on the side. For HFC, we still have the chance to also avoid the uptake. For everything that is already in the market, it's containment, recycling, reclamation, and if there is no reclamation required or possible, recovering the chemicals as a one possibility, but in the end of destruction. That means concerted action is required, and I know you will talk the whole day about this. Sorry that I cannot be here, I have other obligations, but I'm really interested what you will discuss. I think that the global registry of banks would aid policymaking and also financing. There is the first step in the ODS banks funding window, and we hope to see involvement there. But I think that also more efforts are needed along the supply chain, also including producers and manufacturers of those gases, to include them in the whole solution and find a over the life cycle sustainable solution. I wish you a great success for this workshop. Thank you.
Thank you, Irene. We will now call the speakers for the next session. Session 1. Next slide. Okay. So I would like to call on the panelists to already take the stage here. So first, our facilitator with Mr. Makoto Kato, one board of directors member of OECC Japan and the IFL head of secretariat, and also the CCAC Cooling Hub co-lead. And then we will have the Montreal Protocol focal points from Kenya, Mr. Marindani Kirui, from Vanuatu, Camila Noel, from Namibia, Ms. Frida Guagoses, and from North Macedonia, Emilia Kupeva Nedelkova. Please, if you can take the seats in front. Over to you, Makoto-san.
Thank you, Dennis. Good morning, friends and colleagues. Beautiful Sunday morning in Bangkok. Welcome to our session. And today we're going to kick off the discussion on conducting inventory of fluorocarbon banks. And since, as Irene walked us through, what is the fluorocarbons bank inventory, and also the methodologies that are applied to quantify the refrigerants remaining in your cooling equipment and other systems, so that we have actually started for this activities. And last year, we had the fantastic training session in OEWG in Montreal. And today, we're going to listen to 4 different countries on their experiences, and also maybe continuing challenges. But also, we would like to update like where we are now and where we are actually going in the area of bank inventory here. So without further ado, I would like to start inviting colleagues here to deliver their presentation. So first, may I invite Kenya to walk us through his own experience in developing ODS and HFC banks here. So, Mr. Marindani, can I request you to take the floor?
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Makato. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I know Kenya is one of the countries we are hosting actually UNEP in Nairobi. And therefore, what we are going to show, the experience in Kenya, should be something actually that will make you comfortable in Nairobi when you are there. So you don't have to worry. So where is this thing now? So we were asked to talk about the methodology that we took when we were carrying out the ODS and HFC banks in Kenya. And what we did in Kenya is that we had to do the surveys, we had to carry out the interviews, and also we had to check on the secondary data because there are those areas whereby it was actually convenient for us to carry out that. Now, when we are carrying out the survey and the interviews, we had to come up with the questionnaires that was really structured to ensure that we get all the information we required in that field. And then the survey, when we were carrying out, we had to go to the secondary places that we had been identified, and we dealt with the sectors, about 6 of them. We had the domestic, we had the commercial, we had the industrial, and the transport refrigeration. And also we included the MAC, the mobile air conditioning, and also non-intact ACs, non-inducted ACs. We use the method that the secondary one, whereby we had to take on the household because we know we had the energy sector in our place. They had already carried out some data, and we had to collect data from them, the household data. We had to get also from the stock, which was done by the KIP. You know, currently we are still processing our KIP data, and therefore we had to use the data that had been collected also from KIP. Now we had to go also to take also the statistical analysis, interpretation, and reporting and validation. So the findings that we came up with, we realized that the HFCs are actually dominating the banks in Kenya. So we means the HFCs, we have to deal with them so that we can have that mitigation of the climate. So we did the validation of the ODS HFC banks in Nairobi. We carried out the validation, and the members, we had actually called all the stakeholders so that they could actually bring their comments so they could be incorporated into the final report that will be actually presented. We had also, within that validation, we requested also people to ensure that they give us the exact information that we required. Now we had some challenges. I know you might be wondering that we were going straight and collecting data annually, but we had some challenges that we faced and in that area. One of the challenges is that we had the limited, that is the historical background. We know the area, Kenya is big, and therefore we are trying to access those areas because in Kenya we have 47 counties that we needed to cover, and we had to ensure that we covered all the area. But we realized that those people in some areas, the remote areas, they could not have records of information of what we required. So that was one of the challenges. The other challenge is we had actually some of the enterprises that are there in Kenya, they were not having records of what they had installed. They could have installed equipment, but they didn't have any records. So it was difficult for us also to get that information properly. But unless you were there to check and see what they had, we realized also that some companies or dealers, the technicians, although we have actually trained most of the technicians in Kenya, they were still not aware of the importance of the recovery they were carrying out. They could actually be recovering what we wanted them to recover, but they were not understanding properly the importance of that recovery exercise. And therefore, that was one of the challenges. Now we realize also that there were inadequate or limited appropriate recovery and recycling equipment. I know Dennis had mentioned also that issue, but we had also put that it is an issue in our place that we don't have, we have limited recovery and recycling equipment. Now, when we were collecting that data, because there were those challenges also, we wanted to give some solutions that we could actually use to assist us. So one of the solutions that we did was that we had to ask the consultant to have some of the letters or introductory letters in, for them when they are going to enterprise so that they would know that the exercise had been sanctioned by the government so that they could get information easily. So they had that one. We had also to meet with the participants. You know, before that, we had to meet with the participants so that we could actually get some sort of informed consent so that they would give us that we were going around, we were sending people so that we could collect data, so that we ensure that most of the data is actually collected so that we can have that nice inventory. So now we had to check on the lessons learned. So we realized that if we involve continuously the stakeholders that you are going to find in the field, it would be very important because you build trust, you get some of the things that you will be given so that you could actually get the right, if not the approximately there, the data so that you have. We realize also that introductory letters were actually good for the collection of data because it actually enabled the consultant to collect data using the introductory letter because he had to use that introductory letter from the government and then give to the people whom he had actually sent, the people who were collecting data with this letter also that he could get. Now, that one was good. We realized that was a very good lesson for Kenya and hope we'll have to use it again. So after that, we had to know the next steps that we had to go about. So after this, collecting this, we need to develop actually ODS, HFC, a bank strategy that actually aligns with the face down of HFC policies in the country. So we have to have that. We need to incorporate actually some information. As I said, we are working with people in the energy. In energy, we have what they call Energy and Petroleum Regulatory Authority. And that authority is the one that is actually custodian of licensing equipment, importation of equipment. So as the NOU, we had to ensure that we collaborate with them because we need to have them, ensure that whatever information they are presenting include like global warming potential so that it will be labeled like that so that it will be easy for us. And then we had also to designate the people who are collecting some of this, recovering and trying to collect and dispose of, so that they could be included as we have in place the waste management systems. We have some organizations that they are actually dealing with waste now. So we wanted to say some of these recovered refrigerants should be actually channeled through them. So we need to certify as the national body to certify them so that they will be given. And then we need to invest in the recovery, management, and destruction procedures so that we could be able to manage these refrigerants in the whole way. So with that, I would say thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you don't have so many questions, but I know we'll make comments so that you'll have. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Marindani. Well, I think you have many questions. Yes, I have also many questions. But maybe we can come back to him after another presentation. Next, I would like to invite Camila from Vanuatu. If you can keep your presentation in 10 minutes, well, that would be fantastic. Okay, Camila, please.
Good morning, everyone. I hope you're all well and have a good travel over to Bangkok. So I'll just go right to the point. As you know, we only have limited time. So for Vanuatu, I think the first part that we to talk about is the methodology. The method that we used method or approach that we use to collect the data on inventory of banks and unwanted or used controlled substances. So this flow chart in this slide explains this methodology and approach that we used. And there are two aspects on the methodology and approach that we used. And from this methodology that we use, there are some expected results that we would like to have after the data collections, in which I'll briefly go through. And that the first one is how much quantity of ODS or HFC is in the refrigeration equipment, rack, MAC in Vanuatu. And the second one is from the banks of ODS or HFC, how much can we recover from these appliances? And another one is from the amount of the HFC or ODS that can be recovered, how much is reusable through recycling or reclamation, and the non-reusable, which must be destroyed. However, we do not have the reclamation capacity at the moment, but these are some of the results that are expected upon the use of the methodology that we have. And regarding the source of refrigerants, we're all aware that the main source is at the end of its lifetime. However, in the case of Vanuatu, we also would like to extend the scope of sources to cover recovery of refrigerant during the installation of equipment and during the maintenance of the equipment as well. So these recovered refrigerants are managed at the moment. Second, we also plan to analyze the above data into two different scenarios. The first one is BAU scenario, which is the current practice employed by technicians, and the second one is the potential scenario with assumption that all players follow the good practices. So the difference between these two scenarios is the implementation gap that we can explore. What could be the intervention to strengthen implementation of the life cycle management in Vanuatu, and what could be the best options to manage this unwanted substances. And please also note that there are challenges in the Pacific Island countries due to economy of scale and geographic location, which we also have to take into account when we're doing the assessment. Next is the challenges that we have. So first here we have technical challenges. So the interviewer or the interviewee, sometimes they do not understand the questionnaires that we give out. So this can also cause inconsistent or conflicting data. Yes, so to address this, we try to simplify the questionnaire. And also, we provide some training to interviewer to cross-check answers, especially if the interviewer is not a technician, especially when we're looking at inventory of ODS or HFC banks. It's very important that they have to have a good background in the RAC sector. Next is for data. So if sometimes we do not obtain data by dateline, so it's always good to have a backup plan and respect the dateline that we've been given in the projects. And also in terms of data, we also have difficulty to process raw data from questionnaire to data for analysis. And in order to address that, we have to be clear on what was needed from the survey, and also to train local consultants how to consolidate this raw data. Next challenge is infrastructure. So currently, we do not have any existing practices for reclamation or destruction facility due to economy of scale, and we also a very small country. So good data would enable Vanuatu to understand what are some of the feasible options that we have. And lastly, on challenges is policy and framework. We do not have any existing policy under the national legislation for management of substances, both in new, and we also have an unclear distinguish with waste under the Basel Convention. So this one, we still need to, in order to address this, we still need to discuss in details with the relevant authority. And lastly, in terms of lessons learned and the next steps. So currently, we have two sets of data that we are planning on getting, but our first set, which is set A, has already been done by the KEEP preparation. And so there is no need to redo that as well again. So we have less time in collecting only the second set of data, so we focus on the second one, and then we can combine them all together. Next is we use a combination method as a backup plan to collect data, and need to observe the dateline for sufficient time in other processes as well. And lastly is that the raw data from the questionnaire, we have issue with the quality of data. So as I have mentioned before, consultant must also have knowledge in and skill to cross-check consistency, to validate data during the interview, especially in terms of literacy in our country. So we have the interviewer or the consultant has to have a clear understanding on what type of data they're collecting in order to, when they go and approach technicians, it's easier for them to make sure that the data that the technicians are giving, they're actually quality data. So we use cross-check mechanism to validate data with the industry, and also to double check with the accuracy of analysis. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Camila. So maybe it's a time to take 2 questions per country. So maybe in total 4 for the first round. So if you have any questions, please raise your hand. Scary? Or Sunday morning? Well, basically, we are listening to those countries, so like in terms of what are some early lessons from conducting their inventories. Maybe you can compare with your own experience, and what are key challenges or differences in each country's approaches, and also like what are challenges in capacity building, capacity development needs, so that if you happen to have any questions in this regard. If not, we can actually come back on after listening to another 2 presentations. All right. Okay. So let's go to the next presentation. The next presenter, I would like to invite Frida from Namibia.
Thank you, Mr. Makoto, and thank you, Denise, for giving us this platform to share the Namibian experience in terms of the data collection for inventory. Good morning, all the participants. Mine will be very brief due to the limited time, since we were only allocated 7 to 10 minutes, and I will speak strictly in terms of the methodology and the approach that we took to collect the ODS HCFC inventory data in Namibia. What we did is we did both quantitative and qualitative approach, which was integrated to provide a comprehensive understanding of the situation. The first step that we took was to do a literature review on the secondary data, which was gathered through existing information on the ODS and the HCFC banks. The second step was basically data collection. Here, the NOU, I should also mention that the NOU provided a support letter to the consultant to easily have access to the institutions. So what we did was we looked at the import data of rack equipment, which was obtained from NAMRA partially, as well as the NOU import data records. Also, what we did is we looked at the UN trade data that every country basically submit through the customs department. And we also looked at the World Bank, which is the international trade data, which is easily accessible. And we also obtained MEC data from the vehicles with ACs from the Road Authority in Namibia. The third step was, of course, stakeholder consultations through structured questionnaires, as well as face-to-face interviews and emails, phone calls, and then lastly, we did now the analysis of the data. Of course, like similarly to all the other countries, we had challenges with obtaining this data. So we received quite slow responses from the stakeholders, and that's where we were following up in terms of the phone calls that we impact on. And then the questionnaires were also not completely answered. And the other one is, of course, like Ms. Kenya has already mentioned, the institutional responsibilities, which are fragmented. We have also lack of awareness in terms of HCFCs and HFCs that are harmful and why, and the type of harm they can cause and why it is important to have this data on board. And also lack of collection points for the old HVAC units. Those are particularly challenges that we have in Namibia. And how we look at addressing these regulatory gaps will be essential for creating an enabling environment for the successful implementation of the integrated approach in terms of these challenges. So what we are planning to do is basically to establish a coordinated task force team, including representatives from key ministries, regulators, as well as industry groups, and also formulate a clear communication plan with realistic and firm deadlines, and develop a shared online system for uploading and tracking this data that will speak to maybe bring all of us at the same pair. And if maybe I am willing for a bilateral engagement in terms of the action plans, how we can go about it in terms of the next step, I am available for a convo maybe afterwards. So with that, without any delay, let me cut out on extensive time. So thank you.
Thank you, Frida, for very good presentation. It's short and crisp presentation, and I think people are coming back to you for question. Okay, the fourth presentation is from North Macedonia. So may I invite you to start your presentation?
Thank you. Thank you, Denise, for invitation to share our experience. Good morning, colleagues. I will try to give a brief presentation on our experience in preparation of the inventory. First, the inventory of the unwanted controlled substances, ODSs and HFCs. Actually, North Macedonia National Ozone Unit started this action maybe 4 years ago. When we finishing the first stage of the HPMP, we decided at the last tranche to try to make an inventory of the refrigerants, of the unwanted refrigerants in the country. So we have, when we started to work on the project with the HFC, together ODSs and HFC, we have kind of basis and some experience in this area. So what was the methodology that we implemented in that stage, in that project, and also in this project? So we started with the desk research. We communicated first, we made a list of the stakeholders that are to be communicated and asked to provide us data regarding the HFCs, ODSs, and HFCs. So the main stakeholders that were communicated in the first phase of the project was Customs Administration of the Republic of North Macedonia, which is responsible for the data on export and import of the controlled substances, ODSs and HFCs, tracking the control system. Actually, we have a special system, online system for issuing permits, and that online system is administrated by the Customs Administration. Then the National Ozone Unit, because the National Ozone Unit is responsible for the coordination of all tasks related to Montreal Protocol provisions implementation, and also is responsible for issuing permits for export and import of the controlled substances and used rack equipment. So the very important stakeholders is the waste department within the Ministry of Environment, which implementing the legislation, the national legislation for waste management, and most of the companies dealing with the waste containing controlled substances and the waste electronic equipment, rack equipment, is under the supervision of this department within the ministry. Then producers of the electric equipment, according to the waste legislation, national waste legislation, and national legislation for management of the electric equipment and waste electric equipment, the producers, according to the definition within the legislation, the producers are companies that are producing and importing the electric equipment. According to the definition of this, of the waste and classification of the electric equipment, the rack equipment is classified as equipment for heat exchange. The stakeholders that are participated in the extended producer responsibility scheme and for management of the waste electric equipment, licensed waste company, actually the waste companies which are dealing with the management of the waste, including waste containing control substances and waste and electric rack equipment that contains control substances, and also the service shops. Then the second step was preparation and distribution of the questionnaires to identify stakeholders, and the last step of the previous analysis of the unwanted refrigerations was data collection and analysis. What was the main challenge in our country was actually ESA. I heard most of the country had the same, or we all still have the same problem, the data collection. In this sense, we prepared questionnaires to all the separate questionnaires, specific questionnaires, and we distributed them officially to the Ministry of Environment and Physical Planning. To all the recognized stakeholders. The UNU also has the very big involvement in this, because the NOU has a specific database containing the list of most of the service shops in the country. So also to the questionnaire was submitted to the rack equipment manufacturers, extended producers responsibility organization, companies registered for waste management, and in this project, in the last project on the unwanted controlled substances inventory, to the firefighting sector and also to the sector on foam production. Afterwards, we had direct contact with the old mentioned stakeholders by mail. Also, we have 2 workshops. We had workshop with the waste sector, and the second workshop was with the manufacturers of the rack equipment and service companies in the country. What are the lessons learned? We recognize the necessity of involvement of the waste sector, which is very important, and also the joint action between the rack and waste stakeholders is and waste experts, because luckily the waste department is in the same ministry like the National Ozone Unit, so we have excellent communication and cooperation with our waste colleagues, and actually we think that this cooperation and this joint action is the winning combo for preparation of the good inventory of unwanted controlled substances. And also the communication, the permanent communication and collaboration with the identified stakeholders, by organization of the workshop, by communication with emails, direct contacts, calls to the servicing company and waste companies is very important. What are the next steps? We should finalize the inventory. We decided to extend the inventory of the refrigerants, of the unwanted refrigerants for the year, because the last inventory was for the year 2020, 2021 and 2022, so we will extend this inventory to the year of 2023 and 2024, and for the foam sector, for the firefighting agents, and we will also communicate the manufacturers of the rack equipment in the country. We defined during the last tranche of the HPMP first stage, we identified some priority action to be taken in for management of the unwanted refrigerants, and we will We will update and upgrade these priorities to the other sectors where the controlled substances find their application. Also, we will develop an action plan for unwanted controlled substances management, and within that, it is very important to create kind of national scheme for coordinated action of the companies that are managing the unwanted rack equipment and rack servicing companies. One of the aspects of management of this and handling this unwanted was recovery, recycling, and reclamation. So we decided under the HPMP, second tranche of the HPMP stage 2 to produce a kind of study and business model for creation of the reclamation center in the country. This center is planned to represent an innovative and strategically important project focused on the reclamation of the HCFC 22 and HFCs. And the center aims to address the several key challenges: economic sustainability. The reclamation of HCFC 22 and HFC will reduce costs for companies and service providers that are using these controlled substances in their system by providing cheaper alternatives, which in alternatives means reclaimed controlled substances. The environmental responsibility, which means the emissions of the controlled substances will be reduced and will impact on the climate. It will have impact on the climate change and protection of the ozone layer. And also the social inclusion and innovation. This center will create new jobs and promote new technologies and methods for reclamation, because there's still no reclamation center in the country and in the Balkans region. What are the types, as I said, of HCFCs and HFC to be reclaimed in this center? I already mentioned HCFC 22, then HFC 134A, HFC 404A, 407C, 410A. The business model assumes the establishment of a single one reclamation, because we are a small country, one reclamation center in the capital city, Skopje, in the country. And this center will conduct the following activities. It will be responsible for collection of the quantities of the unwanted and used quantities of HFC 22 and HFCs. Assessment exchange, it will be made a qualitative and quantitative analysis, and quantitative calculation of the quantities of the recovered substances, and the reclamation procedure will be continued, and the market placement of the reclaimed controlled substances. Actually, the study is dedicated to the controlled refrigerants, the refrigerants containing controlled substances. Which institutions or organization could be beneficiaries of this procedure? The potential operators of the center could be private companies, universities, specific faculties which have in their curricula cooling and climatization. Public-private partnerships also could be one of the options for creation of the center, and each with distinct strengths and limitations. What are the conclusions of the study? The HFC reclamation center is financially viable with a strong market, advanced technology, and payback period under 5 years. Profitability is driven by rising HCFC and HFC prices due to the supply cuts and global price alignment. Moderate risk exists, but the project remains sustainable under different scenarios, and the center supports government climate goals and offers significant social and environmental benefits. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Amelia. Excellent. Okay, now I would like to open the floor for your question. Perhaps we can start talking about the data collection. I think it sounds pretty challenging one. This is something we should start with, but data collection part is quite challenging. So maybe Emily, can I come back to Emilia's presentation? I think in the first or second slide. Well, there are the list of information sources or data sources. Yes. So I see. Well, there are basically two sets of data sources, or like a whereabouts of data. One is top-down. It's more like a statistic-based data, such as like a custom. What do they have? They have importation record, right? So this is more about this. What else do we have? Maybe your economy ministry, or they might have like sales data of home appliances, not necessarily only air conditioners. What else? Please.
Thank you. Maybe not the questions that you have raised, but my question is to Vanuatu. Just wondering whether before the this national plan and inventory, whether you had any connection or with the waste department or the ministry where the waste is handled, waste management is handled, and also whether you had any difficulty or any challenges aligning with the Basel Convention. People who are dealing with that, and how did you align these two things? Because if the National Ozone Unit and the Waste Department is separate, and how the inventory from the e-waste was taken. Thank you.
Camila.
Thank you, Mirza. So I think in my presentation, one of the challenges was policy and framework. And so as for the waste department, actually we're all in the same department, which is under the Department of Environment, Waste and Ozone Unit, and we're also inside the same division. So we're pretty close. However, in terms of that under the Basel Convention, we have had consultations with with the officer that's responsible under the waste, and we haven't really we did develop a project on e-waste, which is under the waste section, and they have also consulted us on ODS waste, but they have not integrated it well with the e-waste project. So this was something that's still under development that we're looking forward to for further discussions with them after we complete the inventory project as well. Yeah, thank you. I hope I answered your questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think your question is very relevant of like a data collection part. Not necessarily on data collection, but if you have any question or comments. Yes, please.
Okay, thank you very much. My question goes to my neighbor from Kenya. You did mention that you categorize the sectors, and you see these sectors are so big. So my question is, did you like come up with a sample space? And how did you get the sample space? Did you extrapolate your data after that? Yeah, thank you.
Okay, Mr. Marindoni, can I ask you for extrapolation or methodology part?
Thank you very much for that question, my neighbor Uganda. Actually, as you mentioned that we had those sectors, the 6 sectors that we did. Actually, there was that extrapolation that was done because the consultant actually used the method of they had a sample. I don't remember the name, but they actually extrapolated the data, let me say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, that's a good point. So some data are missing, and some information is missing, but that we can actually use for that approach. Okay, Ryan, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Makato-san, and also the 4 panelists. I listened carefully that all sharing their challenges, and thank you for sharing all the challenges and also some of the mitigation that to handle all these challenges. My question is, how comprehensive this data inventory that required, right, to have a good bank inventory data, and for the 4 panelists can share what type of data is very important that is really need, and do you do any analysis in terms of the questionnaire that you created and why the data is not responded, as some sharing that is they are not answering the data? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there anyone who wants to respond to Ryan's question from Malaysia? Okay. Yes, please. Yes, Melia, please.
I think that I understand well the question. Why they're not, the end of the question was why the stakeholders are not answering the questionnaires. I think that if there is no, in our country, if there is no mandatory obligation according to the certain law, they're not willing to fulfill the questionnaires, to react to our, not only that kind of communication, but however, it is very important to have in mind that direct contact with the stakeholders and to raise their awareness that they are very important part of the overall action for the unwanted controlled substances management, because it is very good also to have, as I mentioned, to have the contact with the waste department, because we call here unwanted, but actually they are waste quantities. So the waste department, the department for chemicals management, because we have also to have all the safety data sheet and be aware about the composition of the waste, and also the national ozone unit and the climate, the colleagues from these all stakeholders and institution is very important to make kind of pressure to the stakeholders that they are working with, and to make them aware that they are really important part of the overall action, national or global action for management of these quantities of unwanted. But however, maybe it is very important to find a way to put the reporting as mandatory. In our legislation, we have mandatory reporting of recovered, recycled, and waste quantities of refrigerant. In this phase, only refrigerants. Several years ago, it was reporting of the recovered, recycled, not reclaimed, because there is no reclamation facility in the country, and waste ODSs. So we extended this area, this scope, and every year they are sending these reports, not all of them, and there is always a problem to collect, because we have a database on the service shops existing in the country, and not all of them are sending. It is mandatory to send this report. There is the penalties at the end of the law. They're still not sending the reports. Maybe the enforcement of this provision in the law on environment, in our case, is to mobilize the environmental inspectors. I think it is very good. Maybe this is maybe a strong approach, but it is very important to have reliable data for this purpose, for preparation of the inventory.
Okay, the next question here. Can you introduce yourself first? Yeah.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone, and thanks for the invitation to this important event. As I am from Egypt, as you may know, that we are a developing country, and we might have the same challenges that other countries they have. I'm just asking if any of the panelists or the countries, they have what we call it extended producer responsibility system. Because as you know that the cooling appliance contain refrigerant and also foam, which are significantly contribute to global warming, as they are potent greenhouse gases if they are released into the atmosphere. So my question about the extended producer responsibility system, and also if there is an inventory system to monitor the amount of refrigerant waste generated and or treated. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your question. Are there any parties which introduced like an EPR system? Okay, Namibia.
Thank you very much, Egypt, for your question. Yes, I will say currently in Namibia, we do not have an extended producer responsibility in terms of these refrigerants. But however, in our action plan, that is some of the aspects that we have put in place for try and reach out these type of responsibilities and hold the producers responsible also to a certain extent. So yeah, it's in our plan. Thank you.
Okay, please, yes.
Thank you for the question. Egypt, I think I mentioned that we have legislation which cover these extended producer responsibilities, and also we use the data from the companies involved in this scheme for extended producer responsibility for the calculation, for the estimation of the air waste during the previous phase, the first phase of collection data and estimation of the air waste in the country. As I mentioned, we use the data. We collect reports from the extended producer responsibility companies from the waste sector. Took the data because in this law, this is the rack equipment is called heat exchange equipment. Took data from them and used them for the creation of the report. But according to their to those reports, they don't have responsibility to mention the kind of refrigerants contained in the equipment. That is the problem. But we are making some estimation. We have also, in NOU, we have data on what kind of equipment. We have data from the enabling activities, from keep preparation. So we are combining all this data and make estimation of the unwanted refrigerants quantity in the country.
Thank you very much. I think now is a time for us to, well, this is a question and answers mode rather than like a sleepy Sunday morning mode. So I'm so glad, but we have plenty of time of having more frequent, more intensive discussion in this afternoon at the group discussion. Sorry, well, due to the time constraints, well, we would like to have your question later in the group discussion. But I really appreciate the very insightful presentations today by the four panelists, four countries, and also very good questions that are pointing out like our hope and also challenges regarding the development of ODS and HFC banks. One thing I would like to highlight is that, like, rather than conceptual discussion, now our discussion comes to very detailed and practical ones. For example, for the data collections, today, four countries, four representatives already provided, for example, whereabouts the data. Top-down approach, including like going through the statistical authorities, like customs, also like economy, industries, or those kind of ministries. And then also so for the bottom-up data, approaching private sector or industrial associations. And also there are organizations or companies who have large chunk of refrigerants or large cooling equipment in the cooling industry. So that there are opportunities for us to actually go to the quite specific points. And I hope some of us can share your questionnaire sample so that for those who want to start of your inventory development, I think this is one thing we can share as a concrete souvenir or homework. And then also the methodology things, because data, some of the data are missing. And I think it's very natural because some people are not really convinced or not very much interested. But this is the start of our work. So that in case where data is missing, we do somehow extrapolation or interpolation, like alternative ways of calculation. So this is another thing. I do appreciate for the comprehensiveness of data collection and also calculation. This is one thing, but I think we are at the starting point so that we don't really have to have perfect one. But I think starting off our action is very important. Again, well, this is one of the important keys to unlock the further opportunities. So that I think you are not going to do alone. You are going to do with other countries. Also, you are going to be very busy, but because you have to roll out your partners, your colleagues within your ministry, within your government, or within your countries. But with this, I hope we are going to have better look at what we are going to do in our near future after going back home after this Bangkok session. But with this, I would like to wrap up the session, and I would like to invite you to join me in the round of applause to the panelists. Thank you very much.
Thank you to Makoto-san and to all our panelists for being sharp We will proceed to the breakout groups now, which is the second session. Just to explain the breakout groups, so countries in the agenda that have been sent to you, the Article 5 countries have assigned groups. So you can please go to your group. I will show the the groupings after this. No, please go back. I have this. Please go back to the previous slide. Okay. Okay. I have it. I will control. So countries with more than one delegate, they can also be split into different groups if you want. And then non-states and the Article 2s who want to participate, you can choose which group you want to join. And then just to clarify, the coffee outside is only for group 1. The coffee for group 2 and 3 will be downstairs in between the theater and the Asia Pacific foyer in French, or foyer in English, or I don't know. So it's downstairs. So for group 1, you will stay here in this room, but your coffee will be outside. And group 1 will be facilitated by UNEP Ozone Action and assisted by IFL. And then group 2 will have UNIDO and the World Bank facilitating. And it's going to be in the Asia Pacific foyer. And then group 3, GIZ and UNDP at the theater, also on the ground floor. So that's again, the coffee here is for group 1, so please don't drink it all. It's downstairs for group 2 and 3. The countries that we had today, Kenya, Namibia, North Macedonia, and Vanuatu, they will each be distributed in the groups, so you can continue to also engage with the countries and their experience, and also share your own challenges, and we will document these and collate them and make them available as part of the report in the afternoon. So please enjoy. You have 1 hour for the breakout group. Please come back to this room at 11:15. So you have coffee break, and then go to your breakout group room, and then be back here by 11:15. Sorry. 15 minutes, but so 10 to 15 minutes of coffee, depends on how you take your coffee, and then go to your rooms.
Hi, group 2. Could you please follow me? It's the first floor, ground floor, Asia Pacific near theater. I will be now near the doors, so you can follow me. Thank you.
countries actually are not growing, like the non-states. He's here, just standing there. Win, die.
Okay, thank you, colleagues. So we will be beginning shortly in the next 1 minute. So if we can just find a seat nearby so we can have a lot of interactive discussions.
Makoto-san, we are waiting for you.
Okay, thank you. Good morning again, everyone, and thank you for being here. So in this session, I just wanted to make a disclaimer before I go in further with the presentation that what we'll be sharing today is in the context of UNEP Asia Pacific Office on the methodology that we have that we are planning to use under the National Inventory Project. And also, you've heard from the previous session about the experiences from the Vanuatu colleague. So I'll just keep it brief and focus on the key messages. One of the things that we've also seen from the previous discussions that we've had from the 4 countries is that they've outlined the different types of data that are needed and also the sources of data. What type of data is needed under the national inventory and how different will it be in terms of the national KIP that is currently being undertaken with some of the countries. Some countries have already completed the preparation stage and are now going on to the stage 1, while other countries are still in the preparation stage, trying to come up with a project proposal for the KIP stage 1. One of the things that we also can gather from the discussions in the morning is that we need to know the type of data that we need to collect, and also how do we get there? How do we get to collect those type of data? What are the sources of data? And one of the things that we can also talk about during this session is that not all the data can be collected directly. For example, we've heard from the presentations from the 4 countries is that they went to the extent of collecting data from the waste management authorities, from customs, and also from the private sectors. So we need to really work backwards, identify the outputs that we need, and then decide what inputs are possible for the national inventory. I'll just hand over to a colleague from Vanuatu. She will take us further to her first slide that she had presented during the previous session, just to deep dive into the data collection and what is anticipated for the national inventory.
Thank you, Vika. Good morning again, everyone. So as Vika mentioned, so I'll just briefly go through the flow chart that we have here as our methodology and approach that is used in Vanuatu for the national inventory of ODS or HFC banks. So, okay, so if you look here, so first we'll begin in the circle shape. So we have, for the ODS and HFC banks, what we look at is there are also two things. So we have what is remained in the equipment. So when we have the questionnaires given out to the interviewer, and then the interviewer, the consultant goes to technicians and other relevant stakeholders that relates to giving us the data that we need for the national inventory. So what we look at is how can we collect the data of what the three boxes here on the top that you can see, which is installation, maintenance, and end of life. So in terms of recovery, we look at all these three parts that are there. So when we collect data of, as maybe if you have heard during my presentation, I also mentioned that we also look at installation, not only end of life. So hence why there's installation, maintenance, and end of life. So some data are collected when we install the equipment, and then the others are during maintenance and end of life, hence why it is very important as well that we have a consultant that has a very good background and also understands what the questionnaires are asking, and make sure that the technicians or whoever that is giving information actually knows what they're talking about. So from there, once we get all this data, now we can decide whether they're reusable. So we have reusable, and then we also have if they're non-reusable. So if they're reusable, you can see here that we have, it is separated again in two. So the reusable one, we also have the ones that we can recycle, and then there's also ones that we can reclaim. And these ones that we can reclaim, we put them to the reclamation center. And if these the ones that are being recycled, then we resell them for use again. But as for reclamation, we do not have a reclamation facility in Vanuatu, so these ones are the ones that we are going to ship to the reclamation facility. Now, if we look at the non-reusable ones, so the non-reusable ones, we just we go straight to destruction and then to the destruction facility. Again, we do not have that, so that means that it has to be shipped away to the other countries who have destruction facilities and reclamation facilities as well. So from there, then we can now note what we have in the ODS bank, so we can put what is available for reusable, and also the ones that are being non-reusable, we can further move that away, and also, but we still note it under the ODS or HFC banks. Yes, so this, after we have all this data, then we can further do the analysis, which is how much quantity, like I've mentioned, there's three main analysis that we hope to achieve once it is completed, which is how much quantity of ODS or HFC in refrigeration, RAC, MAC is in Vanuatu, and then from the banks of ODS or HFC, how much can we recover, and then we also have, lastly, from these amounts that can be recovered, like I've mentioned, how much can be reusable through recycling and reclamation, and also non-reusable, which must be destroyed. So Briefly, that's the method that we used, but all these data have been collected through similar approaches as other countries have mentioned earlier in their presentations, which is through consultations with stakeholders, interviews, and once all of this is combined, then we separate it as such in the graph, the flowchart that you can see on the screen. Yes, I think that's all I can say for now. Thank you, Vika.
Thank you, Camilla. As I mentioned before, this is the model that the UNEP Asia Pacific office is using for the Pacific Island countries and also for the Southeast Asia region. And so on the next slide, maybe we'll go on to the next one, and then I'll just explain very briefly before we open up the floor for discussions. We also have a Mentimeter exercise where we have 3 questions for the audience, and where we can also generate questions and answers on that, based on that. So in terms of the UNEP Asia Pacific model, because I know that there are also other UNEP regional offices that also use their own methodology. So in terms of the Asia Pacific office, we have 2 data sets. You might have heard from Camilla in the presentation from the morning that data set A means that is the data that is available from the KIP preparation, where we have data from annual imports of REC and also MEC equipment by refrigerant and also by application until 2045. And then we also look at the installed number of equipment and also the end-of-life number. Apart from that, we also look into the inventory of the REC and MEC equipment by refrigerant and also by type of application until 2045. And here we also look at the servicing or the serviced number of equipment. In terms of set B, so for the countries that have already had data from KIP preparation, if you have that data already based on our methodology, then they will only need to focus on set B under the national inventory, which means that they will focus on collecting data on the recovery rate, quality of recovered substances, and reused or destruction rate, the information on existing practices, infrastructure, and current challenges for recovery, recycling, and reclamation and destruction, if any, which we know very well, in particular for LVCs, this might be a very challenging data to get, and also it might be non-existent. And also, of course, the existing policies, institutional frameworks, and stakeholder roles related to the management of substances, which means we look into the handling and recovery, recycling, reclamation, collection, transport, and disposal. And also, we look into both the new and used substances. So based on what Camilla from Vanuatu has already presented, and also in general, this is the model methodology used by the UNEP Asia Pacific office. So we would like to also state that, in terms of collecting data is quite hard. We've heard from the countries, the 4 countries that presented in the morning. In some countries might be asking, so how further back or how far back would you collect data? In our case, we looked at the historical import statistics. We worked with the countries to get historical import statistics going back to an average lifetime of the equipment, usually 5 to up to 10 years. And some might also ask why 2045, that is when, the obligations for Kigali Amendment. So we've done also based on the historical data and also foreseeing the future trends. One of the things that for the countries that are still doing collecting data, we do not look at the brands of the equipment. That will be very complex. So we only look at the different types of equipment. And now, maybe, I'm not sure if Makata-san would like to add some further discussions before we go on to the Mentimeter.
Thank you very much. As I mentioned in the end of the previous session, what we're aiming at is not the perfect inventory, but that this is for many of us, this is a first round of our actions. And I think it is important for us to capture like what are general structure of the inventory? What are general structure elements of our data collection exercise? So that's actually our real aim. So perhaps, and then you can bring with this nice, very short and clear instruction, but bring this into your national context. Well, think about your actual industrial association, refrigeration associations, or like a ministry. I know this guy in the ministries or those kind of things. That will probably make it, realistic. Make your action a little more realistic, and I think doable. Yeah, this is my suggestion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So we'll move on to the Mentimeter, and we'd request all the countries, or just to, if you can scan the code. Yeah, so we'll give you a minute to scan the code, and if you can just give a thumbs up. There's a thumbs up on the Mentimeter website where we'll know that you've already logged in. Yep. Okay, yes, the code is also up on the screen. Okay, so we have 10. Okay, everyone in now for the countries? Yeah, all good, so we can move on to the next. Okay, thank you. Yeah, you can, next one, yes. Yeah, next one. Okay, so in this slide, how do you feel, or you can describe, as a National Ozone Officer, what was your emotion at that time? How did you feel when you were conducting data collection under HPMP? Because I know some officers are new, so you might also just be experiencing KIP data collection, or if you've been there in the NOU for quite some time, what were some of your experiences in one word? Okay, so we have the first word, which is very challenging, difficult. Okay, so there are 30 people on the, okay, we have 4. Stressful, okay. Hard to get consultants. Resigned. So in terms of resigned, I'm not sure, is it the NOU who's resigned, or? Someone said, wow. Disappointed. Uncertain. OMG, okay. I haven't seen any positive word yet, so it seems. So why we are asking this question, because you'll be doing the same exact exercise under national inventory. Interesting, okay. Disappointed, lessons learned, extensive, necessary. Okay, time consuming, that is very true. So if you can see from, okay, we've had 17 out of 31 responses. And it is quite, this is what we, the responses that we get in almost every meeting that we go to. One of the, if you see that, one of the things that we also, it's very cross-cutting as well, is it's very difficult to get national consultants. So maybe can we ask one of the countries from the audience if you'd like to share your experience in terms of hiring, how difficult it was to hire the consultant at the national level, or to find one that is suitable for data collection. Anyone would like to share? Okay, yes, Timor-Leste.
Thank you, Vika. As a small island from state, then LDC, of course, at the back, at the country, we are very hard to find the right person to be a consultant to get to collect the data, because there is no any background related to RAC. There is a problem. Sometimes, you know, we need to help them, explain and talk to UNEP to help to formulate the report. If not, then the report will be not really good, actually, because they don't have a good background in RAC sector. There is a problem that we face in. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Anyone else wants to share the experience? Maybe not only in the difficulties in getting an expertise nationally, but also, the what we have up on the screen. Okay, yes, Leslie.
So I just want to break the silence a little bit. Good morning, colleagues, and pleasure to see so many of you. So maybe I can just add on Grenada's experience. I do agree that it has been extremely difficult as well to secure consultants for data collection. And it goes beyond the consultants with the data itself. But for us, I think what has posed the greatest challenge are the terms of reference of the consultancy. And to support my colleague who spoke moments ago, the experience in Montreal Protocol and RAC sector is what is the real challenge. So we find ourselves having to use the same consultants over and over because they are the only ones that have that prerequisite experience that is required. Other than that, you have to go outside of the country to get what they call an international consultant, which is not the preferred option for many of us. So I think those conditions that are set forth in the terms of reference, not the academic qualification merely, but the experience within Montreal Protocol and the RAC sector. So you might be a very good data collector or consultant, but without that experience, it does not pre-qualify you for the consultancy. And as a result of that, as I mentioned, we have to be just recycling the same consultants for KIPS, for HPMP, for almost everything we do within Montreal Protocol. Thank you.
Oh, yes.
I have a question for the countries because like on the data collection or anything related to projects, indeed we hear that finding experts is hard. I wanted to ask if any of the countries have had experience or tried to engage with universities, for example, that have engineering universities and then might have master's or PhD students or even young students also always looking for research topics that maybe could be deployed for research and data collection, because the Montreal Protocol is like a long convention or a long multilateral environmental agreement, and they could actually have a potential future for getting this capacity that is quite lacking in many countries. Yeah, so that if anyone has any.
Related to your explanation, I think related to the gentleman here, it is not about English or you are master or PhD. We had a bad experience in past. We hired person, he did a PhD in Australia, but his report is not really good. It is not about you are master or you are PhD or you are very good English, you are native speaker English. It's about technically. So this is a problem that we're facing. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Happy to be here. Thank you for the invitation. I'm Chantal Wellington, National Ozone Officer for Barbados. And just to add to my two colleagues, in terms of the question about universities, it's interesting. That was my thoughts before you intervened, Denise. Just to say that for one of our projects, we actually reached out to the university to invite them to submit a proposal for one of our projects. And what we found, this is part of our HPMP, is that in terms of the expertise, they didn't grasp the technical aspect of refrigeration and air conditioning. So for us, while they may be able to assist in terms of the writing, where there's a gap on the technician side, you might have to pair the technician with a writer. So we would encourage the technicians not only to submit the proposal as a singular person, but maybe as part of a team with someone who is more adept at writing. So the university aspect was also a consideration from the Barbados perspective. But that too, as my colleague said, there's a gap there in terms of the technical expertise in terms of refrigeration and air conditioning. In terms of the words in the word cloud, I was the one who put resigned because it was stressful, it was challenging, and then I just resigned myself to the fact that this is what we have to work with, and we just make the best of it. So that was my reasoning for putting resigned. Thank you, everybody.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Denise, for that question. For Vanuatu, yeah, in terms of data collection and using the university, I think we did that under HPMP. We engaged with the students from the University of the South Pacific, the branch campus that's in Vanuatu. And upon doing the data collection and everything, I think what was found out was that the data that was collected was not, there were some gaps in there. It was not really a good collection of data just because the students, as other colleagues from the countries have also mentioned, that they're not really experienced, and even though they have all these engineering backgrounds or data collection expertise, but in terms of this one, it's quite difficult to have them understand all of that. So, and they lack some, in the questionnaires, I think they lack some of the leading, like they just need to add some more leading questions that could have helped them in the data collection, but otherwise it wasn't really, it was a bit, there's a lot of gap, and we had to do more consultations to really get a qualitative data. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. I'm Mirza from Maldives. I just want to highlight that the Montreal Protocol, it's going to be 40 years, and we have been dealing with the data for almost 40 years, right? But every time when we want to come up with a good proposal, we have this difficulty. And we don't want anyone else resigning, right? So I think it's time that we have this data management system once for, for a good data management system, not a temporary one, a permanent one, whereby we just then put in the extra data that we need. So, well, for the HPMP also we struggled. And for the KIP also we are struggling, and even for this. So let's maybe, I don't know how to do this, but I think we shouldn't take this as this is just for the KIP or this is just for the ODS Bank one. Maybe to come up with a proposal where countries could have a good data management system. And then I think that is the first step. And after that only I think we should even start talking about the other project proposals even. Because this time, if we don't give focus for this, we will just do it just to address this, and then, okay, I'll just do this and then put the proposal, or I will just, and then later I will come up with a good date. So again, we will have someone else resigning. So let's not do that. And then maybe, I don't know how, is there any possibility that countries could come up or focus first on a data management system?
Thanks, Mirza. I think, yeah, well, like, I understand with the frustration. I think this is continuous frustration, because every time it feels like, well, we are starting from zero. It's not zero, but it's starting with something that we're going back to the start of the things. The thing is that for the data collection, I think the national ozone officers, well, you basically need to actually request things, and I mean domestically, so that the it's not that like a data is not automatically coming up. That's the thing. And also, like when we are asking like some ministries and also private sector colleagues, they will say like, okay, I can continue to cooperate with you, but based on what we are supposed to do this. So this is actually a continuous frustration from, I mean, within our side as well. It is probably a little bit too far away if I start talking about, for example, legislating something or some legal instruments or obligation things. But for private sector colleagues, well, data itself is kind of like within the private realm, so that they basically say, okay, I have nothing to, I mean, my data is nothing to do with you, legally speaking. But with my, voluntary contribution, I am actually giving data to you. So this continued in the last 14 years. I mean, for the government side, I think it's still, like government needs to, other ministry needs to cooperate with you, because for your government, not your department, your ministry is the one who is party to the Montreal Protocol. But your government as a whole has commitment for data collection. But still, if you can start thinking about something like permanent arrangement within your government and with your private sector. I know what this is quite big thing and quite challenging thing, but now you are talking about National Cooling Action Plan. We have two keys. One is for the greenhouse, the ODS and HFC bank inventory. The other one is like a planning. If you're thinking about like including something within the potential areas of action in your future plan, then you can start gradually. You can start addressing all this continued issue. And even if you are going to be your your government minister, your juniors will be having the similar problem in the next 25 years. So we need to be ready for this kind of things. Yeah, this is my humble suggestion.
Yes, please.
Thank you for the presentation. Eleni from the National Ozone Unit for Fiji. Speaking in regards to the challenges that I think most of our colleagues have stated in regards to the challenges of getting consultant in, because we have also faced the same similar issues in regards to getting consultants in, whereby we had to advertise 3 times and not being able to get consultant, and then trying to get the proposal to be done, but then it affects the process in getting proposals in and getting the best technical consultant that could analyze and also get data collected that will be able to assist a very good quality proposal that could assist us. So these are some of the challenges that we've faced, and it also affects the proposal that we have to submit in regards to our KEEP, which we are still in the process because of these issues. Naka.
Thank you very much. Yes, please.
I'm Tsering from Bhutan. I'm the National Ozone Officer for my country. And I think at this point, I don't have new things to add, similarly to what Miruza said, and then our friends from Barbados and Fiji. Bhutan's KIP has been delayed for over 2-3 years simply because we could not find a consultant to help us out with KIP. So we had to re-announce it several times, and then we had to approach our Bureau of Statistics whether they could do the survey for us, and they had too much in their hands, so even they refused to do that. And then finally we enlisted, like Denise's question, we enlisted a college to do it and help us, because, and this was purely because our national project officer studied in that college, and he requested his professors if they could do it, and if the students could do it for us. And now with the thing with universities is they can't work full time like a consultant. So now that's like dragged on for a year or more, because they have to work during their breaks, summer break or spring break. So it's still going on. Data is still being collected 1.5 years later, and they don't have now the time to write the report for us. So our proposal, we'll have to enlist an international consultant to do that, because the national consultants are simply not interested in writing a small proposal for a small amount. So I think it's similar with the other country. Yeah, thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. So we have an array of different experiences from the countries. Yes, please, Sri Lanka.
Yes, I want to add one point for the hiring of national consultant from the universities. Actually, Sri Lanka did a good job to submission of KIP, but under that, collection of data under the KIP, so actually we face a lot of problem. We hired a consultant from the university, from the reputed university in Sri Lanka, from the mechanical engineering department, directly from the mechanical engineering department. However, we found that when we were working with them, so sometimes they are not technically sound. That means that they don't know the applications of rack equipment, and they are not thinking about some other mechanism to collect the data. And that kind of challenges we had at that time. So actually we have supported a lot from our side. So sometimes maybe we have data gaps.
Thank you very much. So I think if we were to all share our experiences, we would need a full day to really share. And also, but we really appreciate all the inputs, because from your inputs, other countries can then also pick on what has worked, what can be also applicable in their country situations. Also, someone also mentioned the data collection itself was also challenging. Of course, it is also very time consuming. And the types of data. So some of the ozone offices, from our experiences, especially the new ones, they don't even know what is the starting point. Even when to start and how to start. So we really need to work with the countries. And also in terms of the what Maldives also raised about the data management system, of course, in the reports for your survey, those are also some of the things that you can also highlight, the needs of the country. So you can also, the reports are very flexible. You need to also highlight the challenges and the needs of the country, which is why it's important to reflect this in the country reports, because the country reports will then be also used, for the proposal for the countries. We don't have enough time left, so we'll move on to the next question. So if you can also just go back to Mentimeter. What are some of the, or what are the types of data that you plan to collect for the national inventory? So if you can quickly just provide input for this, please. Are you still on the, sorry, are you still on the Mentimeter? Do you need the code again? Ah, okay. You need the code again? Doesn't have to be complex answers. You can just, put in data from the type of data or the sources you can also include. Okay, so up on the screen we have e-waste refrigerants recovered, types of refrigerants stored, refrigerant quantities stored, and also the location of banks. Equipment, technology, gas type, gas condition. Okay, someone also mentioned about import data from customs, sales data from statistics, and also from industry associations. NOU importers, HCFC and HFC importers are reporting licenses. Okay, someone also mentioned hoping to validate data from KIP and build from there on equipment and gas along with waste management. Okay, so we've seen that it's been, I think the most common answer was the location of banks. So even to identify these banks is also one of the challenges. We've also experienced this from the countries that we are currently working with. On this note, I'm sorry, Greg, I'm going to put you on the spot from Australia. Maybe you can share some experiences from Australia in terms of the how do you go about with the ODS banks? Sorry, would it be possible to use one of the mics, please? Thank you.
Thanks for the question without notice. We've benefited from a few things for a long time. And so for me, before I get into what we do, I want to make the broader point that it's really useful to start collecting data, realize it's not going to be great, but you need to do it every year. And you need to do it as consistently as possible. And if you make changes, be careful about where you make changes, because it's the trend lines that really matter. And your data will get better year in and year out. So the first thing is, don't worry if it's not great, do it and keep doing it. And then think about everything you can collect. So we have had now, we're really lucky that for over 20 years, we have really good data on all of our imports. both in pre-charged equipment and in bulk refrigerant, which obviously is really important to understand what's in your bank, because you really need to know what's going into the bank. And while I realize that's not the focus of this, it's an important part of the picture and you don't want to forget it. Then it's really useful. We're very lucky in that the Australian government has for a long time invested in an annual report that provides, and some years it's quiet and they just do a sort of small update. It's called Cold Hard Facts. And in some years they do a much bigger update. And what that is it's really an attempt to estimate how much equipment is in each sector based on what's come in and what they increasingly know about how long equipment lasts and what's happening in each sector. There's certainly been changes over the history. We significantly underestimated, for example, the amount of commercial refrigeration. Our initial estimates had a really bad idea about walk-in cool rooms. We didn't think there were that many. There are tons more than they realized. But again, it's that. And the advantage about hiring the right consultant, which I agree is really hard and critically important, is if you can keep the same consultant. So one of my problems with hiring a university student, even a postgraduate one, is they may do it once or twice, but A, they have to get up to speed. And as we all know, for all of us, the R numbers are pretty straightforward. But until you've done this for at least a number of months, the difference between R404 and R410, until you know it, you don't really know it. So that's the other thing. But more importantly, I think the problem with using universities, at least without a central person in that university, is the capacity for trust to be built over time between the consultant and the key market players. Because as soon as that trust gets built, you'll have market players that will come and say, your number here is wrong. I know that's wrong, and this is why. And they'll start releasing that information and sharing their thoughts, which make a better estimate. So again, that's over time with people that trust. Sorry, that may have been a longer answer than you hoped for, but I hope it was useful.
Thank you very much, Greg, and apologize again for putting you on the spot, but thank you for the available input. Yes, go ahead, Leslie, please.
Yeah, thank you very much, Madam Convener. And I want to just reflect on 2 points I heard made today. One, in the initial intervention by the colleague from Vanuatu with the outline of the scheme for the collection, and in the recent intervention from Greg on the particular point of doing data collection on a regular basis. And I'm saying that because I heard earlier on, when we were looking at data set A and data set B, it was mentioned that if we have done the KIPS data, like recently, we can move into data set B using that KIP data. But I want to say that this industry is so dynamic that we can't afford to look at data that we collected maybe 2 years ago on the KIPS. For example, in my case, it's even more than 2 years, to want to use that data as current for this particular exercise. And so it is essential, and Greg made a point there that a good approach is to do data collection every year, even outside of a project, once we could find the financing to do it. Because that in itself can enhance the quality of the data. And I think everybody knows how important quality data is in terms of decision making. And it's crucial that we keep the data current. What we find in one instance, because we were using the same consultant, there's a tendency for them to use previous data without updating it and submit it for other projects. And that really throws the whole thing in a bad shape. So I think the regular update in the data collection process is very, very important. The other thing that I'd want to introduce, I think we need to look at an MRV system that can track this. Product databases is important. And we also need to put into the whole mix the introduction of the alternatives that can reduce the reliance on these HFCs and so on, and help us maybe to even better monitor and control as part of the LRM process. So I just wanted to offer those, that we must be very careful about the frequency of the data and not take for granted that previous data collected is good data, because of the dynamic nature of the industry and things are happening and changing so frequently. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. So I hope that even for the second part of the discussions that you've taken in some of the pointers made by those that had made the interventions, and also that it's quite important, like also from the points raised by Miruza from Maldives in terms of the permanent data management system. So this is, in a way, how you can get into that stage. It might not be perfect, as we had from our colleagues from Australia, but you need to, start somewhere and also update the data on an annual basis. So we'll just move on to the very last and just give 1 minute to everyone on what are some of the challenges that you might expect during the data collection for national inventory. Okay. Okay, one of the countries has already mentioned no historical data, which is also one of the common challenges that we've also found with some of the countries that we've worked with. Lack of awareness. Resistance from stakeholders. From our experiences with the countries that we work with, some of the stakeholders, because it is the same, grouping of stakeholders. So you go to them during CFC, HCFC, and then you HPMP, and then you have the data survey under KIPS, and now you're going back to them for the inventory. I'm not sure, so we've had some feedbacks from countries where they've had resistance from stakeholders. And also some are complaining about, we already gave you data, why do you need, or, what kind of, how does this survey differ from the previous survey, that was done? Okay, stakeholders not willing to participate. Okay, we also have an input of convincing people that this is not a burden, but an opportunity. Okay, recruitment of consultant, of course, repeated data collection. So from what we can see from the screen is, I think the most common one is the repeated data collection, the resistance from stakeholders, lack of cooperation, and of course, lack of data. I'm not sure for the other countries, but do you also experience, if one of the former ozone officers, they have resigned, they leave you with nothing, no, that's also a challenge for the ozone officers, where you have no, proper transitioning, to the new officers. So there's quite a gap, and you need to start from scratch and really do research. So that is where all the implementing agencies, we are here to help you in terms of, because we do have some historical data, not really the perfect one, because during the surveys we don't get the raw data, we only get, the data analysis in a pack where we come back and forth with the countries. So please do not hesitate to also reach out to the implementing agencies on this regard. I think we've gone over 1 minute of our time, but we've seen, and I hope that from this session that you've really taken in some of the key pointers that can help you as an ozone officer during the implementation or in preparation for the data collection for national inventory. Any last intervention before we close? Oh, yes, please.
Thank you for the floor. I'm Aline from Rwanda. Thank you for recalling that point of institutional change of ozone officers. Actually, this happened also in my institution. We have what we call restructuring, and as you know, institutions keep on being upgraded, and people are changing positions. But I would suggest maybe for the Ozone Secretariat to assist in keeping data in their system, because some of the comments we also got in the KIP was these data are from what you have supplied in the MLF or this kind of things. This is related to the proper handover from one officer to another one, which has to be done, of course, from ourselves. But I think also if something have been submitted maybe in 2 years back, it would be good to retrieve the same data in the system, in the Ozone Secretariat system, though ozone officers has also the responsibility to keep a proper data management system. So it's also a challenge, and also on the consultants also, we still have the same issue. For us, we do not have experts in that domain, apart from people who have chemistry background for the Kigali Amendment and the other conventions. We are just in a running process in this aspect as far as consultants are concerned. Yeah, I think this is what I can share with you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think today this is a very good opportunity for us to share our challenges and agony of and continued persistent difficulties. But I want to quote a very good intervention by Greg Picker that it looks like, just, you are processing piles of data, or you're calling around colleagues within your government or industries. And some people may say no, or some people are not really doing proactive way. But if you spend some time, I think you can start looking at something, very interesting trends, like a time horizon way. And I think some partners within and outside of the Montreal Protocol, well, people see, well, this is a very valuable thing. And I think you are positioned in a very important area of your work. I think we should encourage each other, and also we can start maybe like enhancing or even streamlining our work. But I think I am very hopeful that you have done this, because you have done this so much, and some of your colleagues have already started, new phase of action and upgraded ones. And I think we can do this, somehow. And we continue to be with you, and I think the Ozone Secretariat continues to work with you. But today, I think this discussion is very valuable in terms that, well, our homework is ahead of us, but also some other opportunities are also ahead of us. So this is my final comment to conclude for this event. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, everyone, for your participation. Very interactive, and also, we have one final. Yes, Tuvalu.
Thank you, Rika. I just want to share a challenge and a lesson learned from Tuvalu. So the challenge that we face during CAPE, we have very poor data records. So for, our lesson learned, like for the national inventory, because if the people who, the consultant who will be carrying out the questionnaires, maybe instead of just writing the answers that is provided from the importers or technicians, but also ask for documents from them just to provide proof of what they are telling you or what is what being written down in the questionnaires, and yeah, to survey. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, Tuvalu. So with that, thank you very much, everyone. And let's just give a hand of applause to all of us for the very informative session. Thank you.
Okay, settle down, everybody. I know it's exciting to see friends and chat about life, but we should go on so that we can finish on time. So I hope everyone had a very nice exchange, not too depressing, but you know, finding maybe it's nice. No, if you have difficulties, if you find someone else having the same, it's you feel a little bit better. But yeah, we are in the same boat or in the same storm in different boats. That's what I read on social media. Okay, so in the morning, okay, I'll wait for one more minute to have everyone seated. So there are still spaces in front. So for the countries, we really encourage you to sit closer to the front. The people that sit in front will go to heaven, is the belief in some countries. Okay. Okay. So that concludes part one of our day. So part one is focusing on the inventories. And now we will move to part two, which is on the national action plans to address the ODS and HFC banks. So we will open our next part with a presentation on the criteria for the development of the national plans and timeline. So what is actually needed for the national plans that we are also going to prepare as part of the inventories. And we are fortunate to have with us this morning the Senior Program Officer from the Multilateral Fund Secretariat. We know him very well, Iko San Martini. Please come forward. Let's give him a round of applause, everyone.
Thank you so much, Denise. Thank you very much to the CCAC for this kind invitation. And thank you in particular also. I had the pleasure of listening to all Article 5 countries raising questions, concerns, and challenges. So that was very helpful. Thank you. So the Multilateral Fund has long supported elements associated with life cycle refrigerant management. And specifically, the Multilateral Fund has promoted good servicing practices. You all are very familiar with this. This is everything from training and certification, support to training institutions, training on the safe handling of flammable and high pressure refrigerants. The Multilateral Fund has also supported infrastructure for refrigerant containment. So supported the establishment of recovery, recycling, and where relevant, reclaiming infrastructure, provision of tools to rack technicians, and leakage prevention projects. And then the Multilateral Fund has also supported the strengthening of policy and regulatory frameworks, which are necessary to really use those first two elements. And so all these things have really been associated with the actual use of the refrigerant. And so when I said before that the Multilateral Fund has supported, let's go back, elements of life cycle refrigerant management, this is accurate. But maybe a more full description would be to say that the Multilateral Fund has supported many, but not all, elements of life cycle refrigerant management. So the Multilateral Fund has provided some support, limited, for disposal of controlled substances. So previously, the Executive Committee approved a limited number of ODS pilot disposal projects. However, this Multilateral Fund has not so far provided funding for the disposal of the actual equipment that contained the end of life, that contained the refrigerants. And so there may be a need to link to the country's waste management policies and regulations. The Multilateral Fund hasn't yet provided support specifically for the design so in the design stage of your equipment to minimize leaks and maximize refrigerant containment, or for things like tools for predictive maintenance. So as everyone here knows, the Multilateral Fund under Decision 9166 provided funding so far to 100 Article 5 countries for the development of an inventory of banks. Thank you all for and the development of a plan for the disposal, transport disposal of such substances. And so far, the funding has been about $9.4 million, and those projects are expected to be completed between June of 2025, so just now, a few, as through December of 2027. That is what has been approved so far. And we'll talk quite a bit more about those. And so the question now is, now that countries have developed these plans, what happens next? Because $9.4 million for 100 countries is a good place to start, but the question now is, so what happens next? Just to give a little background in terms of relevant decisions, under Decision 28.2, the parties request, paragraph 24, the parties requested the Executive Committee to consider funding the cost-effective management of stockpiles of used or unwanted controlled substances, hence the genesis of Decision 9166. And under Decision 35.11, in paragraph 4, the parties requested the Executive Committee to consider providing a window of funding for countries who have completed their national inventories and plans in accordance with Executive Committee Decision 9166 to support the implementation of those plans. In addition to, so prior to Decision 9166, the Executive Committee also took Decision 9049B, and this provided flexibility for those Article 5 countries that wished to undertake activities related to the environmentally sound management of used or unwanted controlled substances to do so in the context of their HPMPs or KIPs. However, no additional funding was provided for that, so it was as part of the funding, eligible funding under KIPs or HPMPs. Everyone here is familiar with Decision 9166, so I won't go into that. And then in line with Decision 3511, the Executive Committee took Decision 93104 that requested the Secretariat to prepare for the consideration of the Executive Committee at its 97th meeting, which is taking place in December of this year, a document providing an overview of the TEEP's excellent report, the workshop on LRM organized by the Ozone Secretariat previously, and critically, the status of implementation of outcomes of the projects that you are undertaking under Decision 9166. And again, I'll talk a little bit more about that in a sec. So some ideas that we wanted to suggest for your consideration at this time. So one is in the pilot projects that were previously approved, that was those were one-off projects. By having a more comprehensive approach to life cycle refrigerant management, that can actually provide a steady stream of unwanted controlled substances to make this whole process sustainable. There may be a need to link the management of banks with activities that you're already undertaking under HPMPs and KIPs, again, to ensure a steady stream of those substances. There may also be opportunities to explore early retirement of equipment that is close to the end of its life, for example, that is energy inefficient. There may be also opportunities to explore the management of banks with existing waste management regulations, or if you do not have such regulations, to put them in place. And in that context, and one of the things that we heard also in the, at least in the breakout group that I was, sometimes the equipment actually has some value in and of itself. So opportunities to make use of the inherent value of that end-of-life equipment. We've heard earlier today quite a bit also about extended producer responsibility schemes. And I'll just highlight here, we put here extended producer, but also retailer responsibility. And that's to recognize also that there are many countries here that do not have any manufacturing. And so for those countries who do not have manufacturing, there's an opportunity for the retailers or the distributors to, in fact, engage in extended producer responsibility schemes. Local or regional partners can be key. We know that not every country has destruction facilities, so there may be regional approaches that might be possible, and it looks like I have to hurry up. I would urge also countries, if they have the opportunity to do so, to consider the inventory that you are developing now not as a one-off exercise, but as something that you can continually update, so you have a better understanding both of the banks in your country as well as opportunities to manage those banks. And then if I could make a plea here, which is the executive committee at the 97th meeting will consider the document from the, prepared by the Secretariat with the aim of considering a funding window to implement the plans that you are developing. And so the more progress that is made in implementing those projects, the better informed the executive committee can be in its consideration of that matter. And I think my time is running a little tight, so I won't go through these all, but just to highlight, so we have sent a request to your bilateral and implementing agencies to gather information so that we can draft this document. And to give you an example of some of the questions that we thought might be relevant. So has consideration been given into how an inventory might be maintained? Are the recovery, recycling, and where relevant, reclamation operations economically sustainable? And if not, why not? One question that we have heard a number of times in talking to experts is the importance of ensuring both the identity of the refrigerants and also their quality or purity. Do you have destruction facilities in your country, or have you previously had experience exporting waste controlled substances? And if so, how did you do so in line with any requirements of the Basel Convention? And maybe I'll just jump to the penultimate bullet there, which is, so what are the key lessons from the implementation of your projects? We'd really like to hear that, and to identify any challenges in the implementation of the plan, so the executive committee can consider those challenges when it considers the possibility of a funding window at the 97th meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Iko. I'm sure you're all wondering, can we get a slide? Yes, you will get the slides after, so don't worry, because I think those questions raised by Iko are really, really important, and should be maybe pasted in the beside your bedroom, in your bed, so you can dream about it at night. Okay, our next session is a very, very exciting session. We have around 90 minutes for it, and UNIDO is our lead organizer for this session. We're going to discuss recycling, reclamation, and destruction. And so Yunrui, who is the Industrial Development Officer of UNIDO, will be our moderator and give us, the overview.
Thank you very much, Dennis. Yeah. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to our section on refrigerant reclamation and destruction. This is a truly critical component of our shop on the life cycle refrigerant management. My name is Yunri Zhou, and the Industrial Development Officer from the Metropolitan Unit of UNIDO. I'm so happy and great pleasure to be your moderator for this insightful section. Refrigerant reclamation and destruction are very crucial because they serve as their final frontier in our collective efforts to prevent refrigerant from being released to the air. So in this section, you can see from our agenda, firstly, we will have an overview on the reclamation and the destruction from the GIZ. And then we have the case studies from from Japan, Mexico, Togo, and the private sector. And then finally, we will also have very interactive panel discussion, and we will further discuss the challenging faced in the country and also the potential solutions for the reclamation and final destruction. I'm confident that by the end of this section, you will gain a much deeper understanding of the refrigerant reclamation and the destruction technologies. And also you will have a better understanding what the challenging faced in the Article 5 countries regarding the reclamation and the final destruction. Most importantly, we also explore the practical solution. So let's directly go to the agenda. And firstly, please allow me to invite the first speaker, Ms. Gangchuan Glassbrenner, Program Manager, GIZ Pro Klima International. Gutram have more than 30 years of professional experience in a wide range of the environmental policy issues. Since October 2025, he has been a leading Pro Klima, a cluster of currently 10 projects with their volume of around 87 million euro, operating in over 30 countries. Gutram, now you have 10 minutes and the floor with you.
Thank you, Yunrui. I'm very happy to be able to give you a quick presentation about the reclamation and destruction technologies and some observations from our part. Now, let me see how to start the presentation.
Thank you.
No, that's already the first. Okay. Well, first let me quickly introduce again COPA. I think a lot of you know already COPA, but yeah, I think it would be also good to have a quick recap. The Climate and Ozone Protection Alliance was initiated 2021 by the German Federal Ministry for Economic Affairs and Climate Action. And it's a member-driven coalition of organizations and countries to accelerate the global shift to sustainable refrigerant management. Today, COPA has 80 members that commit to work on sustainable end-of-life management of ODS and HFCs, and COPA is open and welcomes all countries and entities. So also if you have further information, please contact us, and we are very much looking forward to include your information also in our data. So yes, presently we have about 63 reclaimers in the United States. and more than 5,500 tons of refrigerant reclaimed in 2021, just as a few examples. In the European Union, the reclaimed gas is about 11% of the total production and 3% of total consumption. Another example from Chile, 31 tons of R22 and 0.6 tons of R134. So you see also in the graph the figures for the consumption and production. So what kind of reclamation technologies are available? What are the pros and cons of the technologies? Well, first, the distillation process, basically the refrigerant is heated up to boiling temperatures to separate it from oils, humidity, non-condensable gases, particles, and other impurities. The advantage is certainly it's a quite simple process that's also rather fast. The cost of equipment is quite low in comparison to the other available technologies, and there's a commercially available technology. Unfortunately, it's not very effective or not effective at all for plants since the plants have similar boiling points. So it's not really possible to differentiate the different components. And also compressor is quite often needed. The next technology is adsorption. Adsorption can use different materials as an adsorption. It also needs membranes, and often it's based on activated carbon to capture the different gases and separate them from impurities. Again, positive about it is quite cost effective. It requires only one step, and the costs depend on the material used. Usually activated carbon is quite cost effective. However, the technology is, the design is only for one type of refrigerant, and material loses adsorption capacity over time, so it also needs to be renewed and reviewed on a continuous basis. Then the last technology quickly presented here is the subcooling. So basically, the refrigerant is condensed and kept in a liquid state. And the gas is filtered using coalescent filters and other types of microfilters. And the microcompressor is used to capture the non-condensable condensable impurities. Well, the technology is easy to set up for the reclamation of different gases. There's a low risk of leakage as the refrigerant is in liquid state. And one can work with small amounts of refrigerant. However, it's the most expensive approach, basically also to high energy consumption. And again, it's also questionable for plants. So the conclusions about for the reclamation is, quite evident, promote stakeholder engagement and end-of-life management, appeal to the environment obligation of the end users. I'm personally not that optimistic about that aspect because I think if there is not a business case, you can appeal to the environmental consciousness, but it won't help a lot. I think what is very important is that the reclamation center is, the business of the reclamation center is also concentrated on different activities to create a strong business model. There has to be a business model, engage with government institutions, universities, building a network with servicing companies and other stakeholders to promote best practices. And I think the basis, the fundament is really that to ensure that there is enough ODS HFCs available before setting up the reclamation center. And I think also very important is that regulations are in place to reduce the amount of virgin refrigerant, to that the costs increase for the remaining materials, so the economic viability is ensured. At the moment, there are about, at our knowledge, there are about 172 destruction facilities worldwide, most of them are in Japan, some in 10, 12 in Italy, 11 in the United States, and Germany 7. And there is a list of the destruction facilities based in our GOPA file. And you have the link also then in the documentation, certainly. So coming to the destruction of ozone-depleting substances in HFCs, I think from the time perspective, I cannot go into all the details, but well, I think quite easy available technology are cement kilns. They are basically in most of the countries available. Also municipal solid waste incineration, rotary kiln incineration, and the argon plasma arc. We have also here put up the advantages and the disadvantages. Yeah, you can have a look at it. I think the argon plasma arc, it's quite interesting from the environmental point of view. It has very low emissions. Unfortunately, it's quite costly, and it's also from the availability point of view, it's also quite complicated. But that's maybe the high-end solution, the solution which usually are quite well available in the country are cement kilns and the municipal solid waste incinerations, where you have certainly to ensure that there is a very good emission control, that the gases or the liquids put into the incineration are really also destructed. Here is again a short summary about the technologies and yeah, a very rough first glance overview on the accessibility, the degree of operational complexity, building and adjustment costs, and the destruction costs. And you see that we tried also to calculate the costs. You see that they are in a range from non-Article 5 countries from $1.9 up to $29.8. So the range is really big, and I think it's very crucial that you try to calculate in the country what is the most cost-effective solution, and also to calculate the total costs. So again, here a quick summary on the recommendations, observations on the destruction. So as I already said, a detailed analysis of the costs of construction is certainly necessary, and the technologies used, they need to be tested. They need to be verified that they are really doing their job. So the testing and emission control is also very, very crucial. I think it's also very obvious from the presentation so far that a single technology is not really that readily available, or is very expensive. So the facility should also be able to destroy other wastes, so that also the cost can be reduced. The question is also how to again, this question of how to collect the ODS and HFCs and to bring it to the destruction. EPR, also the environmental responsibility of companies, and not only of producers, but also of the, as we heard before from Rico, the importers of goods should be also held responsible. And for that also legislation is necessary. EPR is one approach to ensure also the financial viability. There are some examples available on EPR, but well, EPR, to set up a working EPR system also takes time, and it's rather complicated, but it's certainly one possibility. One possibility is also to finance it with carbon credits, but then you need to know what you are actually destroying. So you need to have very good data and yeah, a very good analysis of the substances. So thanks a lot. That was for my part.
Thank you very much, Guchen, for your excellent overview on the different reclamation and the destruction technologies. It sets a crucial foundation for our discussion today. We will open the floor for questions for all of you at the end of this section. So now let's go to the experience from the countries and private sector. I would like to invite our second speaker, Mr. Makoto Kato. Mr. Makoto is a board member, oversees Environment Cooperation Center, Japan. Makoto-san is heading the initiative on fluorocarbon life cycle management funded by Japan. He's also a co-lead of the Cooling Hub of the Climate and Clear Air Coalition, CCAC, accelerating efforts to mainstream life cycle refrigerant management action. He's also co-author of many publications, including the resource book for life cycle management of the fluorocarbons good practice portfolio for policymakers. Makoto-san, the floor with you, and also it will be fantastic if you could give a presentation in 8 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Yunroi. Good morning, good afternoon. I am Makoto. I am speaking to Japan's domestic experiences and international cooperation with developing country partners. The next slide, please. Okay. Thank you. So, to some of you, you have seen this slide, but we have sort of like a 20 years history of refrigerants management, well, including the life cycle management. We do have refrigerants producers and also equipment producers, so that the life cycle starts. Our legal system starts with the regulation of the producers and also the equipment manufacturers. But for many countries' cases, for those who are importing cooling equipment and refrigerants, well, you can start with your right-hand side part, the users. So Japanese government obliges users of equipment with large volume. They are obliged to keep logbook and also reports of refrigerants leakage, and also proper management. Well, that's actually the norm. And also in case of the building management, usually the large building, when they are demolished, then we need to be double check whether refrigerants are properly recovered. And also we have registered fluorocarbons filling and recovery operators, and also like reclamation and destruction operators. So that these are the set of the legal instruments. And also what is very important is that rather than suggesting like, okay, you should start with legislating, but you probably need to see set of guidelines and also like standards, specifications that are very important when you are organizing and when you are implementing life cycle refrigerant management, including reclamation and destruction. Previous speaker actually, yeah, thank you very much for the introduction. I think you see like okay, well, my friend said 80 destruction site. I think it's a little bit, I should have mentioned, well, this is destruction, 56 represent destruction businesses, which includes approximately 80 destruction facilities. So sorry for the little bit confusing dimension. But we have like recovery operators, approximately 52,000 businesses. And also when it comes to the reclamation businesses, like 41 reclamation businesses. What is important here is that, well, those who are engaged in recycling or waste management work, well, they are actually well paid on their commercial basis. So that this is not something like we are subsidizing. Well, of course, well, there are some incentives for the first introduction. But the thing is that, well, like these people are well paid, recognized in the society, and also very much respected in their businesses. And well, this is more about the green job creation in our country. And also in your country, perhaps, well, you can think about, well, this is huge incomes for them, a huge industry. And also, we are actually doing something similar, replicating our activities in our partner countries. Well, this is a case of Cambodia. In the past 3 or 4 years, well, we have been working together with the Cambodian government, and we started with the development of guidelines, not in English. Of course, we have English version, but we have local experts participating in this process, and they have actually developed their Cambodian version of this guidelines, so that we didn't like cut and paste the Japanese experience, but rather, well, this has been locally contextualized. And also using those locally contextualized guidelines, specifications, well, we actually conducted sort of training with the technicians. But now, what's very exciting is that, well, the Cambodian colleagues, partly motivated by their fast runner, the Vietnamese government. Well, in Vietnam, we have also a separate cooperation project in legislation and guidelines development, specification development, as well as infrastructure introduction. Cambodian colleagues, following to the Vietnamese experience and Japanese experience, well, they are started for the development of this kind of like a legal system. Again, but the law is just the instrument, so that it's not necessarily in the forms of law, but you can start thinking about some specific framework or policy arrangement wherein parties for different stakeholders can play. So this is our recent experience that I want to share with you at this time, and please join us for the IFL. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Makoto-san, for sharing those valuable insights from Japan's experience, as well as their close collaboration with the other Article 5 countries. It's very helpful for us. And for the reclamation and the destruction, the private sector also played a key roles in the final destruction of the ODS. So today we are so happy also invite Ms. Alvira Nigido, Group Sustainability Compliance Manager, AGAS, for this section. Alvira has 3 decades of industry experience in recovery, reclamation, and destruction technologies associated with the responsible management of the refrigerant and the fire protection gas controlled by the Montreal Protocol. As a Group Sustainability Compliance Manager for AGAS International, Alvira is a strong and passionate advocate of the life cycle management as a means of the further strengthening refrigerant circularity and their transition to the low GWP alternatives. The floor with you. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Yep, it's afternoon. My name's Alvira Nigido, and thank you for the invitation to present today. This morning's slides that you'll see in a minute basically demonstrate AGAS's ability to enable LRM efforts on the ground. So it's very much sharing our expertise in implementing practical LRM. So just as an overview, AGAS has been involved in LRM over the last 30 years. We have worked and engaged closely with customers in various segments, engaged and worked closely with various regulators around the world, and both from a voluntary and compliance market perspective, carbon financing, so we've been working in that space as well, and also working with various NGOs in helping to promote LRM efforts. So essentially targeting all stakeholders involved in the LRM circle. You'll see in my little slide there, we've got the various aspects of LRM that AGAS implements. We're a supplier of gas, both virgin and reclaimed. Obviously, that gas gets used in the market in various capacities, in different equipment. At equipment end of life, or even during service and maintenance, or in some instances where it's been stockpiled, AGAS actually has methods to recover that gas. Upon recovery, we as an organisation have invested heavily in advanced reclamation technologies and destruction. So we have means of creating value in that recovered product through our reclamation capabilities. And as a last resort, we actually utilise destruction technology to destroy the gas and monetise the destruction through the creation of carbon credits. And in some instances, organisations will work with us to actually voluntarily destroy some stockpiled gases that they may have independent of carbon markets. I'd like to make the point, before I proceed, around reclamation. One thing that's really important is that we need to differentiate between recycling of product and reclamation of product. Recycling of product is essentially cleaning it, basic cleaning, and reintroducing it back into the equipment that it came from. At AGAS, we take reclamation very seriously. It's one of the core aspects of our business. When we're recovering gas, our advanced reclamation capability, which is around fractional distillation of that product, enables us to separate the components. So we're really good at multi-component mixes, separating those components, and if necessary, blending some of those components to return the refrigerant that was once used into a very valuable and sellable product. We return the product back to AHRI specification. Now that's the quality grade that is equivalent to newly manufactured product. So I just wanted to differentiate between recycled product versus reclaimed product. The next couple of slides, I'll touch on a couple of examples where AGAS has used a number of models and approaches to essentially get gas. And that's sort of the motto or the words that we use within my organisation about obtaining gas so that we can turn what could potentially be a liability into an asset. So depending on market maturity and where we're located around the world, we know that in some regions, for example, the US, in Europe, South Africa, for example, we can adopt what we call our rapid recovery models, where we've got networks of vehicles with trained technicians, with suitable equipment on board, where we can go either direct to customer to obtain the gas out of equipment, or we can offer cylinders in an exchange program where empty cylinders are delivered to the customer site or through the wholesale network. Those cylinders can get filled and returned back to us. By returning the gas back to us, we've got means to reclaim it. So we're giving that gas lots of value. The incentive to that contractor or that technician that we're taking the gas from is the buyback or the financial return that they will obtain as a result of relinquishing that waste to AGAS. So in these models, those contractors are not out of pocket. In fact, they make money from handing over that waste gas to us. Last year there was the hurricane in the US, Hurricane Helene. Unfortunately, that left a lot of devastation. One of the things that our rapid team was able to do was to respond to a situation whereby a large organisation had quite a large holding of refrigerant in equipment that was affected by the hurricane. And to do the right thing, this company contacted us. Our rapid team was deployed very quickly. We recovered that gas and prevented its ultimate potential for emission. With respect to A5s, obviously the situation is a little different to those more mature markets that we operate in. So the example that I'd like to talk to this morning is around a job that we did for the island of Mauritius. We were connected through GIZ to our peers in Mauritius. They had a need to offload some refrigerant. Obviously, in their country, they didn't have means to do any reclamation or destruction. So through our AGAS South African operation, we were able to deploy cylinders. We were able to deploy some recovery equipment. We then consolidated that gas. We enabled the permitting to occur. So working closely with our Mauritian counterparts, we made sure that we had all the right transboundary permits in place to enable the gas to come to our operations in South Africa. Had we not been there to help and support them in that way, the outcome of that gas was potentially to be vented. So we've actually prevented that emission, and we've been able to do something with that recovered product. Another example where we've partnered with local recovery agents are through e-waste recyclers. So in Kenya, in Hong Kong, we've partnered with e-waste providers. We've supplied them with cylinders. We've supplied them with some recovery equipment. So when they are degassing their air conditioning units, there's an actual outlet for the gas. And the outlet is to contain it in the cylinders and for AGAS to collect that gas from them. I'd like to just stress the importance of having that post-recovery option to do something with the gas. If that doesn't exist, then recovery is fruitless. If we don't have an outlet or a means to deal with that collected gas, unfortunately, one of the outcomes could be to vent. Once a contractor runs out of containment, what are their options? So having an outlet to dispose of that waste stream is really important in helping to incentivise that collection. So through these e-waste organisations, we have an arrangement whereby for all the kilograms of gas that they collect from their decommissioning activities at their scrap yards, we actually pay them for that gas. And we help facilitate the transboundary movement of that gas that's been collected to an AGAS facility, whereby we can then do something with it. We can reclaim it and give it value to then resupply back into the market to where it's needed. And that might not even be in the original country that it came from. That actually might be by exporting to another country where they have a need and a demand for that gas. And again, the beauty of being able to reclaim using advanced reclamation is that we have in-house laboratories that can test the quality of the gas prior to the reclamation process, so we can understand what exactly we're looking at and the composition, which then determines the amount of processing that gas may require. And then once that gas has been processed, how successful was that process? Does that reclaimed product meet specification? What are the oil levels like? What are the purities like? Is the composition right for that particular blend? So our in-house laboratories can actually do all that full testing. We've got the equipment, we've got the GCs, we've got the moisture titrators, we've obviously got qualified, competent lab people that work for us that can produce those tests and create certificates of analysis that accompany the reclaimed gas that we supply. Looking at a case study in Europe, obviously not A5-centric, but we work with OEMs. In this instance, we partnered with them to recover gases out of specific equipment. Again, we were able to reclaim those at our operations in the EU and then resupply back to that OEM. Singapore, another good example where we work with chillers and companies that obviously have chillers. Our Singaporean operations actually has a chiller maintenance component to it. So when we're going out there servicing these chillers, we can very much recover any gas that needs to be recovered, return that gas back to our operations, clean it up and resupply. And if necessary, we can actually direct that reclaimed gas outside of Singapore to, again, where it's needed most. And just to demonstrate some of the destruction capabilities that we have. So at AGAS, we own the pyroplas or the argon plasma arc technology. We've actually got 2 units at our operations in the US. However, when we're looking for gases for destruction, because not all gases can be reclaimed. Legacy gases like CFCs, for example, they were phased out many years ago. However, we still find them. And obviously CFCs are not only global warming, they're very ozone depleting. So when we can find sources of those legacy gases, the best environmental outcome is to destroy them. So you're avoiding any future emission. So we've done various projects around the world. We had a project in Africa where we attended a mine that was decommissioning its facilities. They had a whole heap of R11 or CFC11 at the mine that they needed to recover for responsible disposal. We were able to go in there, get that gas, consolidate and destroy, and by doing that, we created carbon credits, and with the sale of those carbon credits, we can reinvest in other projects, and from a win-win opportunity, those credits can also be used to offset some South African tax implications under their system. And looking at another project that we did in the US last year, involved the destruction of some R22. In this instance, it was voluntary. REN had product that they asked us to destroy for them. We destroyed their product, we turned them into credits, and then REN was able to, through their subscribers, show that they did the responsible thing by destroying that R22. So what we're trying to really do here is very multi-pronged. It's definitely not a one-size-fits-all. Recovery is only one aspect of LRM. If we don't have means to access the gas, to containerise it safely, to transport it to where it can be recovered for reclamation or destruction, we're going to face a lot of challenges. Obviously this morning, we've heard speakers talk about their challenges. We're here in a private sector capacity to help and promote the enabling to ultimately prevent emissions should our presence and our efforts, if they weren't there, that's what would essentially happen. We've got the capacity and the scale to make things happen. We've got the expertise, and we know that we have to work together with the public sector to get the best outcome. I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alvira, for your valuable experience from AGAS. I think the business model you offered here not only technically feasible, but also economically profitable. This is very important message for us. And also now, please allow me to invite our fourth distinguished speaker, Mr. Sergio Merino, National Law Officer from Mexico. You can see that from the previous three presentations, there are valuable techniques technologies for the reclamation and the destruction in the Article 2 countries. But at the same time, many Article 5 countries also spent a lot of efforts for the reclamation and the destruction. Thank you. We will share with you some experience from Mexico and Togo today. Thank you. Now, floor with you.
Thank you, Yuri. Thank you to UNIDO for the invitation. I'm going to try to be very fast with my slides so that we have a good time for the panel discussion. So I'm going to share the destruction experience in Mexico, mainly coming out of a project funded by MLF. But let me start by providing you with a background of where the need to implement a project was coming from. And basically, it comes out of a program for the replacement of household appliances, commonly known as Change Your Old One for a New One, from 2009 to 2012, which made it possible for the creation of our network for the replacement of those appliances for newer devices with higher energy efficiency. So at the height of the program, there were 104 collection and scrapping centers, and 10 RRR centers. On the right side of the slide, there are the numbers. There were two trusts behind the program, which made it possible for the replacement of 1.6 million refrigerators, 200,000 AC units. So that's where we were. And of course, that generated different refrigerants from the replaced devices, but not only refrigerants, but also materials, and that's something that we have already been hearing about in terms of looking at it not only in terms of the management of the refrigerants, but all the other materials coming out of the replacement of these devices. But in terms of the refrigerants coming out of the program, there were close to 15 tons of R12, 32.5 tons of R22, and 22.4 tons of R134A. So here we are. In 2011, according to Decision 6328, a project was approved by MLF for the destruction. It was a demonstration project for the destruction of ODS, with preliminary activities implemented between 2011 and 2013. And of course, an initial challenge for the implementation was the difficulty to consolidate ODS banks, as HARP centers were not recovering predicted amounts of waste refrigerant. So some of the preliminary activities involved in the project was the training and recovery equipment endowment to collection and scrapping centers, the design of MRB systems, organization of awareness workshops, execution of ODS destruction pilot tests, and something very important was the licensing approval process for destruction by Mexican companies. So there were three main stages for the project. The first one began in 2014, and the first approach was to export existing ODS banks to the US for disposal, as no authorized facilities were available at the time in Mexico, but handling and export costs were higher than expected. Nevertheless, one good thing coming out of this stage was that the first ODS banks were consolidated. So then in March 2014, there came the second stage of the project, when Quimobásicos, which was already mentioned by Guntram, obtained approval to destroy ODS with an argon plasma arc technology in their Monterrey plant, implemented between the fall of 2015 and early 2016, in which about 74 tons of ODS banks were destroyed, mitigating something like 355,000 tons of CO2 equivalent, with an average cost of 9.2 per kilogram of ODS destroyed. And then a third stage of the project involved the using of a different technology in a cement kiln in Holcim, Mexico, which was authorized to process ODS at its cement kiln in Tecomán, Colima, in the Pacific zone of the country. So then a second batch of SIO banks was already collected and stored. Around 39 tons of ODS was destroyed between 2016 and 2017 by the company, with a mitigation of an equivalent of 153,000 tons of CO2 equivalent. The average cost for that stage of the project was about $8 per kilogram of ODS destroyed. And these are just some of the main important numbers coming out of the different stages. As you can see, the first approach, which was the export of the substances for destruction to the US, about $11 per kilogram. Then in the stage 2, using the argon plasma arc in Quimobásicos, the costs were about $9.2 per kilogram. And by using the cement kiln in Holcim, the cost was about $8 per kilogram. So there are some numbers in terms of cost effectiveness that tell us something about the differences between the different technologies. And important capacities that were enhanced by the project were that both technologies are currently available to destroy ODS and HFCs. They hold their authorizations for the destruction of these substances. And some of the RRR centers are still operating. But let me finish by telling you about persistent challenges that we have identified during our preparation of the inventories. The first one is that once the volume of substances and materials resulting from appliances replacement programs start to dwindle, collection and scrapping and our centers face hardships to stay in business. And there's the comparison. Between 2011 and 2023, CNS centers went down from 104 to 24, and out of 10 our centers operating in 2011, only 7 remain in operation now. Also, destruction also diminishes considerably as the volume of remaining refrigerants is deemed not cost-effective to be processed by companies with destruction capacity, which is something that we have found particularly in the case of the cement kiln, where no actual destruction has occurred after the project was completed. And the preparation of ODS and HFC inventories and proposed plans of action should include options for centers to operate with a sustainable business model. And this is something that we have also been hearing about, and that is very common to the experience that all 5 countries are facing in the preparation of inventories, I think. So there are open questions that we are trying to answer in the putting together of our inventories, as how to increase the recovery rates. Can extended producer responsibility contribute to strengthen the model? Is technology for the handling, recycling of foams available? Are circular economy models possible in RAC sector? And some other questions, but questions that are very, to which having this kind of exchange between countries is very useful because I mean it's difficult to find common answers and definite answers, but the dialogue is also is always very helpful. So I want to thank also CCAC for the putting together of this workshop, and I will leave it at that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Sergio, for sharing the results of the demonstration project in Mexico. It's amazing that the project tried to test a different kind of technical options in the country. And we will further discuss this one later on during the panel discussion. Now, please allow me to invite the fifth, but not least, the speaker, Ms. Astimi Cho, the Banan, the National Ozone Officer from Togo. Please. He will share insight on a public-private partnership in Togo for recycling plant. But as today there are no translation service for today's workshop, Astimi Cho has pre-recorded her presentation in French with English subtitles in a video. But he will be here also with us to answer any questions you may have after the video. So please, let's start the video. Thank you very much for your special efforts for this. Yeah, thank you.
Bonjour, chers tous. C'est pour moi un honneur de participer à cet atelier 2025 du CCAC sur la gestion du cycle de vie des fluides frigorigènes. Je suis Madame Asinti Chobide Namepouza-Wate. Je suis la coordonnatrice du Bureau national Ozone du Togo. En effet, depuis 2022, le Togo est membre du COPA et de ce fait a bénéficié d'un appui du COPA pour mettre en œuvre le partenariat public-privé dans la gestion d'un projet dénommé Projet Foi vers Togo, dont je vais vous partager les expériences. Première partie qui nous permettra de voir les principes généraux du partenariat public-privé et une deuxième partie qui nous parlera du modèle partenariat public-privé au Togo pour une usine de recyclage. Notons qu'il n'existe pas de définition universellement reconnue du concept de partenariat public-privé. Cependant, nous pouvons le définir comme un contrat administratif par lequel une entité publique confie à un acteur du secteur privé la conception, la construction, l'exploitation ou le financement d'un projet. Mais notons que le partenariat public-privé ne se substitue pas à une simple externalisation de services publics, ni à un contrat de construction clé en main, ni à une privatisation d'actifs de l'État, ni à une déresponsabilisation ou perte de souveraineté de l'État. Il faut noter également que nous pouvons avoir 4 types de contrats de partenariat public-privé. Nous avons, par exemple, le contrat de gestion. Nous avons l'affermage qui va de 5 à 15 ans. Nous avons le contrat de concession qui va de 20 à 30 ans et le contrat de partenariat public-privé à paiement public qui va jusqu'à 50 ans. Quelles sont les sources des potentiels de financement d'un contrat de partenariat public-privé? Nous pouvons parler d'un financement national qui peut se faire par les institutions financières au plan national, d'un financement international qui peut se faire par une institution financière internationale, par exemple la Banque mondiale ou la BAD, d'un financement climatique à travers la coopération bilatérale, par exemple l'Agence française de développement, ou d'un fonds bilatéral de financement climatique, par exemple l'Initiative internationale pour le climat créée par l'Allemagne. Parlons maintenant du modèle partenariat public-privé au Togo pour une usine de recyclage. En effet, le Togo a développé, comme je l'ai dit, un projet Foi vert dont l'objectif est de contribuer activement à la lutte contre les changements climatiques et à la protection de la couche d'ozone. Cela se traduit par une réduction drastique des émissions de gaz F dans le secteur du foie, tout en promouvant activement des alternatives écologiques et durables. Ce projet nous permet de mettre en œuvre efficacement le protocole de Montréal et ses différents amendements. Quels sont les avantages que nous tirons du partenariat public-privé dans le cadre du projet Foie vert? Le partenariat public-privé offre des avantages substantiels allant de la mobilisation de l'expertise et de l'innovation du secteur privé à une meilleure gestion des risques et une efficacité accrue des services publics. Il s'agit notamment de la possibilité de tirer parti de l'expertise et de l'innovation du secteur privé tout en attirant des investisseurs institutionnels et commerciaux, à la réduction de la charge liée à la gestion quotidienne des infrastructures permettant à l'État de se concentrer sur ses missions régaliennes et sur le service aux citoyens. Quelques actions ont été menées dans la mise en œuvre de ce partenariat au niveau du pays. Le pays a permis d'élaborer une stratégie nationale de gestion de gaz F dans le secteur du foie pour la période 2020-2025. En marge de ce que l'État a fait, nous avons bénéficié de l'appui du COPA qui a permis le recrutement des consultants qui avaient pour mission d'élaborer un guide retraçant les lignes directrices du partenariat public-privé au Togo. Ce guide permet d'avoir les avantages de ce partenariat, les potentiels investisseurs qu'on peut avoir, les potentielles sources de financement de ce partenariat. En dehors du guide, nous avons également bénéficié d'une formation des acteurs, notamment les acteurs du Bureau national ozone et les acteurs de l'autorité contractante, c'est-à-dire le ministère de l'Environnement et des Ressources forestières. Quels sont les acteurs impliqués dans les projets de partenariat public-privé au Togo? Nous avons en premier l'autorité contractante, après une unité spéciale qui est placée sous la présidence de la République et sous laquelle nous avons une cellule de partenariat public-privé et un comité national de pilotage. À part ces entités publiques, nous avons une entité privée. Ce schéma nous permet de voir la procédure générale de soumission d'un projet PPP. L'identification du projet est faite par l'autorité contractante, qui est le ministère de l'Environnement dans le cadre de notre projet Foie vert Togo, qui implique déjà la cellule de partenariat public-privé à l'aider à l'élaboration des études de faisabilité. Après, la cellule se charge de préparer un rapport d'évaluation préliminaire qui sera analysé par le comité national de pilotage, qui à son tour organise une réunion avec les ministères concernés par le projet avant de donner à la fin son avis sur l'éligibilité du projet. En termes de timeline, nous pouvons dire que pour mettre en œuvre le projet FEVA dans le cadre du partenariat public-privé, nous avons besoin d'au moins 18 mois. Mais ce calendrier est juste indicatif. Il peut être ajusté en fonction de la complexité du projet, de la réactivité des institutions, de la disponibilité des financements et de la coordination des parties. Ensemble, nous dirons qu'après une analyse approfondie des différentes typologies du partenariat public-privé et en tenant compte des spécificités du contexte togolais de l'impératif d'efficacité environnementale, le modèle PPP à paiement public a été identifié comme étant le plus adapté pour la gestion des déchets d'équipements électriques et électroniques. Ce choix offre une approche équilibrée garantissant la viabilité financière du projet tout en assurant un contrôle public et une orientation vers les objectifs de développement durable. C'est un pas significatif vers l'établissement de grands chantiers et la mise en œuvre de propositions concrètes pour une protection accrue de l'environnement au Togo en général, de la protection de la couche d'ozone et de la préservation du climat en particulier. Merci pour votre aimable attention. Si vous avez des questions, je me ferai un plaisir d'y répondre.
Thank you very much, Ms. Asim Cho, for your excellent presentation, and also thank you for your special efforts to record this presentation in the video. And this gives us another experience how the country can explore an innovative financial mechanism for the recycling of the refrigerant. Really appreciate. Now, for the sake of the time, we directly go to the panel discussion and the Q&A section. Please allow me to invite additional two distinguished panel members, Mr. Youssef Hamami, National Officer from Tunisia, and Dr. Isaac Levis, National Officer from Egypt. Yeah, please join us. Yeah. In this session, we will have the 2 rounds of the question. The first round is from my side, and then the second round, we will open the floor to all of you. I know that this is nearly the lunchtime. Maybe you want to go for lunch, but we will also go quickly. I think the question we will ask also quite relevant to other country here. Actually, my first question is to Dr. Ajay. Yeah. Dr. Ajay, as we know that Egypt now is building the 2 recovery, recycling reclamation center in your country. And could you elaborate that what the key factor you considered when you selecting the hosting entity for these 2 centers? You know, the center who hosting entity for the 2 centers. And also, could you also share your experience, what the key successful factor for the effective operation of our center in Egypt? And also, in this process, what are challenges you face? Yeah. Thank you. I give the floor to you.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. And good afternoon, everyone. Well, for the challenges of choosing the reclamation, of course, thanks to the multilateral fund and for UNIDO, they give us opportunity to start this business of establishing the reclamation center and the network, the RR network. And I would like Yani to congratulate Mexico and Togo, because they have also some funding window to do the beautiful study and the story we just listened to. Back to when we received the fund, and to know who is interested, we have to make a TOR and to announce between all the interested company to provide their offer. And then we believe that there are many companies, they will be interested, and it will be very difficult to choose who, because only we are targeting to establish first reclamation. Unfortunately, we have only one offer, and we are surprised. We will give you equipment for free, we will help you with everything, but no one is interested. The good news that this company, they know exactly what is the benefit, and we succeeded to establish the first reclamation with a respective company, and later on we apply and we got a funding window thanks again to the multilateral fund. We have, and UNIDO, of course, we have funding to establish the second reclamation center. And we repeat the cycle, TOR, and we announce, but at that time we received 3 offers. So that means that raising the awareness between the interested party is getting better. We are now in the stage of the third one, and I hope we will receive like 10 offers or something. In Mexico, I believe that they have 10 RR. So I think, but the criteria, of course, we are trying to mind the area. We cannot establish all in the governorate, in big Cairo or in one governorate. We have to make sure that the geographic distribution, because the cost of transportation now is becoming very, very challenging and expensive. Now, what else?
Yeah. Thank you very much, Dr. Isaac, for your sharing the challenges that you face for the establishment of the RR Center in Egypt. Actually, in many other countries, they have the similar challenges with you. Probably you also give some answer regarding the low awareness of the industry, maybe also not readiness or some many other reasons. We actually, from UNIDO side, we also implement many RR projects. We also have similar challenges as well. Then I just immediately go to the second question. I give the floor all the three distinguished speakers from the developed country, the Kantram and Makoto-san, and also a guest. Could you also share your experience, how you think this one, how to mobilize the interests of the private sector or the hosting organization to do the RR Center and also take the lead for this initiative? I just give the floor to all of you who want to take the lead. Yeah. You just, yeah.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. Well, I think it's really the combination of different instruments which needs to be adapted to the specific situation in the country. So it's not one solution who fits all. That's evident. And I think it was already quite extensively shown this morning. Data availability, data reliability is a very crucial element in the whole setup, and to also the policy framework which needs to be there, that it's possible to come up with a business model, because basically what we need is a business model. That's for me the core. But to come up with some financially viable business model, the regulation needs also to be there, and it needs to be quite strong. And then, well, the infrastructure is needed. We need to have companies ready technicians ready to collect, companies to share the data and to assist the recovery, and then to transport it to the facility which is doing the reclamation or the reusage. And only lastly, and that's I think a very important point, the destruction. It's not the preferred solution. It's the last solution which we need to consider, because first, very much what is really necessary is to come up with a solution to reuse the material. And we heard about the example how it's possible to also with plans to come up with some solutions. So in general, I think that's the most important issues. The awareness that it needs to be taken up also is an issue, but I think it needs to accompany all the different efforts. But the most important, from my point of view, it needs to be a business model.
Thank you very much for your insight. Yeah, very relevant. And I give the floor, I guess, and also Makoto, if you want to add something, please.
Yep, thank you. Yeah, agree. However, sometimes regulations take a long time to implement. So what do we do in the meantime? And I believe we need to be proactive and look for practical solutions to fill that gap, because we don't know how long those regulations will be developed, and by the time they are implemented and then enforced, there's that question of enforcement as well. So to shorten that gap and to ensure we have effective recovery and interested stakeholders, we need to understand what's going on in that local market. Who are the players? Who's bringing the gas in? Who's maintaining the systems? What's happening at end of life? Where is that gas going? Is there an outlet for end of life? So Once we start understanding that local framework, we can look at, well, what's a practical way of implementing some early solutions? And it might mean partnering with a local business on the ground, giving them containment, that is cylinders, giving them some financial incentive to collect that gas so that they have an interest in collecting that gas, because to an earlier speaker point this morning, it takes time to recover gas. If you've got another job to go to, you have to weigh up the benefit of staying behind, waiting for that recovery to happen, versus going to your next job and potentially making more money. So it is quite a challenge and a balance. But I think rather than think big, we need to think smaller in our approach, especially in these countries that don't have the established legislation, do not have the framework. What can real practical, seamless, what are those efforts that can make it happen on the ground? Who are the logistics, who are the transport providers that can move the gas from once it's been collected to a central location where it can then be either taken out of country or perhaps even processed in country, depending on what capabilities exist. So I think we also have to look at those sort of stopgap measures before those regulations take effect, because the reality is, regulations take a long time, and so who can we partner with on the ground? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Makoto-san, you want to give
Just
some-
quickly, yes. Yes, I understand, like the regulation takes a very long time. So that we need to think about like what are short-term and mid-term solution and then long-term solution. So in our idea, like we do want to see like a transition and transformation in future. But again, well, it takes time in order to, when we are introducing legislation, so that we could do some test cases and pilot. And also for the business model development, as Togo's friends, she actually explained many different kind of financial resources that might be mobilized. So that that's actually one thing. And also in that sense, well, we also need to have a clear breakdown of like what are CapEx, OpEx. For example, like a transportation cost, logistic cost, and so cost for recovery. I think each and every cost factors, well, we basically need to have an answer. So that's something we can do, and also like perhaps that's piloting is very interesting part of our next actions. On the top of it, well, I have been actually doing on the public side, but together with our private sector side, working on our center, we are actually coming to potential customers to sell our reclamation and then destruction services. And some private sectors, for example, international hotel chains, or like those have like a very high sensitivity in exposure of their environmental practices, so that they are now moving forward for example, like a reclamation and destruction side on their own cost. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Makoto-san, for additional inputs for this question. My next question is to Mr. Youssef. Yeah. As we know that Tunisia spent a lot of efforts for the final destruction of the ODS waste, especially you, the Simon King. Could you share with us what the latest progress regarding that, and also what the challenging that you face, to build up this updated system? And could you elaborate with us? Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Yonori, for this invitation. For Tunisia, we started since 2 years to implement this system in order to destroy unwanted refrigerants like RCFCs, R22 or HFCs. And we had some collaboration with the COPA project and UNIDO to study this feasibility of this kind of project. We organized last year a workshop with all stakeholders, especially with the rack servicing sector, with the cement kiln facilities, and we organized a site visit for this cement kiln facility. The big challenge here is to maximize, first, to maximize the flow rate of recovered refrigerants. This is need a lot of cylinders to be shared with all rack servicing companies. And also we need additional fund in order to upgrade the facility, because the cement kiln needs some adjustment in order to monitoring the emission gases after destruction. We are looking to find the necessary fund in order to upgrade the facility. Also, we prepared a national LRM regulation to take into account the recovery, reclaim, and destruction of unwanted refrigerants, and actually is under checking with the Ministry of Environment, and I hope that this regulation will be adopted by the government in this year or next year. As you know, usually regulation is takes a lot of time to be approved. And also we are looking for the financial mechanism, because as said my colleagues, that 1 kilogram to be destroyed is about $7 or $8 per kilogram. We are looking for the mechanism, financial mechanism, and the body responsible for the management of the system, because with this kind of management should have a body organism to manage all these activities. This is the situation in Tunisia. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Yusuf, for your feedback regarding the challenging for the updating existing cement plant into the cement co-processing plant. You mentioned the challenge regarding the collection of the ODS waste, funds limitation, and also the new regulations regarding the licensing and the permit of the operating of the disposal of the ODS waste by the cement co-processing. I just give the floor to also our three distinguished speakers who want to take the floor. Because due to time issue, I hope only one person can take the floor. Yes, sir, I guess, yeah.
Thank you. So earlier this morning, there was mention of extended producer responsibility. One thing that I'd like to sort of caution in that context is, you know, if we look at exploring what those methods or options are, we need to also understand what the unintended consequences are of a possible EPR scheme. For example, in Australia, we have a scheme, a product stewardship scheme, where we recover gas from the market and that gas is destroyed. We want to be careful that we are not destroying gas that potentially could be reclaimed and resupplied into that market, and creating a supply and demand imbalance as a result of that product stewardship scheme. So just a caution, we really need to make sure that we don't, with good intention, we don't accidentally create unintended consequences that then put more pressure on the system and destroying gas that ideally shouldn't be destroyed. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your suggestion. I think this is also very helpful to address this issue. My last question is to Mr. Segue. Again, you know, in your presentation, you mentioned the different option for the final destruction of the ODS waste in Mexico. I think your country already take very lead roles in the Article 5 country. You already have the pilot project and also different type of technology, or even transfer to American for the disposal. I mean, my question is that, in your opinion, after those pilot projects, which technology you think is most suitable for Mexico? And even the most suitable technologies, in order to make this one sustainable in operation, what the further challenging you think you face? Yeah.
Thank you. Well, I think the best option is the technology that is actually being used. From the experience in Mexico, what I can say is that the available technology is being underutilized. So both alternatives are not actually taking care of the substances that they could technically be taken care of, because there's no sustainable business model that makes it attractive to the companies to provide for those services. There are, in terms of cost effectiveness, as I mentioned earlier, both technologies are very close to each other, but still they are not quite attractive to the potential users of those technologies. And in terms of volume, also, it's not attractive for both companies to manage small quantities of substances to be destroyed in their plants. And actually, I didn't mention that there's a third alternative that we are trying to use in Mexico, and it was supported by a project by COPA, which is to use a smaller installation. It's a rotary kiln in the center of the country. It's an incineration plant for other wastes, but they are making the conversion necessary for the management of ODS and HFCs. And the estimates are that the cost could be close to $5 per kilogram, which is much cheaper than the current available alternatives. There we have the problem that they are still in the process of obtaining the licenses and the authorizations, the required authorizations, but we hope that that would be a good alternative. But just in general, I would say that it's no good for the country if you have the technologies available, but they are not being utilized.
Thank you very much. You see this is challenging regarding the sustainability of their existing facilities, how to ensure their continual operation. And also you mentioned the volume of their ODS waste is lower, and also some of the cost-effective also is challenging issues. I give this question also to our distinguished panel members. Maybe who want to take the lead to give, yeah, please.
I think it's really the main challenge is if you have destruction facility that to get them financially viable, you need basically as much as possible substances to bring to the destruction facility, which is contrary to the environmental best solution, which would be to have as much as possible substances for reuse and recycling, and not so much destroyed. And you need to be aware of that. So if you select a certain way for destruction, what are the long-term consequences of it? And I think especially for smaller countries, I think it's necessary to concentrate first on how to come up with a system to collect. That's necessary in general, but then also to reuse it. And only if you have a solution for that, to think about what can you do with the remaining substances, and maybe it's feasible to join efforts with other countries in the vicinity and to destroy it maybe in another country, and not to build up your own structure. But no solution fits all.
Thank you very much. Because for the time issue, I think the other delegates maybe have a similar question. I just open the floor to all the participants. You may have the questions regarding the challenge you face for the build up, the reclamation and destruction facilities. Or you also have the other challenges. Please feel free to ask questions now. The floor is all of you. Yeah. Please, Camero. Yeah.
Thank you very much for giving me the floor. Thank you, delegates. My question actually is directed to maybe two of the presenter. I want to thank, first of all, the delegate from Australia for actually bringing a clarity on reclamation and recovery, which is a bit very clear. You know exactly if you are going for reclamation, you know what you want. I didn't know that you equally were doing destruction. But my question goes to Mexico. He has actually presented three options. And I see the first one was 11 US dollars right up to 9.2 and 8 US dollars for destruction. Now, given these these options that you have, my question I want to know, can somebody, a government, maybe related to what Erich actually said, but I want to look at, can somebody actually venture to this? I know we are certainly in the next couple of years will be phasing out completely HFCs, which is, a good thing. Have junk of these gases in the market. And if we don't think of how to maybe put a plan for destruction, I want to see what's happening in most of the countries right now. We have this equipment and as well as the gases in the market, and it's keep asking the question, what are you doing with this? No, most of the time we talk about the equipment so far, because the equipment, you have to talk about the life cycle equipment, how to handle it, which is a problem. So now a problem, can somebody venture, carry a business plan, make sure that's beneficial, so that maybe you may say, maybe we have a system somehow, but now, because now we have a system, COPA is coming, having from other structures. But in the case that nobody is coming to maybe assist the country, can somebody venture to carry out this destruction? Call it, put a plan to make money from out of this. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Let me try to respond to the question. Simply put, yes, it is possible, but it depends from what we have seen in Mexico. Without that kind of support and external third party participating and creating the incentives, it's very difficult for the centers and for the entrepreneurs participating in the system. But still, there are some in the country that have been successfully operating, but it depends a lot on their personal drive as believers of the potential business that they can have in the future. So I can think of cases in the northern part of the country of this kind of centers that go and convince the actual companies that are replacing their equipments to let them manage their refrigerants. And that's how they have been able to stay in business. But I wouldn't say that we have found the right model. It's very individual for each case. And precisely in the proposal for an action plan, we're trying to come up with some of the common features that we think that can provide for the incentives for the model to be sustainable in terms of business. So yeah, I don't have an absolute answer, but I think that it is possible. It is difficult, but it is possible. And the other thing is that something that can be, in terms of the first alternative that you were mentioning that was considered in the project, still the transboundary movement of these substances is quite a challenge, and we have to strengthen our dialogue with the Basel Convention colleagues in our own secretaries and ministries, because the understanding of waste management for Basel is very different from what we understand as the management of the substances. So that's something that could also provide for substances, for example, in the case of Mexico, for substances coming from other countries to be destroyed in the facilities that are available, that would provide for a more sustainable model of business. So that's something that we have to work on too. I hope I somehow answered the question.
Thank you very much, Mexico. Because this section starts 15 minutes later, we still have 4 minutes. I give the floor to Uganda, yeah? I think.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Moderator, and maybe I could take 1 minute of the time remaining. And I want to start with a disclaimer because I believe this is a workshop and we can speak frankly and openly, and there would not be any repercussions after this workshop. Dennis, can I get an agreement to that? Thank you so much.
Feel free to share your challenging phase, yes.
Mr. Moderator, if you may permit me, I have a few reflections and a question for AGAS, but before I do that, are we going to also comment on the presentation from the Secretariat, from ECO? Because I want to address a reflection based on ECO's presentation as well. So with your permission.
Yeah, Dennis? Yeah, this is, okay, yeah, please. Yeah.
Thank you so much. So ECO, I want to start by quoting from one of the things that you said, and it says that 9.4 million for 100 countries is a good place to start, and I quite agree. So I want to put on record our profound gratitude to the Multilateral Fund Secretariat for taking us from a point of 0 to a point of $9.4 million. But in the same breath, I would want to say that I think much more needs to be done, especially where the rubber hits the road. So we agree that the inventory surveys, the development of plans are crucially important. But I think where this most significant impact can be realized is in how we do the whole issue of life cycle refrigerant management. The issue of having the infrastructure in place for the collection mechanism, the disposal mechanism, equipment for reclamation centers, I think that's where the real impact is. So I'm seeing this 9.4 transitioning maybe to 90.4 to assist A5 countries in particular to get the level of infrastructure that is adequately required to deal with these substances. And then I want to move on to the presentation from Mexico, because I believe that is also instructive for how we approach the whole issue. And it was important to note that Mexico, not being a low-volume consuming country, is also having challenges with respect to volume after you would have conducted that initial exercise with the refrigerants and so on. And that presents a very maybe scary and interesting situation for low-volume consuming countries who cannot even come close to the kinds of volumes that you have that does not make economic sense for disposal. And even if we take a regional approach, it still cannot come close because, again, we are very low-volume consuming countries. So the question is what advice can be provided besides looking at regional cooperation and the cost implications, of course, of how low-volume consuming countries can deal with this particular issue. The question for AGAS, you mentioned that in support to one of the countries that you assisted in the quote-unquote facilitation of the transportation. It would be nice if you can expound on what this facilitation is in terms of the movement of the gas from one country to where the destruction facility was. Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you. I quickly give the floor to ECO. You would like to respond something regarding the first question, and then Mexico and AGAS. Okay, yeah. Maybe we have also the further discussion at the later section to address the first question. Actually, the second question also could be further addressed during the afternoon section regarding the transboundary discussion. We will have some discussion regarding the regional approach for the disposal of the ODS waste. But I give the floor to the AGAS. Mitsuko, you want to also provide additional information for the low volume? Solution? Yeah, please.
Well, the thing is that from what Leslie commented, I mean, the experience in Mexico is something that comes useful for LVCs, but I don't have an answer. I mean, we are dealing with the same kind of challenges, and that those are even larger perhaps for LVC countries. So I think the answer has to come from a more general discussion.
Sure. Yeah, afternoon we will further discuss this. The first section in the afternoon, this is we will explore this question again. But I guess, would you like to answer the question regarding that? Yeah.
Yep, thank you. Yes, so in relation to the transportation question, so I guess we've moved a lot of product around the world and we've faced challenges in relation to permitting from a Basel perspective because some countries classify ODS as hazardous waste, others don't. So there's a bit of a disconnect. Because of our expertise, when it came to this particular job for Mauritius, we leveraged off our expertise and the fact that we've had to apply for many import and export permits along the way to help our peers in the Mauritius navigate that landscape. So we gave them an overview of what was required, of what they needed to ask their regulator in terms of how do they have to obtain an export permit. On our side, obviously, we had to obtain the import permit. So there was this continuous dialogue to make sure that we were meeting all the regulatory requirements on both sides of the equation so that we could get that product moved to South Africa. So it's really more just working together so that both parties met and ticked all the boxes in relation to that shipment so that we were compliant. Does that help?
So is it fine? The answer is fine for you? Yeah, thank you, the delegation from Ghana. Maybe for the time issue, we give the floor. If there are last question, if anyone have, yeah, please, the delegation. Yeah. This is the last question. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I have a short question with Mr. Guntram. During your presentation, you mentioned that in hazardous waste incineration plants, it is not a good place to combust ODSs and HFCs, or there are some risks you mentioned.
No, that maybe I was not clear in what I have said. Sorry about that. I think the different incineration possibilities, so cement kilns and also municipal solid waste incineration and hazardous waste incineration, these are all feasible technologies. It's a question of what is the legislation, what is and also you need to have the infrastructure in these facilities to be able to treat the substances, and you need to have an emission control of it. So what I tried to show is that the complexity is different with the different solutions, and the cost implications are different. But it's not that that we have the information that one of the technologies is not possible at all. So all of them are technically possible, but it has different implications.
Thank you very much. Thank you again. Yeah, before closing this section, I would like to suggest to give a big round of applause to all the speakers and also the panel members for their valuable contribution. And I give the floor to Dennis to announce the section in the afternoon, the starting time, and yeah, the floor with you.
Thank you to our speakers and to our moderator, Yunri. Let's give them again a big round of applause. Yes, if we can just show the QR code. So the QR code for the slides is on the screen. So please take a picture. Or no, don't take a picture. Use your camera and then go to the link. Just to remind everyone that the lunch is to be served on the ground floor, and that we have until 2:30. Ideally, from 2:30, please be back here. So before 2:30, please be back in this room. And then just outside, let's just have a group photo with our happy, destructive smiles because we did talk about destruction. That's it. Please enjoy your lunch.
here I am. Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Testing 1 2 3. Check 1 2.
inviting everyone to settle down, but not sleep. Yeah, I actually. So everyone, if we can all take our seats so that we can begin our afternoon session. Our afternoon session is titled Transboundary Movement of Refrigerants, Montreal and Basel Intersection. And this session is actually led by the Carbon Containment Lab. And for our moderator, I'd like to call on Mas Gut, who is the founder of Caraway Strategies, a consultancy that advises organizations on environmental policy and law. And you probably also know Mas from his previous interactions as an EU negotiator on the climate and also on HCFCs in the past. So without further delay, I'd like to call Mas to the lectern. Let's wake ourselves with a round of applause and also for Mas.
Thank you, Denise. And thank you for that applause. I haven't done anything yet, so that's a good sign. I hope you have recovered from your lunch, full of energy and spice, indeed. We will have our session this afternoon on the transboundary movements of end-of-life refrigerants. We've addressed it a little bit already in earlier sessions. We'll go deeper into detail in the next 90 minutes with your help, because we plan to have an interactive session. That means you can't fall asleep, you can't have your siesta, you have to be very careful. We're going to ask you questions and see if you have the right answers. The key idea of our conversation is not just to have some presentations, but also to hear from your experiences and to learn from each other and have a shared experience this afternoon. Basically, we are keeping, all of us, 3 balls in the air. One has to do with the general challenge of implementing a Kigali and earlier phase-out commitments. That's difficult as it is. A second ball that we have to keep in the air is that part of LRM is also end of life, whether it's end of life equipment, end of life refrigerants, whether we turn left end of life destruction or we turn towards reclaim. That is certainly a big challenge, and we've addressed some of these problems this morning already. The third ball that we have to keep in the air is an issue that we've discussed this morning occasionally as well, is that some of these activities require exporting end-of-life refrigerants for destruction or reclaim. And that means that the provisions and the requirements of the Basel Convention come into play. So these 3 elements are a triple challenge, and we will today address some of these. I have 2 QR codes on the screen. The left one is a very informative information document that goes into more detail about the interlinkages between the Montreal Protocol and the Basel Convention. It's very detailed. It's full of opportunities and suggestions as well. So that is certainly a document that I recommend you reading if you want to understand more about the combination of our convention, the Montreal Protocol, with the requirements of the Basel Convention. On the left-hand side, on the right-hand side, I should say, there's a QR code from a side event co-hosted by the Carbon Containment Lab, CCAC, and the Basel Secretariat at the 17th COP of the Basel Convention earlier this year in Geneva. Right. We addressed in that side event similarly the same topic. We were talking about destruction. We were talking about export for end-of-life refrigerants. Part of that report that I also recommend you take a look at, we addressed some of the solutions or dilemmas as well. For instance, the data gap that's out there. You know, do we know enough? Do we have an accurate picture of where destruction facilities are and how to get there? We addressed the need for Montreal Protocol officials to talk to their colleagues, often in the same ministry, of the Basel Convention and how they should connect and interact. In Geneva, during that side event, we talked about regional approaches. Can those be more effective and efficient rather than just do your activities at the national level? We talked about building capacities, exchanging information, sharing expertise in that side event in Geneva. We also talked about some of the procedures that we also talked about this morning of getting refrigerants from one country to the other as hazardous waste under the Basel Convention, which is, in the jargon of the Basel Convention, the prior informed consent procedure. All of those issues were discussed in our side event with the Basel community in Geneva, and some of these issues will be further unpacked and addressed this afternoon here. We will have a very distinguished panel to guide us through that. We have the managing director of the Carbon Containment Lab, co-host of this workshop, Anastasia O'Rourke. There's Anastasia. Anastasia will dive deeper into the relationship with LRM and end-of-life refrigerants and destruction, but in particular, one of the challenges that we exposed is bridging the data gap. Anastasia will tell you all about that. We'll have a message on video from the Basel Secretariat, the program officer from the Basel Secretariat, Marilène Beau. You will hear her through a message via video. We have also on the podium from Tradewater, the Senior Director of International Programs, Maria Jose Gutierrez. You will talk about some of the practical challenges and solutions that you will find working underground in the transboundary movement of refrigerants and destruction of refrigerants. And we will have, at the end of the presentations, and that's why you see these chairs here in front of us, a conversation, informal, through questions and answers, hopefully also with your input, a conversation with three national officials that are very well experienced in the challenges we face, and all three challenges that we discussed. We have from Ghana, Joseph Bafu, we have Lasha from Georgia, and we have George from Zimbabwe. I will introduce them in more detail when they sit in front of us and discuss some of their experiences and suggestions around these topics. And with that introduction, Anastasia, I'll give you the floor to share with us, yes, and the clicker, to share with us your presentation.
Great, thank you, Mas. I appreciate the opportunity of being here today with you all. And let's move on to, whoops, the next presentation. So my name is Anastasia O'Rourke. I'm Managing Director of the Carbon Containment Lab. First, I'll introduce the lab, and then I'll talk a bit about, we've been researching and looking into some of these destruction facilities that we heard a bit about this morning, and finding out more about which ones are really operational, how many are there, and how many countries have them versus don't have them. So I'll present some of that data to you today. And then some ideas on how we can facilitate this Basel process a little better, which we'll hear more about throughout the session. So briefly about the Carbon Containment Lab. We're a nonprofit organization. We're based in the US, in New Haven, Connecticut. And we come at this issue of HFCs and ozone-depleting substances from a real climate perspective. And we bring many different approaches to this, but we've honed that into taking a very scientifically rigorous approach. We also bring an investment perspective. Many of us come from an investment background. And then we try to bring a sense of entrepreneurship to some of these problems that we're seeing. How can we get these climate solutions happening in the real world faster to really make a difference to global climate change? And we've been focusing increasingly on super pollutants, that meaning HFCs and methane. There are others. And we've focused within that on life cycle refrigerant management and increasingly on alternative cooling technologies. And a little plug, we have a side event on alternative cooling technologies if you're interested to learn more about those on Wednesday. So we really take a systems approach and we try to look for these, what are the bottlenecks and barriers and then work on them. Basel Convention and transboundary movement of these gases is one barrier that we identified as something that we can perhaps work on and bring attention to and make this process work more easily for everybody involved. I show some photographs here of our team. The other thing we like to do is get out into the real world and see how real facilities are operating, talk to the people actually managing the gases, get our hands on some of these equipment and really understand from a very practical perspective what's going on and what can be done. Before this event today, we and CCAC sent many of you a survey, and thank you to the 42 people who filled out that survey. And we're trying to get a sense of destruction capacity, as I mentioned, but also what's happening with inventories, stockpiles, what are some of the opportunities, challenges, and needs. So within the group of 42, we found that 9 countries have operational destruction facilities and another 5 of people in the room have them under development today. And just in terms of some of the challenges that people identified, we asked people to pick the top 2 challenges of a list. And here were some of the challenges we'd been identified previously. And you can see some of the results here. So we heard this morning, many of these come up. I don't want to dwell on them, but it's quite interesting that limited financial incentives and funding is definitely something on everyone's mind, as well as this interconnected problem of a lack of a sustainable business model in many cases. In addition, in the grey bubble there, the lack of actual infrastructure also, for recovery or reclamation was identified by many of you as a top barrier in your country. So again, thank you for filling that out. In the folder that was shared with everybody's slides, we put in there, I'm not going to present all the answers, but we put a summary slide deck there of all of the responses to all of the questions. If you're curious, please take a look. So we've identified that while reclamation and recovery are, of course, super important, destruction is also important, especially for those gases that are either phased out or being phased down rapidly that have high global warming potentials. This chart that you see, this diagram, is our sort of concept of life cycle refrigerant management, whereby we're trying to stop emissions at each stage, every step of the process. But without a destruction capacity and capability, we'll have a problem, as we've been seeing. And people are recovering gases. There are stockpiles of them worldwide. What are we going to do with them? So this is very consistent with what we heard this morning from the GIZ team and the COPA report on the different technologies. I think we organize our thinking a little bit different. We're actually seeing some new destruction technologies being developed in labs, in universities. And so I don't think that the existing suite of technology options are the only ones out there. There are actually some new things coming that we hope can solve some of these problems that we've seen with these big centralized facilities that cost a lot, that are quite difficult to get financed and up and running. So we have some hope that there can be some innovation here as well. And nonetheless, no matter the size or the scope, destruction of these gases requires secure systems for recovery and handling and storage. They are specialized facilities. We need to make sure that the gases are destroyed at very high efficiency so that we're not having remaining gases, and also that the byproducts are treated appropriately. All of these facilities need viable permits and certifications if they're being used to generate carbon credits, for example. Very importantly, we need a trained workforce at these facilities, and we need to make sure they're operating safely and effectively in an environmentally sound manner. And then all of that tied together, we need adequate financial and policy incentives to support this destruction, because the counterfactual, or the other thing that will happen, is basically venting to the atmosphere or dumping of these gases. And this is what we're all hoping to prevent. Today, we are seeing that while there are potentially many facilities we heard about, if you count that by country, we have found that 153 countries so far have no destruction facility. And many in the yellow there, we're seeing they might have a facility, but it's unclear if they're still actively destroying gases with those facilities. So we're looking into this, and we'd love to hear from you if you can help us fill out a better picture of what's actually happening on the ground here. In addition, there's about 12 countries, this is by country, that actually have a facility, but they're not allowing importing of gases for destruction. So this is a much smaller picture than perhaps many are seeing today, and it's a good wake-up call, I think, to really focus on our issue of transboundary movement, because it's going to take a lot of capacity to build up destruction facilities in many different places. This is the same data just shown to you on a map. And what we're seeing is that there are some countries that have built up capacity. Interestingly, many lesser developed countries and those with low volumes of gases don't have destruction facilities. And this comes to play, we'll discuss a little bit with the Basel Convention, because really the movement of gases tends to be from lesser developed countries to developed countries. So Basel was sort of designed with the other direction in mind. But again, I want to caution that we're still investigating this data. We'd love to your help in filling this out to really understand not only is there or is there not a destruction facility, but where are they? What technologies are they using? Do they actually accept ODS and HFCs today? What volumes can they take? What do they destroy today, and what could they potentially take in the future? Are they permitted? Is that permit current? Are there other conditions around using those facilities? And is there any opportunity to retrofit an older facility, or should really we be thinking about building or generating new facilities in different countries? Just a word on stockpiles. This is back to our survey data with you all. The good news is that many of you are creating these national inventories, so we'll get a much better picture of how much gas is out there, and even if it's partly estimated, it will get a sense of the volume of, as it will tie to how much destruction capacity do we collectively need to build here. And so from our survey, we can see that inventories are being produced, and people actually don't know if there are stockpiles in many cases. So this is quite interesting to us, and we'd love a discussion about that later to find out really what's going on. So how to bridge this data gap or information gap? The inventories will be very helpful. Mapping these facilities will be also very helpful, getting some real information from each and every one of them. Figuring out the cost of both building and maintaining and operating these facilities. We've heard some different numbers on that this morning, but I think we can do a better job at that and communicating to policymakers, like what are we talking about here? How much does this really cost in practice? We think that there can be better communication between the national ozone units and the Basel focal points. We'll talk about that as well. And then a big theme of the morning, I think we heard it many times, is we need to think about this not just as a one-off project, but building sustainable business models, because we don't want to just build a destruction facility and then they don't come. We need to build it and make sure people come and that they're incentivized to do so. So it really needs to be quite a holistic approach. And then finally, one option could be to build more regional networks and regional collaborations to handle gases for a particular region. And so we've been exploring some of those ideas at the lab, and we'd love to hear your thoughts on that as well. So here's my contact details. With that, I'll pause, and we'll hear now from Tradewater. Are we going to do the cahoots next?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Anastasia.
Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to do a little experiment. We're going to put up some Kahoot questions. This requires you to take out your smartphone and log in to the QR code. And I invite you to do that. Don't worry, we're not going into your phone. But, then, if everything works okay, you are requested to put in a PIN code, which is on the screen. And that allows you to answer some of the questions that we will have after Anastasia's presentation. Well, the group is filling up nicely. Let's give it another 10 seconds. And this is anonymous, so we're not going to track your answers. Not straight away, at least. And while some of these answers are meant for national ozone officials, you may want to cheat a little bit if you're not an ozone official and try to answer it. But if you have no clue or it doesn't relate at all to your work, then please skip the question. 63. How many do we have in the room anyway? When should we? Okay. 70. Oh, somebody's leaving. Good. And I see you come up with all kinds of interesting nicknames. Well, the number is growing. Let's give it another 10 seconds until the number settles. 73. 74. It's almost like a bingo. Okay, excellent. We have a few questions lined up, and there's a time limit there as well. Does your country have a refrigerant destruction facility that is missing on the map that Anastasia just showed?
This is also a test of whether they were checking my map very carefully.
Exactly. Yeah. Ten seconds. Be quick, you can win a prize. So it seems that, and we will analyze the answers in more detail after the session and put it accurately in the report. Australia wasn't on your map?
It was on the map.
It was on your map, okay.
Yeah.
Excellent. So, oh. There we go. Second question. What is the biggest barrier to improving national data? Lack of reporting, that's the red. Limited institutional coordination, that's the blue answer. And low priority, or perhaps lacking awareness. What is the biggest barrier for gathering your national data? 20 seconds to go. There we are. So the overwhelming majority's answers relates to the lack of solid reporting systems or inventories. And about equal between institutional coordination and low prioritization or awareness. So that's a clear signal and emphasizes the need for the discussion we have today. Let's go to the next. I think we have 4 or 5 for Anastasia's presentation. What kind of action would most help close the data gap by the end of this year? What would help most in your view? Assistance, technical assistance, building inventories, sharing data regionally, doing it together, or funding for surveys? Which of these actions do you feel help most to close that data gap? Technical assistance, funding for surveys, or sharing efforts at a regional basis? So it's almost a tie between technical assistance and funding for surveys. And it's clear that at least this room doesn't feel that sharing efforts for data gathering at the regional level is the first course of action. Technical assistance and more funding. The next, I think we have one other or two other? One other.
Looks like 404.
Oh yeah, 404, excellent. Not many countries have a destruction facility. How can we address that lack of destruction facilities in countries? A regional approach, and we will discuss the regional approach later on with the representatives from national ozone units in the interviews, or each country should have such a facility. Remember, we're not necessarily only talking about HFCs under KIP, we're also talking about ODSs. $75. So we're already there with most of the answers. Let's see the results. That's Dutch. So it's evident that at least half of the room, a bit more, thinks that a regional approach is a good way to address that issue. That's good to know. Again, we will harvest the answers and make sure that in the report of this session, these are reflected. Excellent. Thanks, that was the first session. Now, before we go to say we have a short video message from the Secretariat of the Basel Convention. That is Marilène Beau will explain some of the details as they relate to the Basel Convention, which is often a pretty complex system of requirements and rules. But Marilène Beau, as program officer of the convention, will guide us through it a little bit with a 10-minute presentation. So I'll look to my left to have some technical assistance for that video.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Marilène Beau, and I serve as Program Officer in the Secretariat of the Basel, Rotterdam, and Stockholm Conventions. It's a real pleasure to join you today for this important workshop. Thank you very much for the opportunity to present the linkages between the Basel Convention and the Montreal Protocol. To start with, I wish to remind you that the Basel Convention governs waste, while the Montreal Protocol focuses on controlling the production, consumption, and trade of specific substances, ODS and HFCs. The interlinkages arise when controlled substances and equipment containing the substances are waste. I would like to highlight a number of key questions that parties need to ask themselves in order to determine whether the peak procedure of the Basel Convention would apply to the trade of ODS and HFCs or of objects containing or contaminated with them. First, are the substances or objects waste? And here, I would like to recall the definition of waste under the Basel Convention, which is substances or objects which are disposed of or are intended to be disposed of or are required to be disposed of by the provision of national law. Annex 4 to the Basel Convention also provides guidance as to what constitutes waste under the Convention through a list of disposal operations. This Annex 4 contains both final disposal operations, like in incineration, and also recovery and recycling operations. It is therefore critical to make a determination as to what is to happen to the subject or objects. Is the substances or objects a disposal operation intended, or is a disposal operation required to take place? The second question to be asked is, are the substances or objects hazardous waste? This determination relies on Annexes 2, 3, 8, and 9 of the Convention. For example, refrigerants that are halogenated organic solvents or organohalogen compounds could fall under entries Y41 or Y45. Note that parties may have their own national definition of hazardous waste, going beyond that of the waste listed in Annexes 1 or 8. In addition to those, the scope of the Basel Convention also includes other wastes, which is waste that require specific consideration. And those other wastes are listed in Annex 2 and include, as of today, household waste, certain plastic waste, and non-hazardous e-waste. We'll get back to that later in the presentation. The third question, which is important also for parties to have themselves, is whether the countries involved in the trade are parties to the Basel Convention. And does the trade constitute transboundary movement? This matters a lot because movement to or from a non-party are only allowed if there is bilateral or multilateral agreement under Article 11, which stipulates provision not less environmentally sound than those provided for by the Convention, in particular taking into account the interests of developing countries. And lastly, countries should pay attention to whether the ban amendment applies. If the exporter is a party listed in Annex 7, such as OECD countries, European Union member states, and Liechtenstein, it cannot export hazardous waste to countries not listed in Annex 7 for disposal, and whether this disposal operation is final or not. Now, turning to e-waste and recent developments. I will start with the determination as to whether electrical or electrical equipment is a waste, which is the first step. The technical guidelines that was adopted by the Conference of the Parties to the Basel Convention in 2022 and which was subsequently updated in 2023 clarify when used equipment should or should not be considered waste. And for that purpose, you can refer to paragraphs 32 and 33 of the technical guidelines. So 32 provides situations where used equipment should normally be considered waste. And so this is when equipment, among other things, has among its constituent parts hazardous components or contain hazardous substances to an extent that the equipment is required to be disposed of, is prohibited to be exported, or is prohibited for use in such equipment under national legislation, specific MEAs, and relevant international standards and guidelines. And paragraph 33 provides situations where used equipment should not be considered waste. If the equipment is considered waste, another determination has to be made as to whether it is e-waste under the Basel Convention. And here I want to flag the e-waste amendments, which came into force on the 1st of January 2025. E-waste amendments enlarge the scope of control over e-waste by making all transboundary movement of e-waste subject to the Convention Prior Informed Consent procedure. As you can see on the slide, with the new entry Y49, non-hazardous e-waste is now listed under Annex 2 and is subjected to the Prior Informed Consent procedure. E-waste equipment may include equipment like refrigerators and air conditioners, which often contain waste refrigerants or other hazardous components. Upon confirmation that the substances or equipment is a waste under the scope of the Basel Convention, then the PIC procedure applies. Procedure forms the heart of the Basel Convention control system and are based on 4 different elements. 1, the notification, 2nd, the consent, and 3rd, the accompanying movement document, and 4th, the confirmation of disposal. So you can see on those slides the details of the PIC procedure. The first one being the notification, the state of exports, and the notification of proposed statement to the state of import and transit state if relevant. It is important to have a contract between the generator and the disposer for that step. Stage 2 is the consent provided by the import state and transit state if relevant, and the issuance of a movement document by the state of exports if consent is provided. Stage 3 is the transboundary movement itself. If the consignment of the waste should be accompanied by the movement document at all times, which provides relevant information about it, about also customs officers, where it has to pass through, the type of waste, and how it has to be packaged. During the movement document should be accompanied by relevant completed notifications. Stage 4 is the confirmation of disposal. The disposer has to confirm the disposal of the waste to the generator and the state of export. The PIC procedure ensures that only parties with the will and the capacity to manage hazardous and other waste in an environmentally sound manner receive the waste. Just now to pause a few seconds on illegal traffic under the Convention. Article 9 of the Convention defines what constitutes illegal traffic and includes, for instance, absence of notification, the lack of consent, or a transboundary movement that results in the dumping of the waste. Illegal traffic is to be considered criminal under national legislation. Each party is required to introduce appropriate national legislation to prevent and punish illegal traffic. This concludes my presentation. I would like to thank you very much for your attention. Feel free to reach out for any questions at the email address provided on the slides. I wish you a successful workshop. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And that explanation of some of the requirements of the Basel Convention is a nice segue into Maria José Gutierrez's story. Maria José is the Senior Director of International Programs of Tradewater. And you and your colleagues are dealing with the practical applications of many of these provisions in real life. So please share with us your experiences and suggestions, Maria José.
Thank you, Mas. And thank you, everybody. Good afternoon. I'm going to actually suggest that before I start with my slides, I'm going to invite us all to stand up and stretch high into the sky. Well done, well done. You may sit down again. Thank you. Just recognizing some of us are dealing with jet lag and it's after lunch, so a little bit of movement. In the subject of transboundary movement, a little bit of our own movement. Okay, so thank you for that. Yes, Mas. As Mas introduced, we at Tradewater are dealing with this transboundary movement quite often and with all of the definitions that Marilyn just introduced us to. So I'd like to share a little bit about that. In case you are not familiar with us yet, Tradewater is a mission-driven company, and we focus on seeking to improve the environment and create economic opportunity by collecting and destroying harmful gases. Our focus is mostly on non-CO2 gases, meaning ODS, ozone-depleting substances, and more recently, methane as well. And that focuses on gases like mostly CFCs, in some cases HCFCs. We're headquartered in the United States, but we now have a global team of 65 spread around the world. Some of my colleagues joining me here today. And I'm from Costa Rica, where I'm based as well. So how do we operate? This is our little picture of our business model. We basically identify and collect these non-CO2 gases, take them to permanently being prevented from the atmosphere through destruction. And then we operate under the carbon mechanism or carbon projects. So we generate climate benefits or carbon offsets from the avoided emissions and then sell those back into either compliance or voluntary markets and then seek to reinvest that all over again in our work. And so you get a little idea of our scale. We have destroyed over 1.1 million kilograms of refrigerants to date, permanently preventing over 10.5 million tons of CO2 equivalent. And you can see some of the numbers in the middle there about our number of projects and investment in communities, etc. So obviously, I just realized this has, this was obviously fully intentional, the animations. Why we move refrigerant? Obviously, as Anastasia was introducing before, destruction capacity is not available everywhere. And even though when we do find refrigerants in need of disposal, we'd prefer to destroy locally wherever available, we end up having to move it to destruction elsewhere in the majority of cases, and not all, but we do end up having to turn to the Basel Convention in most cases. and I'll go into why in a moment. So a little bit of connecting to the presentation from Marilyn and to what we do at Tradewater, a little bit of context. So refrigerants are not, do not exhibit the typical characteristics of other Basel-covered hazardous waste. They are, even though they're harmful for the environment, as we all very well know, they are non-toxic, non-flammable, non-corrosive. They don't share the same characteristics that other Basel wastes commonly have. So they're a little bit atypical in a way. In fact, in this slide, as you can see, the first picture is product. The second picture is waste. The third picture is product. The fourth picture is waste. So what happens here, you can see how a product intended for sale looks practically exactly the same as a product intended for destruction. And I just wrote down from Marilyn's presentation, the key word was, it's a waste the moment it's intended to be disposed of. So that's literally what distinguishes waste from not waste. In the case of refrigerants, is the intention to dispose of it. This is actual material that we have moved on pictures 2 and 4 on the screen there. So, and it's also not really a waste to Tradewater as such, as in our business model, and this is obviously unique to us, refrigerants are actually a valuable product to us. They're difficult to find. We've talked about this in the morning, and I think you're all familiar with how hard it is to recover these refrigerants from end-of-life equipment. The recovery rates are not very high, as we were talking about in the breakout group earlier as well. They're expensive to acquire, to handle, to manage, all of that. And so we actually, Tradewater recovers our costs of the operations until after they get destroyed. So for us, it's valuable that we seek, for many purposes, our mission, from our mission to our operation to our business model, that they do not leak at any point in time. So we've developed expertise in how to do that well. We use the best containers. We work with destruction facilities that comply with all of these requirements, quality freight forwarders. We manage the shipment from beginning to end until they've reached final destination. So our experience with the Basel Convention, and the intention is to finish with solutions, so don't be too discouraged when you look at these. But these are 3 of our own experiences. So as you can see, from the case A was moving refrigerants from Central America to Europe for destruction. It took us 14 months all the way from when we started the Basel to destruction, to arriving at the destruction facility, and a total of 9 months to get the Basel permit. In the case of a South America to Europe example, case B, it took us 19 months in total, 15 to get the Basel consent, and actually case B excludes, because that's from the moment the Basel package is submitted. Before the Basel package is submitted, we need to find a route that will work, that doesn't go through countries that don't allow passing through, etc. And it took us around a year to find a route in that case, because we were going through the pandemic. There was a shipping line crisis and scarcity of routes, etc. Not every route is willing to transport hazardous waste. It has a series of challenges, so it was longer than that in total. And then case C, you'll see it took us 20 months in total, 17 months to get the Basel Convention. So obviously it's a lengthy process, and somebody just described it as a whole odyssey to me. So why does it take so long? Some of the things we've gone through, and then I'll share some of the things we can do to help it be better. First is process confusion. There's a little bit of who goes first. The processes are not always coordinated or aligned, so sometimes one country will say, I'll give you consent when all the transit countries, the export country can say, I'll give you consent when all of the transit countries have consented. And sometimes a transit country will say, I'll give you consent once you show me consent from your export country. And you're like, but which one comes first? We can't get both. So there's some explanation to be given there. There's differences in how each country handles Basel, and they can each have their own process. There's a confusion in who sends paperwork first. You may have seen in Marilyn's slide, she had a diagram of the export country sending the notification to the transit countries. Sometimes the export country asks us to send those notifications, so also differences sometimes get in the way. How do we communicate with the Basel focal point? There's all of these confusions or differences between countries that generate confusion in the process. There's limited ability to enforce the process. So the silence, there's a tacit silence in the Basel that says if within 60 days you haven't received a response from everybody, you're allowed to move. However, in practice, that doesn't apply. The shipping companies don't take a positive silence as an answer. They need something in writing. So you need to chase after everybody or go after some of these people to try to get those answers. And then because of that, any country can decide or unintentionally bring a process to a stop. So if you're lacking an answer of one single transit country, you cannot move until you get that. And sometimes the Basel focal points, or often the Basel focal points, are dealing with a lot of different things as all of us. There's a competing priority for these processes, or they don't understand the urgency in this case because they deal with other ways that are not in a hurry to get to destruction, to prevent leakage, etc. So that can take quite some time. And then finally, the atypical application. In our case, Basel focal points do not understand who trade water is. Why do you care about getting this destroyed so urgently? What is going on here? Why is there a rush? Why is this waste suddenly of value to these people? Who are these people? So we're trying to improve on that. The good news is that the second time we seek consent in a country, it took us a lot less. So the KC, Middle East, it took us those 17 months in the first occasion, and it took us 3 to 4 months in the second time around. So now that we're familiar with who does what, how do those countries like to operate, what is the process exactly, then it gets much better. The bad news is not all refrigerant to be found in need of destruction comes from precisely that country. We'll have to do this a first time around in other countries as well. So far more countries need to be play a part of the solution. So how can we make this better? I was asked a very nice question by here present, who invited me very kindly to speak. How can we make this better? And let's focus on solutions. So from our perspective, what can all of you, what can we from the Montreal Protocol side do to make this better? I have 2 points. The first one is the internal connection and coordination between the Basel and the ozone authorities. Really, the Basel focal points may not necessarily be aware of the details of refrigerants, what kind of waste do they represent and characteristics they have, how they're harmful for the environment, yet not to the people around them, and the importance of moving them quickly to this type of end-of-life solution. Secondly, understanding how we operate from your end so that we can help them understand if they have any questions. We're always open for questions and conversations. Then also telling the Basel authorities about us and collaborating. I think the more we give Basel authorities a heads up that refrigerant movement is coming, the better it may go. Aligning internally on processes. We've had a couple of cases where the Basel authority requires some permits and the ozone authority requires other permits, and they're also not necessarily aligned, as in they're codependent, and so there's some coordination to be had so that to understand which one goes first. And then helping us understand, us or any other who's looking to do Basel transboundary movement of these gases, understand the process locally and who undertakes it so that we can connect to the right people, helping introduce us, etc. So that's my first point. The second point is just an idea, to explicitly, to the extent that a refrigerant is indicated by a country's legislation explicitly as non-hazardous waste, it does not undergo the Basel Convention. So if you saw in the presentation for Marilyn now, it said parties may have their own national definition of wastes. So even though refrigerants are listed in the annex of the Basel Convention, we've had a couple of cases where the country explicitly says, for us, this is not a hazardous waste. And therefore, it doesn't undergo the Basel Convention. So that's just a thought to be further developed, but something that could be perhaps some action. taken. And then finally, I just want to close with, I know I'm focusing this from the trade water perspective as a carbon project developer, but I truly believe making transboundary movement of refrigerants smoother is very helpful for a broader impact. It can help not only us and other carbon developers, but also any MLF-funded destruction if or when or it were to occur. It can help all of you meet your Montreal Protocol and or NDC commitments. It can help private stakeholders and ultimately the environment, which I believe we all share a purpose to help. And that would be it. My email address is on there, and I'm happy to connect or answer any questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you for sharing those experiences from the real world. A second set of Kahoot questions coming up. We have, I believe, 5 questions related to the stories we've heard from both the Basel Secretariat and from Jose. We have to log in once more. So take out your smartphones. Be sure to participate. And enter the PIN code for this round. We're going on to 30. I have exactly the names here of people who left the room and are not participating, which I will share with the CCAC later on. No, just kidding. Excellent. Almost there, 65, 67, 68. It's like an auction. Huh? Almost there. Excellent. Oh yeah, I have a gavel. We're almost there. It's going very, very quickly. $71. How much did we have in the first round? 73? 75? Okay, I think this is a great score. 72? 3, 4. Excellent. Let's start. This all relates to transboundary movements of end-of-life refrigerants. Are you back home in your ministry or agency in touch with your counterpart doing the Basel Convention? The focal point for Basel. And in some cases, you may even be the Basel focal point. No, sometimes, often are the options. I think all the answers are in. We see that the no or sometimes is the overwhelming majority of being in touch with your Basel counterpart back home. Still, we have about 20 of colleagues that often have interaction with their Basel colleagues.
And 6 people are there.
And 6 are, in fact, 2 officials in 1. That's amazing work. Excellent. If you walk into the office of your Basel colleague, would he or she be interested to understand more about ODSs, HFCs, and the transboundary movements of these refrigerants and life cycle refrigerant management? Yes, he or she would. And the blue answer is probably not because there's unwillingness, but we understand that the workload is already extremely heavy. adding another topic to their work is too burdensome. And of course, there's instances also where you and your Basel colleague are already fully informed about each other's sector. Yes, if you are yourself the Basel authority, then I hope so. So that's good news, that it's our anticipation that when you reach out to your Basel colleague, that he or she would be interested to understand more about our side, the Montreal Protocol side of things, and the efforts that we're doing to phase down ODSs. Excellent. And the workload is also pretty present there. Another issue is whether or not you share the same organization and ultimately the same boss. Are you part of the same agency or ministry? Or is your Basel colleague positioned in a different ministry or agency? Sometimes it's easier if you know your colleague is down the hall to reach out and discuss than when he or she is in a different ministry or agency. So the more red answers we get, the more opportunity there is to interact. And that is good news, because the overwhelming majority of you are actually in the same agency or ministry as your Basel counterparts. And that, like I said, does provide an opportunity to move forward and understand each other's sectors better. Excellent. The fourth question. We've heard from the Basel Secretariat and also from Maria Jose about the different steps in the export procedure, the prior informed consent. Are you, coming from the ozone community, familiar with those procedures to get refrigerants that are destined for destruction or perhaps reclaim exported out of the country for that purpose? So yes, I'm very well aware of these procedures, and we're in close touch to organize the export. I'm not familiar. My Basel colleague covers this. I am not familiar with these procedures. So there we see that not familiar or only slightly familiar is the overwhelming majority in the room. So that also provides an opportunity, once we understand the PIC procedure better from our Montreal Protocol perspective, we may smoothen the export procedure that Basel requires. But it is telling that the level of knowledge from the waste sector is relatively low in our community. Final question for this section. I know you have a heavy workload as well. Would you be interested to have regional workshops to understand more about these procedures under Basel and to share knowledge with your Basel counterparts in the region, not necessarily only in your capitals? And here too, we understand that you may be interested, but the workload may be too heavy to add this to your agenda. And of course, if you're fully aware that you do not export any of these end-of-life refrigerants for destruction or reclaim, then it's not necessary. That's answer in yellow. So that's good, excellent. Education and sharing experiences through regional workshops, that's an excellent step forward to understand each other's challenges and opportunities. Fantastic. Thank you for that feedback. That's very helpful. And again, we will try to digest the different answers and group them in a digestible way once we are working on the final report of this session. Friends, I'd like to invite up to the chairs here in front, and I will join the gentleman myself later. Three of our colleagues, Joseph Bafu, he's the acting director of climate change in ozone in Ghana. Lasha Achalia, he is the head of the National Ozone Unit in Georgia. I'm trying to pronounce your last name, Lasha Achalia. I'm trying. And George Chamba from Zimbabwe, from the National Ozone Unit. I kindly invite you to join me at the front here. We're doing a little bit of an informal, interactive interview style, hence we're not sitting at the podium, but we're trying to talk to each other in front. Yeah, exactly. Hello? Is it on? Do you hear me? Excellent. Is yours on?
Hello.
Hello. Hi there. Gentlemen, thank you for joining us. Like I said, it's an informal setting, so speak from the heart. And we're interested to hear some of your experiences, successes, as well as barriers that you've experienced. I'll start with a first quick round. You don't have to go into all kinds of details yet, because we will cover that. The first quick round, starting with you, George, to share one of your more recent experiences from your work in the export of end-of-life refrigerants, your experience with getting them out of the country. In your case, that was South Africa. So a quick, again, we don't have to go into all the details because we will be addressing many of them in our conversation, but so people get a sense of your most recent experience in exporting refrigerants out of the country of Zimbabwe.
Oh, thank you, Mas. Yes, we working on, we haven't, the consignment hasn't crossed the border already, but the paperwork is almost ready. Actually, we also worked with the Basel focal point. Fortunately, in our case, we are in the same ministry, so it was easy for us to coordinate. And also, we were working with the South African, the depositor, that is to the exporting country. So the challenge was on the paperwork. It takes long and is still in the process. So these are just about 4 metric tons of CFC12.
And you were working together with your colleague on the paperwork, your Basel colleague, together on that paperwork that was required?
Yes, initially we tried to start, we're working on our own. Yeah. And then when we realized there were a lot of issues that need their attention, then we consulted them.
Excellent. And did you know your Basel colleague beforehand, or this was your first introduction to him or her in the ministry, or did you already work together earlier?
Yes, we worked together earlier because we are in the same ministry, but on different departments.
Okay. And the destination of that expert was South Africa?
Yes.
Right. Did it involve transit countries?
No, it's just our neighbor, so it's
Yeah,
just
so
the
it
border,
went,
no
because many of
transit
those
countries.
goes overseas, where it sometimes involves transit countries, but for you it was directly cross-border.
Yes, definitely.
Okay. So that was a positive experience. How long are you currently working on that process?
I think it's more than a year now.
Right.
Since we started working on that.
Excellent. Lasha, I'll come back, George, to you on further details. Your most recent experience with collecting end-of-life refrigerants and/or destruction, share some of your recent experiences with us.
Thank you, first of all. It's my first time in Thailand, and within these 2 days I'm here. I understood it quite well why the refrigeration and especially air conditioning matters. But before that, I was convinced that sound management of the relevant substances matters a lot, because many of them pose significant threats to the environment and to the human health. Regarding our experience, it was about 10 years ago. It was a project funded by the Multilateral Fund at the pilot level, because the meeting of the parties asked the ExCom to establish a window for the pilot projects, and we used this window, but actual implementation of the project started in 2014, and it took about a year and a half to start preparation and carry out actual transportation and destruction. So it was in 2014 and 2015. As I mentioned in the earlier sessions, Georgia is a low volume consuming country, so we do not consume too much ODSs. But at the time of the beginning of the project, we had about, in terms of consideration, we had 2.1 tons of refrigerants. But during the implementation time, it turned out that half of these refrigerants, which was kept in old cylinders, it was ventilated out because of these old cylinders. However, some additional amount was confiscated at the border, and so in the end, we managed to collect 1.5 tons of ODSs that was transported by the sea to the France, and it was destructed there.
So it went through the Black Sea,
through
the middle Mediterranean to France.
Yes.
So there were a lot of transit countries involved? Or?
As I know, it was only Turkey, but I'm not quite sure.
To go through the Bosporus, you need Turkey's transit permission, and then the rest is through international waters in the Mediterranean. Okay.
Such a location was very helpful for us, because I don't know how it works for landlocked country, because they may need some additional permits because of Basel Convention, and it might complicate stuff. Yes. Also, I can add some lessons learned during this process.
We'll come to that in the next round, because I know we talked about this before, about some of the suggestions you have and the lessons learned. That's very helpful. Let's go to Joseph first. You're experienced in this and talked about it often, so share some of your most recent experiences, Joseph, from the Ghana perspective on transboundary movements. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. I just want to say that the most recent experience is just, I think it's 2012, but I was not even part of the ozone family, so I don't have much information on that. But what I have learned is that we leverage on the export of the transport and destruction of PCBs. And there was a project that resulted in a large quantity of PCBs that were to be sent out for destruction. I think for the ozone chemicals, we have had some chemicals from an ODS management project. And we didn't know what to do with them, so we just leveraged, and we just, I think, also applied for the funding at the multilateral fund, and we had about $30,000 that we added to what was supposed to send. In fact, it's quite small, because looking at the amount of money from the PCB project, that was around 500,000, and we only had to add about 30,000 for the destruction, so it's quite insignificant. But in the end, it helped us export the chemicals for destruction. So basically, I think for me, that is what I have in terms of the experience in trying to export some of these chemicals for destruction.
And do you think, Joseph, that in your case, but perhaps also in general, that the funding is required at the national level to trigger this, but once the funding ends, it is difficult to keep that type of process in the national system? So the funding ends and the project ends, is that a problem? I will also ask this question to George and to Lasha, who have been related to MLF funding in the past. But how does it work for Ghana? What's your assessment of that funding requirement to trigger a longer-term institutional process in a country?
Yes, but, as long as the funding ends, everything ends, because as a country, if you look at our priorities, it's not to say that we are not interested in destruction of these chemicals, but we have enough money to be able to go into that when we have to look at other things. And for most of our funding sources, they are external funding sources. Most of the time, even if you look at projects that are in the country, the funding requirement that come from government is at a very small or in-kind kind of contributions. So eventually, that becomes the status quo in terms of. But there have been some projects where government of Ghana has put quite significant amount of money to support. Right. But it doesn't apply to every project. But once the project ends, that is so what we try and do is that we try and look at some other funding sources that are available to support if we need to go into carrying out an exercise like this.
Right. Thanks. George, how does it work? How did it work, or is it working for you in Zimbabwe when it comes to the expertise required? Do you, between you yourself and your Basel colleague, do you have the available expertise when it comes to export procedures, when it comes to getting a clear labeling and indication of the type of gas, or do you include external experts for the accurate implementation of the procedure? Do you need external capacity, or can you cover it yourself back in Harare?
Oh, thank you. Yes, it's both expert internally. We make use of our refrigeration technicians, and we also were assisted externally by Trade Water in the identification of the substances, and we also rely on customs officers. As you know, that we work closely with customs officers in monitoring and controlling trade. So they also give us advice or recommendations on the best way to move around the substances across the border.
And the customs officers, do they have the expertise to recognize shipments and to understand the labels or the requirements? Because they too see a lot of different export products on the quay of harbors or at depots. How is it in your country with the level of expertise of customs officials?
Oh, thank you so much. Yes, you remember during our training of customs officers, we cover issues to do with green customs initiatives. So customs officers, most of them are aware of these other multilateral environmental agreements. So they, to some extent, especially the trainers and senior customs officers who have actually undergone the training, they know much about the Basel, the Rotterdam and Stockholm Convention.
So that's a critical ingredient for success to have,
Yes.
in terms of capacity and understanding, to have the customs officer in the process as well.
Exactly.
That's good to understand. Lasha, you were discussing about the previous MLF project, or GIZ was involved as well at some point, but my question is, there's a difference between exporting or continue to export, especially when ODS requirements to phase out are accelerating, or to have your own destruction facility in Georgia. Are you thinking about those two options, about upgrading existing facilities for destruction, or is that simply not possible, and will you actually require destruction facilities in other countries in the region, for instance?
Yeah, maybe I will start regarding the cost effectiveness of the work we have done at that time. The ODS waste was exported together with POPs waste, persistent organic pollutants. It was funded by the JEF, but the implementing agency was the same. It was UNDP. So these projects together worked quite well in terms of cost saving for issuing tender, for doing some administrative stuff in a joint manner. And in the end, the amount of just for the transportation and destruction of the ODS waste was $5.8 US per one kg, and it was half of this price for POPs. So $2.9 US was per 1 kgs of POPs. It is only transportation and destruction, but it involves also collection, inventory, storage, etc., which is obvious part of this whole process. At the national level, to establish the facility, you need to have at least a business plan for this, because this should be sustainable in the future. You need to have financial incentives or legal requirements in the legislation. I think if it comes to the international funding to establish a destruction facility at the national or at the regional level, maybe there can be some conditions. First, to establish this policy framework or legal requirements or incentives at the national level, and after that, to establish this destruction facility. But the idea is to increase the volume of the ODS waste you are going to destruct in the end. Georgia is a low consuming country. I think we should combine our efforts with our neighboring countries. And solution can be, for example, to establish a single destruction facility in any of the regional countries, or to carry out projects for export of this ODS waste, and to collect this ODS waste from several countries in the region. This is also can be a solution, I think.
Thanks. Yes, that the regional solution for together in collecting refrigerants may be the most cost-effective, at least in the Caucasus. That would be something to think about. Denise just told me that we've already run out of time. Let me test Denise a little bit. Let's test her. One extra minute. Thank you very much. One final question for Joseph, and then we're going to have a final set of Kahoot questions about next steps, if you're still energetic and ready for that. A final question, 1 minute, Joseph, is if you had one suggestion that what the Montreal Protocol process could do to help ease the export of end-of-life refrigerants, to implement Kigali effectively in the future, what would that one suggestion for the Montreal Protocol process be?
I think for developing countries like Ghana, it boils down to our limitations. And one big limitation is to be able to, one, have an inventory of the banks and be able to destroy them. Because recently we had an assessment with GIZ, and we did an inventory of equipment that are staying with repairers, appliance repairers. And we found out that there were a number of, we had to even find R12 in some of the systems. And these are systems that have been laying or sitting with them for years. So it means that we still have the refrigerants in the equipment that are sitting there that needs to be taken out and destroyed. And we just did a fraction of the country. So imagine if we done the entire country and we're knowing about the volumes, it would be a good information for destruction in terms of trying to get whatever we need to go for destruction. So I think this is what I would think we might need support in terms of the Montreal Protocol.
Excellent suggestion. Thanks, Joseph. Before we go to the final set of Kahoot questions, a warm applause for these three gentlemen that have to do this in practice. Thank you very much. Thank you. And if you have your smartphones out, we're going to have one final Kahoot session as the closing part of our discussion. Please log in again. And this final set of questions relates to possible next steps that we can do at the national level or as Montreal Protocol process. Just looking at the nicknames is fun enough, huh? Almost there. Still going up. I think that 64, yes, excellent. Let's look at some of the next steps and see what you're thinking of, some of the suggestions. 3 questions. We already discussed this in an earlier question. One of the next steps would to increase regional coordination between the Basel officials, the Basel units, the Basel focal points, and the ozone units. And together with the implementing agencies that are especially active in that region. Would that be one of the next steps to overcome some of the challenges and the barriers that we've discussed? Yes, to a regional approach, that's helpful, would help a lot. In fact, another answer is yes, that's such a great idea. I will take the initiative myself in my region. The yellow answer is the workload might be a good idea, but the agenda is already too heavy. Or no, regional solution would not be a priority. There you are. Excellent. Where will we have it and when? Denise, CCAC will organize it, no? Thanks. That's a clear indication of one of the next steps. Another question here is, should we, as part of the phase down of HFCs and other ODSs, as a Montreal Protocol community, give a higher priority to that final step in the LRM process of transboundary movements, exporting these hazardous wastes for destruction? So should it be a higher priority for the Montreal process at large? So you can look at the meeting of parties that they formulate a decision, a further decision that focuses on how to move forward on exports and transboundary movements, or blue, that the implementing agencies should coordinate this in their bilateral work with A5s, perhaps in KIPs. The national level should be a priority, not necessarily the protocol. And all of the above is always a great answer, isn't it? But it's clear that we see that the MOP has a role, the implementing agencies have a role, and this can not be done without, higher priority at the national level. Thank you. Final question on next steps. I've showed you a QR code of the document earlier where the interlinkages between the two conventions have been explained in the InfDoc by the secretariats. Can we improve interaction between these two processes? Should they, for instance, establish an ad hoc joint working group between the two processes? Should, in fact, the regional centers and the regional networks of both these conventions work together on this issue? So that's more of a regional approach towards this interaction. And the green answer is we should address the barriers at the national and the regional and the international level, all at the same time. And here it's evidence that the overwhelming majority says that the Montreal Protocol and the Basel Convention should somehow institutionalize more that interaction in some form of working group in the future as a next step. Excellent. Well, again, those answers will be digested by us, and we will share some of the outcomes also in the report of this meeting. Next steps, in my final, closing remarks, we've heard many of them already in the responses to the Kahoot questions as well. We should continue to gather information, close that data gap that Anastasia and others here on the podium as well identify. The inventory work, as Joseph was saying, is key to start working that process of bridging the gap. Enhanced cooperation between the Basel Convention folks and the Montreal Protocol officials. This should happen at the national level, but clearly that interaction should also take place at the regional level, and your responses emphasize the need for that regional approach between these two communities. A third issue, we talked about LRM funding. There are opportunities for LRM to be funded more in the XCOM and decision-making process. So let's explore these opportunities to make sure that these elements of funding are included in submissions to the funding institutions. And finally, that was the last question. It's clear that there's also a desire for the Montreal Protocol and the Basel Convention, not just to have the secretariats coordinate, they do that a lot, but also to institutionalize some kind of a joint working group to tackle these problems together. And with that, I'd like to thank all of the speakers. I'd like to thank Denise and the CCAC for organizing this. It was an amazing whole day. And I thank you for your participation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mas, and to the Carbon Containment Lab for organizing this very interactive session. I really loved Kahoot. I wish there were prizes. Next time. We're going to break for coffee. There was somebody who said sleepy or like I need coffee as their nickname, so I think that's very well understood. We have 15 minutes. Please be back here at 4:30 so we can finish on time. And also for those that did not sign in the sign-in sheets, please sign. Otherwise, you know, we make you pay for your lunch. Just kidding. Yeah, just that's really, yeah, will help the organizers in justifying the costs related to the workshop. Enjoy your coffee. Okay, requesting everyone to quickly take their seats. We are in our last session. And I feel so happy sitting here. I feel like a Greek goddess looking over Greece. Okay. Very good. Our last session is titled Next Steps, Advancing on Life Cycle Refrigerant Management. I think we kind of have a pretty good idea based on the different polls that we have undertaken, and we are kind of like having some, ideas for next steps, next, meetings that we will have. But let's kind of conclude together and understand what each of us are thinking. So for this session, we are lucky to have a moderator from the National Resources Defense Council. I'd like to call on Richie Kaur, who is a Senior Superpollutant Reduction Advocate from NRDC, and also somebody who is very familiar with inventories and all of these things from her experience in the California Air Resources Board. So without delaying further, give the floor to Richie.
Thank you, everyone. Very happy to be here. And I'll start with two pieces of good news. The first good news is this is the last session of the day. You've all almost made it. So tell yourselves the end of the day is near, just another 45 minutes of attention. The second piece of good news is no more slides. So the day of PowerPoint presentations is over, although I have to credit the CCAC and all of the panel leads for making it a very interactive day. So here's how we will do this one. I'm going to start by just summarizing what we heard today. And it's meant to spark a discussion that will give us the next steps, which is the title of this session, is where do we go from here after this discussion? And after I'm done, I will be calling on people to share their perspectives. This includes country representatives and civil society organizations. We've identified some folks and warned them ahead of time. But what we would love very much is for general participation from you all, even if you're not called upon. So if throughout this day you've had a thought of where to go from here, how do we convert this workshop into an actionable next step, please feel free to share that with us. With that, I'll start with the key takeaways. I'll make it short and crisp. So the day started with Denise calling it the 90 billion ton dream. And that term was coined by a report that NRDC did with fellow NGOs like EIA and IGSD. The TEEP has also estimated that LRM gives us ozone and climate benefits beyond what the ODS phase-out and the Kigali Amendment give us. And it is a potent lever for tackling climate and ozone depletion that we cannot leave unused. And Irene mentioned this in the very first few moments of the workshop as well, that the banks, the fluorocarbon banks, will decline. They're supposed to peak by the mid-2030s in the A5 countries, but they will decline one way or another, either due to emissions or due to LRM interventions. And I will speak for all of us here in that none of us prefer the former. None of us want to see the banks just enter the atmosphere. And fortunately, the rest of the day went where we focused on discussing how to mobilize the latter. How do we mobilize LRM interventions such that the banks are not vented? And yes, one thing became clear, that there are very large challenges that stand in the way. But what is also clear is this is the most successful environmental treaty of all times, and we've dealt with larger problems before. This is the group that's managed to heal the ozone layer, so we can certainly tackle the banks as well. Session 1 was on fluorocarbon inventories, because the very first step, as we heard repeatedly throughout the day, is to have a robust inventory of the banks. It goes along with the adage, you cannot manage what you don't measure. So we heard reflections from numerous countries, and there are 4 distinct areas of challenges that emerged: data acquisition challenges, regulatory gaps, infrastructure and funding gaps, and lack of awareness. So I'll go into a little bit of detail of what we heard during the breakout groups, which were facilitated by our implementing agencies and implementation partners. Data gathering challenges first. So in our group 1, there were 3 breakout groups. A question was asked about experiences gathering data during HPMP and KIP. And we created a word cloud out of the words that people threw out. And some of the words were challenging, difficult, stressful, hard to get consultants, time-consuming, disappointed, resigned, and OMG. But also, the final word was it's necessary to get the data. And countries consistently highlighted that there's the scarcity of reliable data, and that there's also a contributing factor, which is fragmented institutional response from various departments when it comes to data gathering. There are also regulatory gaps. Like I said, this is the second one. There's a clear need for better regulatory frameworks that better incentivize life cycle refrigerant management, and this interaction between the Montreal Protocol officials and officials who work on waste management, such as the Basel Convention. Awareness. There's an urgent need for enhanced stakeholder engagement and capacity building. So this was a recurring theme that came up, that there's a greater need for awareness of amongst all kinds of stakeholders, whether it's end users, manufacturers, technicians. And countries also emphasize the need for programs like extended producer responsibilities, specialized training for technicians, and broader public awareness campaigns. And finally, the 4th point was critical gaps in infrastructure and funding mechanisms for funding LRM infrastructure. So many of the countries reported severe gaps when it comes to recovery, recycling, reclamation, and destruction facilities for ODS and HFCs. This is exacerbated with financial constraints. The MLF has been very instrumental in setting up pilot projects, but we do need a way to sustain the businesses and the models behind LRM. Then in part 2, we heard from the MLF Secretariat itself. The MLF Secretariat highlighted the fact that they've been funding LRM interventions for a long time, and that more can be done, which is great, and they themselves identified a few questions that can be answered to help mobilize more funding that can come from the MLF. So one call out for everyone is to make sure that we respond to the questions from the MLF Secretariat. Okay, then we went into session 3, recycling, reclamation, and destruction, led by UNIDO. We got a great overview of where the reclamation and destruction facilities are globally, and how Japan is actually leading the way as far as countries go, with lots of not just operational and infrastructure features, but also having a technician workforce that's treated like the specialized knowledge workers that they are. They're well paid, respected, and that's a model that we should try to replicate around the world. But definitely from a civil society perspective, it's something we would want to see happen. Ultimately, it also became clear that recovery is really what holds the key to ozone and climate protection, because when you stop the molecules from entering the atmosphere, that's what we want. But it's the subsequent business models that make recovery lucrative that are important to focus on. And sustainable financial models are essential for that. It was underscored that destruction is something that should be a last resort. It's the permanent removal of these substances from our environment when we no longer need them. We certainly agree with that. And it makes sense to destroy things like CFCs, which have been completely phased out. But for substances like HFCs, where we are under a phase down, it makes sense to try to recover and reuse them as much as possible. because just destroying them only to produce them or import them again isn't very productive. We then came to a critical conversation in session 4 on transboundary movement of substances, that when we finally do destroy, or even when we reclaim these substances, we do need to enable movement of recovered HFCs and ODS. And this is where the Montreal Protocol interacts with the Basel Convention, which governs waste. And the interlinkages between Basel and Montreal Protocol arise when recovered halogenated substances like ODS and HFCs get designated as waste. It also applies to e-waste, which is equipment containing these substances. And we heard that the need of the hour was increased coordination between the authorities. And even though most countries have officials working on Montreal Protocol and Basel housed in the same ministries, there is a limited exchange of knowledge and experience right now. And an overwhelming majority of the participants here expressed interest in more coordination, more information sharing at the national and regional levels, apart from just the secretariat levels. So that was a run-through of what we heard during the day. I will now call upon some country representatives first to hear their reflections. So if I could call Mr. Wenfu Dong, who's the Division Chief of Ozone Layer Protection from China, to speak first and share his reflections and perspective.
Thank you for this opportunity to take the floor. I have learned a lot from all of the speakers. It's very informative and valuable. I think the core driver of recycling and reuse still lie in market mechanism. At present, the biggest challenge mentioned by the participants is that the recycle and the reuse is not economical. Of course, the policy guidance to promote market-oriented approaches or market mechanism is also crucial, requiring joint efforts from government departments and relevant industries. From the government perspective, the key focus should be on formulating policies that can drive and establish such market mechanism. Key approaches including providing economical incentives such as tax exemptions and financial support, establishing technical standards and reuse standards, and developing central collection system. From the industry standpoint, efforts should center on encouraging the broader enterprises' participation in investments and advancing market development. With the phase-out of HCFC's primary refrigerant HCFC 22 by 2030, a market-driven mechanism is likely to emerge. Therefore, stakeholders from both government and industry, as mentioned earlier, above, must prepare accordingly. Additionally, the upcoming OEWG meeting also addressed the 2.5% servicing tail issues. Maybe that this percentage may be insufficient to meet the maintenance demands of existing equipment in most developing countries, potentially motivating relevant industries to engage in the recycling and reuse market for HCFC 22. Furthermore, for HFCs compared to ODS, many HFCs refrigerants are blends, and their values continue to grow. The ozone secretariat has identified as many as 200 HFC blends, making recycling and reuse more challenging, I think. This is my initial thoughts on the matter that I would like to share with you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Very insightful and informative. I'll now call upon Ms. Azra Grubik, who is an officer with the National Ozone Unit of Bosnia and Herzegovina, to provide her perspective, please.
Thank you very much for giving me the floor. So yes, I would like to join the statement of distinguished representative of China, what has been said, and also I have learned a lot. Obviously, this topic is of importance for national ozone units. And under session 1, I would like to share some of my observations and thoughts. So I will go also per sessions regarding conducting inventories of fluorocarbon banks. We could learn interesting experiences from different regions, and more or less we are aware of the methodologies how to conduct different kind of inventories, and but it would be very useful if countries who are already doing this could share questionnaires, as we said under first session. And also I liked very much what was said by Mr. Kato, that if data are missing, that is perfectly natural thing. I liked it very much. But we have developed methodologies. We are analyzing top-down, bottom-up. We are doing some extrapolations, interpolations. So we are familiar with this type of job, but nevertheless, as at the second session was presented by Federico, I liked the point made that our databases should be sustainable. So there should be sustainability, and they should be done in such manner that we are in position to update them. So what we have done, and we find it very useful, is this HFC Outlook model. But after being at last year workshop, this year workshop in Batumi organized by CCAC, I was previously reluctant to apply for this project, but since at 97th EXCOM is last opportunity, we decided that it makes a lot of sense to make additional effort, and we plan to apply, but also for countries. This coming EXCOM is the last EXCOM where we can apply for these specific activities, LRM. We had outbreak sessions, very interesting debates. Then regarding recycling, reclamation, and destruction, it was very useful overview given on reclamation and destruction technologies. Different case studies given, especially interesting one was done by Mexico as Article 5 country, Japan as like the role model, how it should look like. But being a LVC country for us is very interesting regional approach while we considering especially destruction. And we find that destruction should be the last option, of course, and that we should do our best in recovery, recycling, and reclamation sense. So also we have from our region example of North Macedonia that is establishing reclamation center. Countries have a lot of challenging to make these R&R centers functioning that were funded so far from MLF Secretariat. There are a lot of gaps, and countries would need additional funding to cover these gaps in their R&R schemes. Regarding destruction technologies, also for me personally is interesting to find the ways with our cement kiln for possibility of destruction in the future. And regarding this synergy with the Basel Convention of Montreal Protocol and Basel Convention, I had a chance to be a panelist at the mentioned BRS conference. So I was invited, and also my colleague, focal point for Basel Convention, and we have been panelists. And obviously, this synergy is very well recognized as very important one. So we should work on this, and also under this session, it was my pleasure to meet to hear from presentation from Carbon Containment Lab, to meet them in person. It was really a huge pleasure and honor. And yes, this synergy is very important, as we discussed in our outbreak group, from point of view of our, let's say, sub-region. We are also in process of EU integration, certain group of countries being candidate countries. It is, for us, the destruction of ODS waste and equipment containing it is not that much challenge. For us, the challenge is how to protect our countries from the incoming of waste, electric and electronic equipment, and also how to deal properly with the second-hand equipment, with the used one. And in that sense, very interesting is this mentioning from a representative of Basel Convention Secretariat, technical guidance on a transboundary movement of waste, waste, and of used EEE. That is something I think that we should all consider. Yeah, and with this, I will start. Yeah, one more very important thing is I liked very much questions that were in the poll in the last session. They were very interesting and like mind opener, that we should think in a direction that Montreal Protocol should cover officially LRM and ODS waste. In that sense, it would be good. That's our position of our sub-region. It would be good to address it with certain decision, because being also focal point for Stockholm Convention on POPs and Minamata Convention on mercury, and also my colleague from North Macedonia, we know that type of waste, POPs waste and mercury waste, are covered by these conventions, unlike the cases under Montreal Protocol. So it would be our recommendation to also take care about these aspects, and then we can say we really covered everything. And of course, for this, we need funding. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I will now call upon Mr. Leslie Smith, Director of Renewable Energy Division and National Ozone Officer, Ministry of Climate Resilience, the Environment and Renewable Energy from Grenada.
Thank you very much, and thank you for allowing me the opportunity to give my key takeaways from the workshop. So, first of all, I think there is a need that has been identified for greater collaboration and coordination, especially at the regional level, among different entities, to allow for a more effective mechanism to address the issue of life cycle refrigerant management, particularly with the issue of disposal or destruction. I also see the need for a much stronger financial infrastructure and architecture to support what each country would like to do in this regard. So there are some countries that would need support for setting up the infrastructure, for collection mechanisms, for transportation mechanisms, and of course for destruction mechanisms based on available technologies for that. So the financial infrastructure to me is a bit uncertain and inadequate to undertake all of these activities. I also think that there is no one-size-fits-all approach for this undertaking. For countries of different geographic locations and consumption patterns and other concerns would require a case-by-case situational approach to how that can be done. So that needs to be carefully looked at to look at what is best suited based on the country's situation. I think also it came out clearly that there is a need to explore further into the circular economy of refrigerants so that you reduce on the amount of refrigerant that needs to be destroyed. By promoting recovery, recycling, reclamation, you would reduce imports, reduce consumption, reduce the amount that is collected for the destruction as well. So it means that our technicians and our areas must be skilled in the good refrigeration practices, and that is a big challenge, especially for low volume consuming countries where the baseline is at this level here, and imports of these HFCs are coming in at a very alarming and exponential rate. So one of the first areas to tackle it is by this circular economy of how we can recover, recycle, reuse, and of course to do the leak protection and leak detection at a very early stage. Also, I think there is a need for more Yes, so there's a need for more cross-fertilization and coordination among the conventions. So we heard a lot about that today with the Basel Convention for the Transboundary movement. In some cases, they reside in the same unit, the same ministry. In other cases, there are countries that do not even know who the Basel focal point is. So just like how on the other areas, we look at how we can integrate and improve the coordination between ozone and energy, I think we also need to look at how ozone and Basel and these other chemical conventions can be closer integrated towards this collective approach. The last thing I would want to say is that I would have preferred if there was a lot more time allocated for the interactions. So we got presentations, beautiful presentations, you know, with a lot of information. And I was really expecting that we'd have had some more time, Denise, that we could have ventilated a lot more, expressed comments, asked more questions, because there was an appetite for that amongst the members who are here. And I'm thinking that going forward, we could structure it in such a way to allow for more participation from the persons in the room. So these are my takeaways from this very important workshop. And I'm hoping that, you know, coming out of that, we can see some real action happening. We can see decisions coming forward to the MOP that would go to the EXCOM, that would, you know, be directed to the countries where more support can be provided to help us deal with this issue, because this issue is a major one for all of us. We can reverse all of the good work that we've done so far in the protection of the ozone layer and reducing greenhouse gas emissions if we don't control this situation. Because all of these gases that we are collecting and storing, we know what can happen to them. So although this is not a compliance issue, it is an important issue that deserves a lot of attention. As a matter of fact, in decision 19/2, it clearly indicates that consideration should be given for addressing this issue of disposal of refrigerants. So it's not something that we can turn a blind eye to. It's a decision of the parties already. We need to operationalize that decision to make it make real sense for all of us who have this, what I call a scourge to deal with. Because our technicians approach us all the time. It was said here today, what do we do with these gases that you are asking us to collect? And unfortunately, we cannot provide them with a very reasonable answer. We can tell them this is what can happen, but we can't say when it will happen and how it will happen, because we don't have the answer for that. And the last point I would always want to make is that low volume consuming countries are always at maybe the most disadvantaged position when it comes to that, because our economies cannot support that internally. So we have to go outside for support. And there are not many bilateral agencies and within the MLF support that can help us in this regard. So thank you very much, and it was truly a rewarding experience. And I thank you, CCAC, and all of the partners putting this together. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. With that, I will call upon Ms. Christina Starr, Senior Manager, Climate Campaign at the Environmental Investigation Agency, US, to share her reflections.
Thank you. Thank you so much to everyone for a great day here of reflections on all of the work that's already underway. I think what's been really striking to me from a civil society perspective has been the great interest in this topic, the building interest in this topic to really do something that can take charge in this time-limited race we're in to tackle the banks. You know, this is a time-limited opportunity that we have. So thank you to everybody for participating. In terms of what's next, I think I have a few observations here. First is that, you know, first and foremost, it's very clear we need more dedicated financial resources to this topic. And I think to do that, there are sort of three areas to look at, and that is first, the ongoing assistance that countries need to continue implementing these inventories and plans that they've started with. An inventory is not a one-time snapshot of what is happening. We need living inventories that continue to evolve and inform the country in their approach to this. Second is, I think, an enabling policy framework in terms of how can we create the ecosystem we need to have this circular economy for refrigerants. Certainly, we don't think that the policy solutions are going to be the same in every country, but we at the very least need a more defined, well-defined set of policies and activities that can be implemented for countries to look at. So I think we need some work there. You know, this could look like requiring refillable cylinders, having some kind of deposit refund system in place, just like I did for my coffee mug today when I went to get my coffee downstairs. It could look like an EPR scheme. I hear a lot of interest in that, but I also hear a lot of intimidation, a lot of confusion about how to implement an EPR program, what that could actually look like. How do we ensure the data is there? How do we implement these types of incentives? So we need a lot more kind of assistance for countries to be considering these plans. And then third, of course, is this conversation about the infrastructure that we need in place to carry out the reclamation and the destruction and the collection of the refrigerants. So we need a much bigger focus on the financial support for building and establishing that infrastructure. I think we're very much on the ground floor of this right now and really need to invest. I think those are the sort of the main areas I had, so thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I'm going to open up the floor for any comments from folks who want to chime in at this point. Yes, please, Cameroon.
Thank you very much for the opportunity and being a part of this workshop. I want to really thank the organizer, and we think we need this workshop as more often. I like my own so for take-home message. I've actually discovered that there's quite a lot that need to be done, and we've actually discovered that so many countries are in the process of carrying out the inventories, which means between now and a few years to come, we have, call it a holistic idea of what's happening in countries, and that we can really build up something very well for attain the sustainable development goal of the country or of this protocol. We actually have learned a lot, and this has permitted us to identify a lot of gaps. And I think for us to better manage end-of-life refrigerant, we need to go back to the same presentations and reactions I've had from delegates and the presenters to see how we can build up. In this case, we will have a better approach in how first to carry out inventory, to improve on the method, because of maybe, as I said, no one method fits all, and there are different countries, different approaches. So probably this is going to help us to have a better way of carrying out inventories in our countries and to present a big picture, a pure picture of what's happening. And I also discovered that in course of presentation, we realized that we have problems with finance and technology. And I think this is a very important aspect that we need to consider. And this workshop will actually help us to see that it's important for us to have this, which means to engage countries in order to countries to have a very good end-of-life management of the refrigerant. We need these financials and technical support. I don't want to go exactly. We know the destruction approach, which destruction could be the last option, but I think we talked about reclamation and recovery, which is equally very good. But other technology that we really need to improve on, I think it's very important for us to work on this technology that's available, that supports our need from, especially E5 countries that really need this support. And we have actually noticed that we had lessons learned from countries. And we think that this meeting should be another way for us to bring, maybe for next meeting, to bring now more countries with more experience so that we can learn more from the country experience, so that we cannot maybe repeat what's happening. A couple of delegates actually mentioned the issue of collaboration between this new partner, which the Basel Convention. In other countries, or some delegates are even have this double function being of a focal point for Basel Convention. But I think it's quite a good opportunity for us to bring these two actors maybe kind of back to back to see how we can improve the process, especially in the course of to help E5 countries or countries to carry out proper destruction. In the course of discussion during the day, I discovered that when we had this breakup session, the one other section was talking about others. I thought that we should maybe think of the taxation system. Most of the technicians find it very difficult to import equipment because the taxes at times very difficult, at times handled by Minister of Finance and maybe Minister of Trade. And to bring in some of this equipment, the technicians in the field who maybe they base most of their mind in maybe second-handed equipment, why not go in for good equipment, fresh equipment? Most of the time, you have this problem of taxation. How to bring them is very expensive. In this case, I think we really need to look at that aspect in countries. Maybe some experience from other countries may help us to build on that aspect. And also, the discussions were so very interesting that everybody wanted to talk. We needed time more time to expatiate or to talk about this. I think with that, thank you very much for giving us the opportunity. Thank you.
Anyone else? Great, we have 2 more hands. Yes, Egypt, please.
Thank you very much. And yes, indeed, we have a very useful meeting, and we talk about all things, but my intervention is just to concentrate in 2 points that maybe we didn't talk much about it. The first point is the safety handling of the foam containing the blowing agent, which you consider more costly, but equal important as it represents the other half of the greenhouse emission caused by the improper handling of the end-of-life cooling devices. The second, this business is addressed mostly by, at least in the Article 5 country, by informal sector who received most of the waste that is not managed in environmental sound manner. And the transfer to formal sector required a lot of effort. as they do not follow the rules because their current situation is advantageous for them. Also, informal sector lack of proper awareness of environmental health and safety issue. Lastly, I recommend or I believe that we need a report, include guidelines for preparation the LRM strategy, as most of us about to finish the survey, but we need to draft the strategy. So instead of just every country will try to, if we can have some guidelines, will help us to do it maybe in a proper way. So this is what I have for now, but thank you very much.
We're past time, but we had one more hand from AGAS, and we'll give it to them.
Thank you. Look, really enjoyed being part of today, first of all, and congratulations to everyone who's spoken today. It's been very informative. Just thought I'd give a couple of reflections because we have talked about the importance of public-private partnerships. So I just thought in terms of business perspective, I'd share a couple of things. And one that's interesting to me, there's been a couple of comments even in this session around Japan, and Japan absolutely is a standout in terms of global recovery rates. We saw that as a business, and we've now been operating in Japan for 3 years. I've got to say the reality to be operating in Japan is quite difficult in terms of the reclamation side, because the price points in Japan today means really it's not viable for a business such as ourselves to be able to reclaim and sell back into that local market. We manage that by being able to export, and that's how we can, operate successfully there. So that takes us to the conversation around a regional approach, which I think is absolutely the right way to look at it, especially for the lower volume countries that we talked about. An example of this is how we operate in Singapore. So Singapore, again, is an example of a country where if we were reliant on a closed loop of recovery, reclamation, or destruction within Singapore, it probably would be too small to justify that technology investment. However, by importing recovered gases from neighboring countries, such as Taiwan and Hong Kong, we're able to get that volume to a scale that then enables us and has enabled us to invest in that cleaning or reclamation capability and the filling of that gas. Again, though, we couldn't sell that product in Singapore and make that viable. So again, we're reliant on export to other markets to make that work. So again, a lot of this leads to the fact that don't be too disheartened if you are in a low volume country. As we've talked about, it all starts with recovery, and I think if you can get that happening, then it is possible, for private enterprise to be able to support and give incentives to ensure that that gas can then be moved to where the technology exists, always hoping that when recovery in any country gets to a relevant scale, we can be invested on the ground. So a lot of that obviously then links to Basel as well, because there will be some of that gas which unfortunately can't be reclaimed. And at that point, then we'll be reliant on that destruction, which takes that transboundary movement to occur as well. So, thank you.
Great, and I think this is just underscoring the fact that we do need more time to discuss these things. So we'll give it to Barbados, please.
Thank you. I just want to say thank you to colleagues for sharing. I did learn a lot from this session, so I also want to thank CCAC for organizing this workshop. My question is more along the lines of what the distinguished delegate from Grenada and others had mentioned about not having sufficient time to ask questions. So I was just wondering if it's possible for those of us who have questions, if we can email them in, if there's a type of forum that we can email our questions to have them answered. Thanks.
Great. I'm going to turn things over to Denise to close today's day out. But one thing I will leave you with is what the distinguished delegate from Grenada mentioned, is we should be thinking about decisions at the MOP. And I think maybe one thing everybody can do is, if you could have a decision, what that looks like for you. And what do you think are things that we should be doing at the treaty level to take this LRM conversation forward? With that, I will thank you all for your time and attention, and have a great rest of your day.
Thank you, Richie. Don't leave me here,
Oh, okay.
just stay. The previous one, not yet. Yes. So again, thanks to everyone. Just a few of, I'm not going to summarize because you all already did a very good job in summarizing, but maybe just a few points from my perspective and my learnings for today as well. Just on the inventories that 100 countries are doing, correct me, thank you for correcting that it's now 100. When we started planning, it was 89, now it's 100. So I think the MLF funding window is something that I would really like, but also just to say that it's not the only reason for doing the inventories, because the inventories could also be useful for your greenhouse gas inventories. It's also something that you can integrate into your NDCs for climate financing. So that's something to motivate you more. And then also that the second point, that LRM, although there is a need for financing, that's very obvious, but it can be improved with existing things that we are already doing under the KIPs. They can be integrated into the KIPs. So in just 2 days ago, we had an LRM session at the South Asia Network Meeting of Ozone Officers, and we heard about all of these new technologies that can be used for leak prevention and electronic tracking. So they're actually, very promising and could potentially help with, sustainability for data collection and inventory. So think about that. And then for Egypt's comment, just want to respond that actually, yes, CCAC will prepare the guide, the practical guide for doing the national strategies, the LRM strategies. Of course, there's already guidance from the MLF, there's the criteria, but that will be expanded, and we will look at like successful case studies from the countries, and possibility of like maybe it's something that can be applied to you. So this is a call also for other countries that are in the room that you think you have successful case studies to share. Please let me know. I'm thinking about Bitul from Indonesia. They have some good stories to tell as well. And then we can put that together in writing and maybe have discussions later on. And then on additional time for talking, yes, I really understand that. I wish we really had more time, but actually we can have time. Some of it we can discuss virtually. CCAC is happy to organize, like focused webinars. I know that, maybe you're getting tired of virtual meetings as well, but, it's really up to you. Let us know what you prefer, and we're happy to organize that. And also using the network meetings. So on these topics that we discuss, if you have any special interest on some of the things, this is something that you should bring up to Ozone Action, and probably where you can have a deeper dive and more sharing of experiences in your networks. And then finally, CCAC is a partnership. So everything that we do is actually based on the instructions of the partners. So I invite all of the CCAC partners that include countries as well as IGOs and NGOs to please, you can be active in the CCAC Cooling Hub. This workshop was not designed by me. It was a collaborative effort from all of the partners that you've seen today. So you are also very much welcome to be more engaged and participate and help plan such events and activities. So with that, to the next slide, we just want to thank and acknowledge Yes, all of the resource persons and panelists, the Ozone Secretariat, because they were actually the ones that arranged for the additional day for some of the Article 5 countries to come, so they are very much very helpful. And the MLF Secretariat, we don't have the logo of the MLF, but they have been very involved in helping us think about these things. Of course, the implementing agencies that are helping the countries with the inventories and the plans, as well as for the facilitating the breakout group discussions today, GIZ, UNDP, UNEP, Ozone Action, UNIDO, and the World Bank. The CCAC partners, again, countries and non-state that have been really active in different levels, as well as the UNCC staff and support staff, our tech, and everybody. And then next slide. Sorry, I don't have the clicker. And again, the sponsors, we already said them. I know that they don't need to be thanked because they are doing this out of love, but we still want to thank them. So what is the next slide? And of course, most of all of you, this was the picture taken from earlier. Unfortunately, not everyone made it to the photo, so I would like to close the meeting by having a second photo session. So if I can invite everyone here now in front of the stage, we will take another picture. And it's also proof of everyone that stayed until the last hour and last session. So if you're, if you're there, then that's good. You tick the box and sign the sign-in sheet. So that's really it from the CCAC. We have a booth and we'll be here the whole week. We have time to engage. And we'll also have side events. I know there are lots of side events. I'm not going to say that ours is better than anyone else, but it's normally good. So yes, please come to the CCAC side events. Thank you very much. Let's all give ourselves a hand of applause, a round of applause, a hand. And please come forward for part 2 of our photo session. Thank you.
I like this reward at the end, staying and getting all the picture. And I missed the first one, so I'm glad to. Nice work.
Thank you.
Really. I mean, it's a compliment to you that every workshop ends with somebody saying there wasn't enough time.